dragons of the horizon, history unfolds. Almighty gods of war, lead us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story. Almighty gods of war, lead us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story. Beneath the boundless sky, the voyage carries on. The dragons of the north, history and told.
Hello and welcome everyone to day 2 of Calling Jakarta here. We're going to play some Flesh and Blood today, Charles Dunn.
Yeah.
We had a blast yesterday covering all 7 rounds of Swiss on day 1, and we have a few more and a top 8 to handle today.
Yeah, we've had a really great weekend, some really close games, and I'm really looking forward to see how the field develops and how the top 8 shakes out.
Yeah, it's been fun. Seen a pretty wide variety of decks. We somehow got no Acilios on camera on day number 1,
surprising.
which I don't think happens all that often in Callings, at least recently, but certainly a deck we expect to maybe see floating around, although once we get to the metagame, we can have a little look. Let's take a peek, though, at the schedule, because, of course, we do have some Swiss rounds under the top 8 to play. Yesterday, we played 7 rounds of Classic Constructed. We have 4 more of those in the Swiss rounds before 3 more effectively, thanks to our top 8. And as a reminder, there is a brand new legendary piece of equipment being revealed during the top 8 sometime. We don't know when. We're going to be just as surprised about both the card and the timing as you are all at home. So if you want to know what that new Omens card is, make sure to stick around for top 8. And of course, also stick around for the giveaway. Compendium of Wraith Young Hero Marvels have been given away basically since that set released. And if you are hanging out on the stream, watching and staying active in chat, that is all there for you to win. We'll announce it at the very end of the stream.
Yeah, I'm so hyped to see what this legendary reveal is. We haven't seen it yet. You haven't seen it yet. We're going to be reacting live, and I cannot wait. These are going to be the high impact cards of this set of Omens, these legendaries, and we're gonna bring it to you first.
Yeah, should be very fun. Very curious to see what it is. What class is it? We know the classes, of course, that are in Omens, so you have to think, but there could be a bunch of other things that are floating around. Again, expansion slots are a thing. LSS always looks at the whole picture when they build a set, not just the main themes of it. So very excited to see how that all shakes out.
Yes, so excited to see how the new legendaries might give us an insight on how some of the new heroes are intended to be played.
As a reminder, though, if you want to be like Charles, that Oldhim Young Marvel could be yours. And of course, as I mentioned, we are giving one of these away. These are beautiful if you've never seen them in person. These are your choices. By the way, you get to pick which one you get. You don't just get a random one of the 15 heat. You get to pick the one you want the most for your Silver Age deck, or maybe just for your collection. I have 3 of these already, and unfortunately, I cannot win the giveaway despite clearly being here, being active during the coverage.
Absolutely true. And because you get to pick, you're definitely going to pick the best one. You're going to pick Oldhim. I know it. So thank you for supporting Guardians.
Yeah,
here.
don't be like me and pick Prism, because she is a little sussy in the format, if not fun. Prizing, though, is on the line, as always, with all the callings here on the World Tour. It is a lot going on here. If you get first, 5,000 USD in prize money, but that prize purse goes all the way down to 32nd. You also get gold foil, legendaries, PTIs, and of course, World Tour points. And the Player of the Year race is pretty interesting this early on in the season.
Yeah, it really is. These World Tour points are very valuable to a lot of these players. We see a lot of international players traveling to all of these callings because they really want to be competing for those World Tour points to become Player of the Year.
But if you don't get them, you can nab yourself a tournament pack. This is an all-new participation prize just for competing in major events. If you thought your gem packs or your armory were pretty sweet, because they are, this is a souped-up version of that.
Yeah, it's just so exciting. Lots of cool alternate art for cards or full art. Just awesome, and really just, amazing participation prize for entering one of these World Tour events.
And of course, if you are good enough to win the Calling Jakarta, you will not only get all the money and the points we explained, and of course the PTI, because yeah, you probably should go play on the Pro Tour if you're good enough to win a Calling. You also get a trophy as the champion, and my goodness, it just gets better. A gold foil quick dodge flexes in a very fancy box, I might add.
Yes, we've seen a few quick dodge flexers on stream the other day. None of these Calling champion ones, but I assure you these are absolutely beautiful. I've seen a few of these in person. These are amazing cards.
They are. I think the thing I fear the most is that I know for a fact that Jacob Clements has won one of these, because I was there at the Calling when he won in Silver Age. And Jacob Clements has a tendency to unsleeve his cards and put them in the equipment zone.
Oh no. Don't do that with this one.
Well, is still running around in the Calling, as we'll have a note just later, but hopefully we don't see a gold foil unsleeved quick dodge flexes anytime soon. But you know what? If you're good enough to win the Calling and win that prize, I suppose you can do whatever you want with those quick dodge flexes.
Yeah, those really great prizes. So really excited to see who is able to take those down here as we play out the last 4 rounds of Swiss and into the top 8 today.
Yep, well, I've got even more to show you, though. We talked about the giveaways that are happening on this stream, but there is an upcoming giveaway winning a brand new card that we haven't seen before. Maybe take a look. So if you didn't catch it just then, Drinking Buddy is a brand new card that is going to be given away on every World Tour stream. This version of the card currently can only be won by watching the World Tour stream. Every single day of the stream, one of these cold foil hot stamped promos will be given away. And this is such a fun one.
It's such a fun card. Obviously, it is intended for a bit more of a fun format. Some of those like Ultimate Pit Fight games. When it attacks a hero, you can search your deck for a potion or a brew, put it into the arena, and your opponent gets to do it too. All of your opponents do, and if they do, this card gets Go Again. You get some Drinking Buddies, you get Go Again. It's a fun card, great artwork. We even get to see our boy Toughnut in there, who we watched making his first Day 2 calling.
That's true. Found a Drinking Buddy, and hopefully Day 2 is looking good for Toughnut as well. Yeah, this is very sweet. And again, this version of the card, the hot stamp and the cold foil, is currently only available by watching the stream. So starting with the World Premiere Prague, that's May 22nd through 24th, which I'm sure we're all going to be watching anyway, because there's a brand new set and a bunch of fun stuff happening on that stream. And if you're watching one of those days, you could just win one of these for fun. I don't think there's going to be very many of these out there in the world when all is said and done.
Yeah, you definitely want to be tuning into these World Tour, the World Premiere at Prague, and as well as all future World Tour events for your chance to win that cold foil hot stamped Drinking Buddies.
I think one of the things that really endeared me to Flesh and Blood as I started playing more and honestly watching more, because that was I'm someone that just watches a bunch of coverage. And if you want to do that too, we have a lot of events for you to go and watch. There are many things happening in the world of Flesh and Blood. New sets, new cards, fancy things, but $2 million USD for the World Tour. That is the total prize purse for this year of competition. And yeah, look, if you live, I don't know, just about anywhere in the world short of Antarctica, I think we can probably find a calling for you to go and play at. Sao Paulo is going to be our last classic constructed calling for this format before the world premiere in Prague, where Omens will debut and of course be available as a set to play in that calling.
Yeah, we definitely want to keep our eyes on not only the results this weekend, but also next weekend in Sao Paulo. That will have some pretty big implications on heroes that may or may not hit Living Legend before the next set releases.
That Auckland, of course, the Silver Age Showdown going to be there. Nats in Minneapolis for the USA, and then Shinjuku can have a CC calling as well. But there's more, don't you worry. Pro Tour Las Vegas going to be CC and Omens of the Third Age Draft. I know a lot of pro players, or maybe just players in general, are very excited at Cracks and Packs again.
Yeah, we haven't had draft at a major Pro Tour or Worlds level event for a little bit now, and so really excited to get back and work on drafting, cracking some packs.
Edinburgh, Bangkok, Hamburg, Kansas City. Don't worry, there's more. There's a set 20 going to be world premiering in Seoul, South Korea. An incredible city if you've never been, and even better when you get to play some Flesh and Blood along the way.
Yeah, we had such we're going to have such a packed summer with lots of events, and then right into fall we get next set premiere, and it keeps on rolling.
It certainly does. Again, if you want to play Flesh and Blood, you can keep on going. If you're good enough to maybe qualify for the World Championship at the end of the year, you will find yourself in Paris. And good news, if you scrub out of the tournament, you have a great city to explore.
Yes, Paris, one of the great cities of the world. Obviously, so many sites, so much culture, so much history there. So even if you're not playing in the World Championships, make sure you make the trip out there to see the sites and the city and just enjoy Flesh and Blood.
And the side events as well, because there's always a lot going on at any Flesh and Blood tournament, whether you're playing in the main event or not. And to that effect, you should probably get some tickets right now, at least for these upcoming events. This early bird weekend has been a thing this year, and these are just value, and we all know Flesh and Blood players love value.
I think we had a player with sleeves that talked about how much they love value yesterday, and so if you like value just like them, make sure you pick up one of these early bird packages for any events that you're going to be going to. If you do, you get a free event voucher ticket whenever you buy during the early bird weekends.
Yes, perhaps you're playing in the calling, want to go ahead and get entry for that. Get yourself an extra bronze event voucher, a silver event voucher, and of course a couple of these pretty shiny bits of cardboard as well.
Oh yeah, lots of cool new cards from the new set, the extended art version, the cold foil, rainbow foil versions. I'm really looking forward to picking up some of these at the next calling.
And of course, you could simply go again and just get yourself an extra event ticket, because again, if you're showing up to play, especially if you know you're not going to be playing the calling, all your value is playing in those side events. So get involved, get your fancy bits of cardboard, and go right now. If you want to play in any of these events, or maybe all of them in Bangkok, Hamburg, or Kansas City, the early bird weekend is literally right now. Before you call your mother for Mother's Day, whether it's today or tomorrow, depending on where you are in the world, you should go ahead and get yourself registered for one of these tournaments.
Yes, definitely make sure that you get your early bird, get that free event ticket, and get that value.
and perhaps you are going, but you maybe aren't playing. You're going to represent the other side of Flesh and Blood as well. If you want to sign up to be a featured cosplayer, now is your time. Well, Premier Prague is closing soon, so you should get involved there. And of course, US Nats and Pro Tour Vegas are all there as well. This is a huge honor bestowed upon our very talented members of the cosplay community. But even if you are not selected as a featured cosplayer, just come and be part of that community anyway. And I said it yesterday and I'll say it again. Please play in the main event in your cosplay playing that hero.
Yeah, we'd love to see you on feature match in that cosplay as well. I just have such respect for the cosplayers. They really bring the game to life and really make it feel alive and exciting to go to these events and see all of the hard work and artistry that goes into crafting these cosplays.
Yep. For a game where I think so many players really resonate with heroes, you know, the decks they play, sometimes solely. You know, we see a lot of players at the highest level simply just main a deck forever and ever. And to have that kind of embodied by a living person who's put all this time and effort and craft into cosplaying an event is really incredible.
Yeah, it definitely really makes those weekends very special.
All right, well, Player of the Year is something I mentioned already. Let's have a sneak peek at the leaderboard, shall we? Because as we mentioned, World Tour points are on the line, and Brody Spurlock, he's done it again. Number one still here for the Americas.
Yes, he is slightly ahead, but there is a pretty tight pack right behind him with Yuki Lee Bender, Evan Herndon, and Chris Ioli, all within a few points of Brody Spurlock gunning for that top spot.
And then triple Michaels on the heels, 34 points apiece for Hamilton and Fang, and Michael Yasker, our defending world champion, 28 points. That is terrifyingly good players in the top 7 or so of this leaderboard.
I have definitely said that having the name Michael is kind of a cheat code in Flesh and Blood. Some of the best players in the world are named Michael, and here you see them reflected on the World Tour leaderboard.
Well, this is just America's. There's more where that came from, because Flesh and Blood is a game played around the world. Unsurprisingly, the person with the most points and in the lead for Europe is Jacob Clements.
And yeah, Jacob Clements with a very healthy lead here, and we see him go to so many different events and is doing amazingly well and very consistent. So well-deserved to be currently at the top, but it's a long season. There's plenty of time to catch up to him.
Yeah, certainly so. A lot of killers in this lineup as well as you move on through. Here's Asia Pacific. Gordon Coco did attend this event. I don't think he had the best event. No. So only 31 points. And Justin Koo, who's doing quite well, definitely in striking distance.
Yeah, Gordon unfortunately just barely missing out on day 2 by 1 placement. But we do see Justin Koo and Sam Sutherland both still alive in the tournament here. So they're hoping to pick up a few more of those World Tour points.
Yep, Eugene C, of course, also did not make day 2, unfortunately, with his trusty Reinar, but is going to be around with Reinar at more events in the future. Nova Chen running out the top 5 here for the Asia Pacific. Again, so many talented players across the world for Fab. As we have a look at the total leaderboard, Jacob Clements, my goodness, that is a lead and a half.
That is certainly a healthy lead, but of course there is a possibility for any of these players who are still on the board, or even those who aren't represented here. It's still a long season. You can spike a few events and get your name right in the mix as well.
Yep, there is a Pro Tour, a Worlds, and many callings before we get to the end of the season. So a lot to play for here. Again, Jacob off to a hot start, but Brody's just always around, isn't he?
He sure is. Yeah, he brought Vincent this weekend, and so unfortunately that didn't work out too terribly well for him. But you know, some of the other players still live to pick up a few more points.
Well, we can actually have a look at just how well Brody Spurlock and the other Vincent see, because let's have a look at the metagame. I love looking at what people are bringing to any given calling. So this is where we started. 170 players, 1 Tough Nut and a Dream.
1 Tough Nut and a Dream indeed. We see a pretty healthy spread here. Lots of variety in the heroes. And we saw some of the less represented heroes do extremely well. Obviously, we saw Tough Nut day 2. We saw Lyath make day 2. The one of there, I believe, the Fang made day 2.
Fang made day 2.
Of course, the usual suspects at the top of the meta, Victor, Arachne, Syndra, Dash.io, all did pretty well. Acilio didn't convert quite as well. We didn't see them have quite as much success.
Well, would you like to know just how well?
Yeah, let's see exactly how well here.
Here is our conversion into top 48, which is our day 2 field, and Acilio, 36% is not necessarily the one you would have picked.
Yeah, it's not quite as high. Not as something like Victor and Arachne, a little bit performing a bit better, and of course not as good as the best hero in the game, Tough Nut, at 100% conversion rate. You know, 100%, you can't argue with that. But no, this is definitely narrowed it down to some of the more high-level contenders, but as well, you know, some dark horses at the bottom of the fields that were, or the bottom of the representation rather, still looking to be able to compete with some of those top dogs.
Yeah, impressive to see 3 different warriors still in contention, potentially for top 8, making day 2 in Dory, Fang, and Kassai. Even Jarl is still lurking around Syndra. We did see a decent number of Syndras registered for this event, not converting all that well, but you can kind of expect a Ninja to maybe be in striking distance of the top tables. But again, top-heavy in a sense, in that the decks we expected obviously did convert relatively well. Victor certainly converting the best and is the most represented deck, but still plenty of options here as we move towards our final few rounds of play. Again, 4 rounds of Swiss into top 8, and that top 8 could look a number of different ways depending on how things go.
For sure, and definitely have some eyes on Victor for this weekend, because if Victor does manage to win this calling, it would mean that he is live to Living Legend next weekend at Sao Paulo. If he wins both callings, he will be gone.
He will be, and let's have a look at the standings for this calling, because we can see exactly where our players stand, which hero is where. Jason Rolfe, our sole undefeated 7-0, said he wanted to come here because he believed Victor was so good that he flew from the UK, which is extremely far from Indonesia if you're not too sure on your geography. And yeah, undefeated so far in Victor, making pretty good on that promise.
He said that he expected it to be a free top 8 with Victor, and so far he is certainly on track to do so. He looked very impressive the one time we had him on the feature match, was able to win that game with style, using a big overpowered Golden Sun to take the win. We also see Jake McCormack, who we had on feature as well. He was able to put together a pretty powerful day, going 6-1 on Kassai, the only Kassai in day 2. That's one of the heroes that I have my eye on. I think Kassai is really well positioned in the current meta and going forward into Omens.
And of course, GT Lee on Lyath, still X&1. Jacob Clements right below him at X&1. So Carl on stream as well playing Mario. Justin Koo still in striking distance at X&1. And there's even more names we can have a peek at here as we go through the X and 2s. Indonesian reigning national champion Odi Winata still alive, but might be a bumpy road.
Yes, all these players at 5-2 have a little bit of a tough path to get to the top 8. They're going to want to at least go 3-1 today in the 4 rounds of Swiss to give themselves a chance to get into that top 8.
We've got Dio floating around there. Sam Sutherland maybe looking to make good again on another calling top 8. And there is, of course, a Levia hanging around, as producer Ethan loves to point out.
Yes.
Still live. Technically still live.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see how the Levia builds have adapted. Obviously, they used Mandible Claw quite heavily in the past, and with KO hitting Living Legend, they no longer have access to his signature weapon, those Mandible Claws. So we'll be curious to see how Levia rebuilds the deck with those new restrictions.
Well, as we approach ourselves in top 8, I have to wonder, what could we possibly have put in the feature match for this first round of Swiss?
Well, considering it is Ethan who is picking some of the matches, I would imagine we've got a Levia coming in the first round.
It is going to be Shadow Brute on one side of the matchup versus Arrahman Marionette, if my memory serves me correctly, which I think is a good litmus test for any deck. So let's have a look here and introduce our players as we move into round number 8 on the weekend. Our first round of the day, though, 4 rounds of Swiss. This is going to be 1 of 4. It's Adrian Samyudia, our Levia hero, versus Josiah Cheah on Arrahman Marionette, the deck that just can't stop winning games of Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, Arrahman Marionette, obviously a very common deck in this format. A lot of players are opting to play this very disruptive, mid-rangey assassin. That's going to be tricky for Levia to handle. She often doesn't handle the disruption all that well. She really has that burden of needing to clear out her blood debt every turn. And so if Arrahman is able to string together some disruption, it could be lethal for Levia.
Yeah, let's have a look at the runs for these players, though, because in X2 we are going to have to do some winning here on day 2. Kicking things off, we win Fedora here against Levia, a loss actually to a different Kassai. Win against Slippy, a loss to Marionette, which is does not bode well for this current matchup. But then win versus Syndra Victor. That is somewhat surprising.
Yeah, a little surprising. I think those decks don't pack quite as much disruption as a Marionette. But now, of course, Adrian is going to be running into a second Marionette of the weekend. Lost the first time around. Let's see if he's able to turn his luck around and be able to take this win.
Yeah, of course, we'll see the run so far here for Josiah. It is a win versus Celia, which always feels good. Taking out Reiner. Winning against Bolton, again, lots of different heroes floating around, and then 2 losses in a row versus Victor and Arrahman Huntsman, and then rallied the day to still make day 2, taking out one of our Teklos and a Dorinthia.
Yeah, I think this shows just the variety in the metagame. You see 7 different heroes here. It has not faced a Levia before this, surprisingly enough, right? And so he maybe is a little out of practice in this matchup, and maybe that'll give some advantage to Levia.
Right, well, we've mentioned 7. That's how many heroes roughly Marionette is, but let's have a read of the other hero. Because Levia Shadowborn Abomination doesn't get on coverage all that often, although I will say is starting to sneak on more and more. So a Shadow Brute hero, a Brute hero with the Shadow talent. If a card with 6 or more might has been put into your banished zone this turn, cards you own lose blood debt during the end phase. Yep. Interesting. Why would I need my cards to lose blood debt, Charles?
Well, blood debt's a very damaging effect. It does hurt you quite a bit if you have these blood debt cards in your banner zone, which Levia does quite often. But these cards are very powerful. They benefit from this drawback. They have above average rates of stats in terms of damage output and cost. but they do have that drawback that Levia needs to kind of keep her engine going, keep banishing cards every turn, fill up her graveyard, banish cards out of the graveyard to keep that blood debt off in order to keep things moving.
Yeah, the numbers on the attacks get very, very big.
Yes.
For the fact that they are single cards. But on the other side, of course, it is Arrahman Marionette, been a mainstay on the calling coverage for quite a while. Your attacks with stealth that are attacking a marked hero get +1, and when this hits, this gets go again. And then the last bit might be a bit confusing because we can't see 6 other hero cards, but at the beginning of your end phase, if an opponent is marked, you become a random agent of chaos. And oh my goodness, there are uses for basically all of these.
Yes, there's many different varieties of the options that Arrahman Marionette has when he switches into different heroes. It can be more aggressively oriented, more defensively oriented, can get extra resources or extra like daggers. So a little unpredictable. Obviously, it's a Chaos Assassin, so Chaos has a little bit of unpredictability here, but it's still a very strong deck that a lot of players are opting to bring this weekend.
Yeah, tends to be step 1, mark them, step 2, question mark, step 3, T-Tox, step 4, profit. We'll see if that is the formula as we move on down to the feature match area for our first game of day number 2. Going to be a lot of lives on the line all game long as Levia takes on Marionette, who is going to be our first turn player here.
Does remember the Tunic. That's a good start.
Yep. Refreshed minds in day number 2. Little good night's sleep. That'll do you for remembering your Tunic.
Yeah, we see pretty standard equipment set up here with the Mask of Deceit, Tunic, Flick Knives, and the Black Tech Whispers out of Arrahman Marionette. And Levia has the normal brute suspects here, but with Hooves of the Shadow Beast in the foot slot to be able to get an extra action point whenever needed.
And of course, Hexagalore in the weapon slot, which is an interesting one. But you know what? As you mentioned, Mandible Claw not available there. Levia can't hold 2 fancy claws in both her hands, so it is Hexagalore instead, flailing along every now and then for some damage.
Yeah, Josiah opts not to make any attacks on that first turn. It's risky to give Levia a chance to block because then Levia can fill up her graveyard a little bit, and a lot of her cards require you to banish 3 cards out of your graveyard as a part of the additional cost to play them. And so if you allow her to fill up her graveyard sort of for free on this first turn, that could actually end up backfiring on you.
Yep, that is a common but a heads-up play here from Marionette. You can kind of think of it akin to Decompose, and there's only one Earth hero left in the game, and they don't care about Decompose nearly as much, at least in CC. So heads up to not move in, no filtering, no graveyard building, and again, Levia does kind of need to start stockpiling her graveyard, because once it gets rolling, the blood debt does not stop. I mean, one of two things happen. You die or your opponent dies.
Yes. Looking at, because we haven't had any cards played yet, the players are still considering their hands. I do see Adrian, he sends packing, sends Josiah packing.
Does now the Arsenal Inertia Trap being shifted out of there, not a bad one to kick out of the way.
Yes, you definitely would have liked to use that Inertia Trap in this instance, but obviously getting it sent away means it's going to come back to your hand if you are able to fully block this out. It's only 6 damage. It's pretty easy to block out. We do see Levia, have a little bit of a slow start, as you kind of expect before she gets that graveyard filled up. Her initial turns are maybe not quite as impressive as we're going to see a little bit later on.
And the thing you can think of, what do I want in my graveyard if I'm Levia? Well, you want cards that have 6s in the bottom left-hand corner. That's the easy way to think about it. And of course, if Send Packing does not connect, which it will not, thanks to those 2/3 blocks, CNC and Yellow Shred getting in the way, Inertia Trap goes back and no go again on that Send Packing. So Send Packing, will the pitch go to the bottom of the deck and 4 cards will be redrawn as we pass it on back.
So looking again at Adrian's equipment, he does have that the chest arm, the Savage Sash, which reduces the cost of your brute attacks. This was very common to see in KO. He wanted to assemble some big combo turns and play multiple wide. Typically, we see Levia running Carrion Husk instead, which has a big block value, especially against a deck like Arrahman Marionette, which might throw big attacks at you. But opting instead for that a bit more aggressive Savage Sash, maybe trying to play a big combo turn this game at some point. We'll keep an eye on that.
Certainly will. And Meat Madness, one of my favorite stealth attacks, a Chaos Assassin attack action. When it hits, you do something disruptive, but you get to find out when it hits.
Yes, you don't know. Is it going to banish card out of the hand, banish card out of the arsenal, or banish card off the top of the deck? You never know.
Two of the 3 of those things are quite good right now. And notably, banishing, even though blood deck cards do interact with the banish zone, at least for Levia, not in the way that she wants.
Yeah, there's not many cards that Levia can play from her banish zone. There are a few shadow cards that she could if Adrian is opting to play those in the list, but more often than not, banishing off the top of the deck would hurt Levia, actually. If a blood deck card gets banished, that could actually be very detrimental to her.
Yeah, so with an arsenal and a hand, which are 2 very common things to have in Flesh and Blood, 2 of these 3 results feel pretty good here. So even though it's random, this is a very efficient stealth attack for Arrahman Marionette. You see it in almost all of the lists, it feels like. Even though you could argue Slippy, who, of course, this card is from Slippy's Armory deck, gets a bit more value with that go again he can bestow to this kind of attack. Still very good as just a very cheap, disruptive piece that makes your opponent do this. Look at the cards in their hand and wonder, what on earth am I supposed to do?
Yeah, I think when we looked at Adrian, when he fanned out his hand, I think I saw a Blood Rush Bellows in there. That's one of, obviously, the big, powerful cards in Levia. It might be a little too early. He might not have enough of the graveyard fill to be able to fully utilize all of his attacks, and so maybe he's looking for a way to hold on to that Blood Rush Bellows and still kind of fill up the graveyard in the meantime.
Yeah, blocking can do that. And, overblocking sometimes can feel a bit bad, but against Assassin, you can sometimes insulate against those pesky attack reactions because it always looks like 3, but it's almost never just 3. Scowling Flashback going to be committed alongside the Savage Sash.
Wow, that's early use of the equipment. Typically, you expect to hold on to the equipment for a very critical moment later in the game. Adrian opting to use the Scowling Flashback here to intimidate Josiah to blunten any potential future attacks on this turn right off the bat. Both still at 40 to 40, not really under any pressure of dying anytime soon, but just really wanted to be aggressive with that equipment.
Yeah, big fan of keeping the hand, it seemed like. So Flick Knive's going to flick a Clave, Shred going to shred the Savage Sash, and that is bad news.
That is disastrous. I was just talking about how we were hoping for Adrian to have some big turn later on where he's able to combo the equipment, the resources from that Savage Sash into a big turn. But instead, this Shred reduces its armor, which means that even though it has Temper and 2 base, it now has 0. And when you have 0 armor and you're blocking with the Temper equipment, it's gone. It gets destroyed.
Yeah, unlike Blade Break, which happens right away, and Battle Worn, which leaves it around, Temper does not interact favorably with a few cards like Shred.
And he banished a card out of Adrian's hand with Meat Madness. It did not hit that Blood Rush Bellows, but still, that is very disastrous for Adrian here. He was not hoping for this to happen. He was really scared of this exact situation. That is why he used the Intimidate from the Scowling Fleshbag to prevent any kind of combat tricks.
And did fill up the graveyard in some ways, adding that equipment to it, although one piece, I guess, unintentionally. So is able to send this Boneyard Marauder over.
Yep. Boneyard Marauder coming in for 6 damage. This card is one of the better cards in Levia because it costs 1, it attacks for 6, above average rate here, but in this case, this is not best case use for it, right?
No.
You are still pitching 2 cards. All that graveyard fill that we were talking about earlier has kind of been wasted as they got banished here. And this wasn't really a particularly strong turn from Adrian. It just kind of treaded water.
Yep, 37 apiece as the life totals go, but can't feel good for losing that equipment early as up sticks and run.
Opting not to retrieve, doesn't want to use that extra pitch, only has the 2 pitch and not 1 extra.
Pitches a Codex, which is, I feel like a combination of good news or terrible news, depending on what you suspect they might have, but Hunter's Clave in for 5, go again. Thanks to that up 6 and run. Again, very efficient for a lot of these dagger pumps. One of the reasons Marionette started trending towards using the weapons. It wasn't maybe the obvious thing to do with this hero, but has certainly become the thing to do on Marionette.
Yeah, the weapons, especially in Graphene Chelistra, which you're able to equip from Orb Weaver Spinneret or the Spinneret version of the Agent of Chaos, is just really efficient. 1 for 1, go again. If your opponent is marked, it's a stealth attack, it's a dagger attack. It kind of checks all the boxes, and it's really optimal to be able to utilize these dagger pumps efficiently. Hunter's Clave is good, but it's still kind of pitching 2 to attack for 1, not quite at the rate you're looking for. But here, it works out pretty well.
Yeah, says a lot about a deck, how much they care about clearing a dagger slot and marking their opponent when they're willing to commit basically 3 equipment slots, 2 claves, and their flick knives in order to consistently hit their opponent and mark them.
Yes, it's so important. Marking and controlling the mark status of your opponent is very critical to success when playing or acting Marionette.
All right, so the Clave does hit for 5. Down to 32 goes Adrian, and now 4 more is coming in over the top.
And this is not looking great for Adrian because he definitely wants to keep that Arsenal card. He prioritized that early. He's lost quite a bit of his armor, obviously on kind of trying to cash it in the last turn, and it kind of backfiring here. So this 4 damage breakpoint is going to be tough to cover without using a little bit more of the armor. But at that point, you're using a lot of armor really early on in the game, and you may not have it later on when you might need it.
And the thing I love about Marionette is this exact situation where you're marked, you're getting hit by a pretty disruptive on-hit, right? Leave no witnesses is little baby CNC. You can use the defense reactions, but my goodness, is this good when it connects. But the thing is, if you just stay marked, you kind of get put in the blender again, and Arachne gets to roll into a different agent. So kind of a tough decision. And this is the trademark of assassins in FleshandBlood, right? Just put you in forks that you do not want to be in. And Adrian, whether he blocks or not, is kind of in a pickle.
Yeah, it's a tough situation. Obviously, you don't want to lose your arsenal card. One whole card is very valuable, but if you remain marked, then Arrahman Marionette gets to go into one of those Agents of Chaos, and then potentially that could be very devastating on a future turn.
All right, leave no blocked out thanks to the hooves and a 3-block from hand. Again, filling the graveyard a little bit, but we're going to roll, and that's a 2. I was looking for the 3, wide-eyed for that potential Orb Weaver, but instead, we move on in to a different Agent of Chaos.
This is the funnel web, so threatening the arsenal next turn as well. Adrian better be like, well, I might want to try to clear out my arsenal if at all possible.
All right, here's Blood Rush Bellows, the signature brute action. Draw 2, discard some, and if you hit a good one, you can keep on going.
You didn't quite catch what he discarded, but there was only 1 card left, so no
True.
randomness there. So there's a 6. Coming in with a Dread Screamer out of Arsenal. That's one of the powerful go-again attacks with Blood Debt, but does require you to have enough cards in your graveyard to banish in order to cast it here. And as long as one of these cards that gets banished is a 6-power attack, it's going to gain go-again. I believe that's guaranteed at this point. I think there's enough 6s in the graveyard.
Yeah, seems like it is. So go again here for this 6-power attack. Pretty efficient as a 2-cost Shadow Brute action. But again, as you mentioned, do need fuel, and that is banishing 3 cards from graveyard typically.
Yeah, coming in for 8 thanks to the Blood Rush Bellows. And what blocks does Josiah want to use here? This does not have any particular on-hit, but it is still pretty big damage, especially if Adrian wants to follow it up with another attack or with the Hexagore.
Yeah. 1 floating as well, and at least a card in hand. So I think maybe 2 if I recall correctly. So I think Adrian looking to send something else after this.
Josiah is not particularly interested in having this funnel web for next turn, so he's going to use the Mask of Deceit to go into a different agent of his choice.
Any guesses?
Black Widow?
Oh.
Black Widow or Trapdoor would be the common choices here. Trapdoor, obviously, if you need a bit more defense, but I think Josiah is thinking, yeah, Adrian's having a good turn here, but he's able to... It's just vanilla damage. It's not disruption. Yep. It's not threatening cards out of his hand. It's not in any way disrupting him. So Josiah's like, my hand's pretty good. I'd rather go into Black Widow. And, yep, I'm going to be at a life deficit right now, but I'm going to more than make up for that with this big 5-card hand that he's about to send back.
Yep, little Baby Bella's turn puts Josiah down to 23, but Black Widow is, I would argue, the most threatening of the Agents of Chaos.
Yes.
Obviously, Trapdoor, good on defense. Obviously, Orb Weaver, good for setting yourself up. But this one really just gets you right away, as Cut from the Same Cloth is going to show off the hand and give Josiah the info of what do I have to play around next turn and how much block do you have to play with.
So here's the tough part about playing Levia, is you already have 2 Blood Debt. So if you do not activate your hero power, if you don't banish a 6, you're going to be taking 2 damage at the end of your turn. And so Josiah is going to be throwing some disruptive attacks here with the Black Widow. And if Adrian blocks too many cards and isn't able to activate it, Adrian's going to take extra damage from this.
And I was wondering why we didn't go to Orb Weaver and went to Black Widow. That's because Orb Weaver Spinner was in hand. So the Talister was ready to go, and now Kiss of Death for 10 is on the combat chain.
That is very powerful. We do see a Stains of the Red back in hand for Josiah, which is going to be able to be played for free thanks to the mark on Adrian. That is going to pump it up to at least 13 go again.
Yep.
And you can discard the other card to trigger the trigger the hero power, the mark of the Black Widow.
And then it gets even worse because you can pop the Tunic, roll in Talister, and flick the Kiss of Death.
Which
still
it is
a dagger.
retains the on-hit of the Black Widow, because this is the full attack. This is not an attack proxy layer, not to get too technical on the rules, which is what happens with weapons, but this attack would retain all of its text, including the Black Widow effect. This is the best kind of combo that you can do with Arrahman Marionette.
Yep. I think every time Mask of Deceit blocks, their opponent picks Black Widow, because if they're marked, you do get to pick when it blocks with it. Such a fun little bit of equipment. The block value is nice to have. It's usually not the thing you're too concerned about. This is the scenario you never want to be in. And unfortunately for Adrian, round 1 of day 2 of this calling, that is exactly the situation Levia finds themselves in.
Yeah, Josiah's sitting pretty here. He knows what is in Adrian's hand. It's basically just a bunch of attack cards. There's no defense reaction. There's no trickery here. It's really just cards that have some block value and some offensive power if Adrian holds on to them. But given the play lines that we're seeing out of Josiah, he's not going to be able to hold on to too terribly many of those.
4 cards, if they all block for 3, 1 plus 3 is already bigger than that number. So the math checks out that keeping cards in hand here is going to be very tough for Adrian.
Yes, it is, unless he wants to take a ton of damage. And he's definitely considering exactly how much damage he's going to take if he just says no blocks.
Is it take damage, lose 2 cards, or take damage, less damage, and lose more than 2 cards? You get to pick some of them, potentially going into your graveyard. I guess you get to pick the banished ones as well. So it's not all bad.
It's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. All right. So thinking, 32 life feels like a decent buffer, actually threatening to lose the life lead immediately if you tank the full 10. And as everyone suspects at least face up from the Black Widow, it is going to be more than 10.
Yeah, it's pretty clear that it's at least 13 here because any card can be discarded, or any assassin card rather, can be discarded of the Black Widow effect, which most of the cards are assassin cards in the deck. So you've got to imagine that at least that is coming through, at which point that's going to take another card out of your hand. Adrian should probably just be considering full blocking.
Yeah.
Just put all 4 cards down. Yes, that does mean you're going to take damage from the Blood Debt. That doesn't feel great, that you don't get to turn off the Blood Debt. You're basically taking 2 extra damage, but the alternative is much worse.
Yeah, and if you get Blood Debt cards banished instead of in your graveyard where you may actually want them, you'll take even more Blood Debt.
Indeed, yes. Yeah, if the Black Widow effect actually banishes cards out of your hand, that's less graveyard fill that you might need for a future turn.
Adrian mulling it over, but feels like the hand might look desirable, might look tempting, but I think in this spot, you cannot be tempted. This is just Marionette presenting a number that is too big for you to do anything other than lay down the hand on the combat chain. Put him all sideways and plop him in front of Kiss of Death.
And Josiah knows it too. He's looking very comfortable here, knows what's up.
Yeah, the stains is the thing that obviously we know about that Adrian doesn't know about. Because you don't think necessarily that, oh, that's true. There's Black Tech actually that could maybe give it go again. So it is all face up.
Yeah.
If you want to think about it that way.
Yeah,
As I mentioned, 13 is more than 12.
You can definitely use Black Tech Whispers if needed. I mean, even if you full block, Adrian or Josiah is still able to get over Adrian's block, even if you put all 12 block down, unless he commits some equipment, which seems unlikely at this point because you want to be using your equipment on a turn when you really want to protect your hand or block some important on hit, not just to save damage here.
All right, gonna go with, kind of the halfway house, and that does not feel good.
Yeah, opting to block 8 here, which is interesting because Josiah definitely is going to be able to pump this up with at least the Black Widow.
So here's stains. It
There's
is
the stains.
free thanks to the mark that is still on. So now going to give it go again and make it a bit bigger. This is red stain, so +3, 13 go again now. There's more. Activate Black Widow, discard to the point, and make it 16 on hit, banish a card. And there's, I can't believe I'm saying this, more where that came from. Also, by the way, Kiss of Death does deal an extra damage on hit. I did forget to mention that.
Sure does. Sure, turns out there's other text on that naturally, not just dagger attack.
Yeah, going to take 9 net here, all the way down to 23. And banish card.
Suddenly, the life totals are tied, and Josiah is still going to make another attack here.
Josiah explaining to his opponent, this is how it works, and the subtext of this is, you are in trouble, but you are no longer marked.
That is true. That is a small comfort. Adrian is looking like he's going to be banishing. Is he going to banish a Blood Debt card? That will be bad. Okay.
With the resource, I'll swing graphene for 1.
All right, that's that Shirui we mentioned. And as we also mentioned, Kiss of Death is a dagger, so Flick Knives, with all that text still on it, is going to flick it in. Yeah, this is at least block this one, because you know what's happening. One more for the flick, one more banish. That one is going to get avoided thanks to Sea-Legs getting the lead of Telicera, but you lose your entire hand, take a bunch of damage down to 21, and your opponent gets a draw back up and do it all again next turn, maybe.
Yeah, interesting. Adrian opting to banish a Blood Debt card. This means he's going to be taking some extra damage here from that Blood Debt. Opted very intentionally into that, and it seems like he's angling towards the Blasmafet Levia Consumed Demi-Hero. So this is an effect that is not currently present on board, and because this remains in your inventory. It's kind of in your sideboard that you don't submit into your deck. But whenever you would take Blood Debt that drops you down to 13 life exactly, you may instead opt to transform into Blasmafet Levia Consumed. And when you do that, you have a bit more power that we'll talk about a bit more when and if it happens.
Yep.
But notably, you need to be above 13 life and then have Blood Debt trigger. If you get dropped below 13 life before that Blood Debt, thanks to, say, an attack from Josiah, your option of doing that is gone.
Yeah, it's kind of some tricky math to navigate, and you do have to do it correctly, which feels really tough against Assassin in particular, who is just so good at presenting funny numbers all the way down. Pitching under the trapdoor here to send in the clave. And this one is for 5, because, of course, cut from the same cloth. A different one this time. It did hit the combat chain first. Well, not exactly. It's on the combat chain to represent the damage. It got played. Show the hand, pump the dagger, and give you the same situation. And 5 minus 18 is 13, which, as we've discussed, is not the number you want to start your turn at.
Right. You
you're
want to
trying to
start
flip.
somewhere above 13. So Adrian really needs to be looking to block a lot of this. But of course, Josiah has flick knives. Josiah has the option of attack reactions, which makes this block very difficult. And Josiah's got all the information. He was able to look at Adrian's hand thanks to this cut from the same cloth. So he knows what he's up against. But now it's up to Adrian to find the optimal block to be able to maybe be able to transform into Blasmafet next turn and maybe have a chance at clawing back into this game.
A little peek what we're working with. One of those is Call to the Grave. That is a 2-block. Beast Within, Pound of Flesh, and another blue. And again, all these cards might be fun to play with, though this hand doesn't particularly convert all that well on offense. But at this point, there is a different game that Adrian is trying to play in a pretty desperate situation, given how good that opening Kiss of Death was.
Yes, that was definitely exactly how you draw it up from the Arrahman Marionette side. With that 16 damage, on hit, banish card from your hand, on hit, take 1 life, and with go again and flick and do those on hits again.
Yep.
Very powerful 5-card hand, and you know, because of just the relatively vanilla damage that came out of Adrian, it was just 8 damage on a Blood Rush into another attack for 8, but no disruption, no on hits. That was really relevant here. Josiah was able to keep that full hand and really punish him.
Yeah, it's funny. We did read Levia's hero text at the top of this round. I guess we forgot to tell you there are other things that Levia can be later on in the game coming out of the inventory. There's, I think, 2 demi-heroes for Levia.
Yes, it's one card that there is like a flipped over version of it. So there's Blasmafet Levia Consumed, which we talked about here. And the other side is Levia Redeemed. So this has a different condition. You need to have a lot of Blood Debt cards in your banish cards. You need 13 or more in your Blood Debt. Then this will put your hero's health back to 8. So presumably you're lower than 8, so you can hopefully gain some life. And then it turns off all of your Blood Debt. Your cards lose Blood Debt. So you're now safe from Blood Debt forever, but you can't really ever swing your Hexagore weapon at that point, because then you take the full 6 on the back end, and that's not how you draw it up.
Yeah, 3/4 of your own life to swing your weapon. That'll be a very funny way for the game to end.
It is possible.
Swinging on in for the final desperation move, but desperation may be the name of the game right now for a poor Levia player. Just back in the blender against Assassin, considering blocks, and all of them look terrible because that's how Assassin kind of goes sometimes.
Yeah, no matter what your option is, there's ways for Assassins to punish you, and you don't know what they've got, but they've got options of playing around any configuration of block that you may have. So now Josiah is considering exactly how it looks like. Adrian is blocking for, is it for 5 or 6? 6. 2 of 3 blocks here, so slightly over blocking here.
Yeah, usually it's more than 1 if Assassins have an attack reaction, but this attack already has Go Again. There's a 1 resource floating around. Chalisra can come on in. There's no Mark currently, but there's no Claves actually to flick around. So a little bit of more work to be done perhaps here for Marionette, but options still, there's something else coming, just a matter of what is it. Oh, T-Tox actually going to pump this up.
All right, bringing this up to 8, so that's currently 2 points over, and that's going to apply the mark to Adrian, which means if he wants to then use the 1 resource to give the Chalisra a go again, he can poke in for another damage, and then maybe finish his turn with whatever card is left in his hand if it's another attack, or in worst case for Adrian, Codex of Frailty here at the end of this chain would be disastrous.
That would be disastrous. Don't want to be seeing that one. So in for 1 now, and T-Tox notably, only the first part of this very good attack reaction does get used. It is
here stealth attacks, and this not just stealth attack actions, stealth attacks, which includes the dagger here.
potentially text on this Marionette hero.
There is a lot of text across 7 different heroes. It does quite a bit.
All right, well, down to 16 already, taking that 2, getting marked by Hunter's Glaive, and now 2 more being presented thanks to Marionette's passive base hero text.
Yeah, and of course with the Flick Knives available, should Josiah choose to use it, and the 2 damage coming in, that's enough to drop Adrian to that 13 life threshold, which prevents the Blasmafet from triggering if Adrian drops a slow. He needs to put some card in front of here, otherwise just on board, Josiah is able to turn off Blasmafet.
And getting to enough blood debt for redeemed also seems quite tricky.
Yep, that seems very unlikely.
So block for 2, Call to the Grave gets in the way.
Call to the Grave, one of the premier ability cards that fills up your graveyard here, but here just blocking for 2, definitely not ideal. And we see a Mark of the Black Widow coming in for Josiah, and this threatens to really disrupt Adrian's last card. He basically has to block with it, otherwise it would get banished anyway.
Yep, on hit banish at a breakpoint thanks to Marionette's +1. Basically then gets in the way. Mark goes off, no reactions. Nothing in the hero box this time because we are regular base Arachne. There's no extra attack reactions.
Okay, so Adrian is going to be able to flip into Blasmafet here because he's still at 15, which is above 13, and he's going to take 2 Blood Debt, and then when he does that, he's going to flip into Blasmafet. Now, the way this card works is once you've transformed in this, instead of taking damage from your Blood Debt, you no longer take damage from that. Instead, you banish cards from the top of your deck. And then anytime a card gets banished, it gets turned face down in your bench. So it doesn't kind of contribute to more and more Blood Debt. And additionally, you can cast 1 card with Blood Debt from your banish per turn, kind of for free. You basically have an extra card in your hand, which is why Adrian was so willing to give a Blood Debt card into banish earlier, because he knew it would basically be drawn later on once he transforms into Blasmafet.
Yeah, it does have 13 life as well. So isn't going to go any more.
Yeah, he can't really get any more Blood Debt cards in his banish because they'll all get turned face down as soon as they hit there. So his banish is kind of set. He's not going to be able to put more cards to draw, but it also means Hexagore is always going to be dealing quite a bit of damage to Adrian. He's never going to get above 6 Blood Debt, which means swinging that is going to be very painful.
Yeah, which kind of means even though you have some extra resources available to you, they're quite limited in this game, right? It's just kind of what you had when they started. And again, this game hasn't been played for that many turns. It's turn 5 as Josiah goes swinging in again. And you're already down to 13, already done your flip. So not maybe the wealth of attacks you would have wanted access to.
Yeah, Josiah here over pitching has pitched a red layer of the spider along with a blue, I believe that's Whittle to the bone. Over pitching here just because he wants to get that trap out of his hand. He is in the driver's seat. He wants to be aggressive, and so you want to get those trap cards out of your cycle, out of your rotation, so that you have more space for these offensive cards. You don't want to clog up your arsenal with a defense reaction if you don't anticipate too many attacks coming through.
Incision means Hunter's Glaive comes in for 4, down to 9 now for Adrian. Hasn't done damage since basically blocking out that first kiss to death, but the flip has happened. Remarked though, so the roll will happen for a new Agent of Chaos. And it is going to be Chelicera, which we don't need right now. But still good. Still pumps an attack.
Still potent. He's able to maybe flick the Chelicera next turn and then recreate it if needed. And of course now he's freed up his arsenal for whatever card he chose to keep down there. Didn't want to keep that trap in the rotation there to gum it up. Wants to have a big push turn next turn with a full 5-card hand if Adrian allows him to do it.
I believe it also makes Chelicera dagger attacks or Chelicera attacks a little less expensive.
Yeah, they cost 0 with
pretty good
there, so able to potentially make multiple Chelicera attacks without requiring a pitch next turn.
Well, big graveyard, 6 in for this Dread Screamer. We have to do a little bit of banishing first. Pick a couple of these, pick a couple of these. I like this. No rolling die, just pick them out, you know, get them involved.
All right, there's definitely a 6 in there. I see a Send Packing among others.
And now Dread Screamer gets go again.
And they do get turned face down because of the Blasmafets. They don't contribute to anything else, but you do confirm that there is a 6, so Dread Screamer will get the go again.
And oh goodness, Hoofbeats of the
Hooves of the Shadow Beast.
That's the one. The reverse of what I said.
Yes, and this is so once a 6 gets banished, you can destroy this to gain an action point. Basically, get a go again, get an extra action point here whenever you do the banish 6, which Levia does quite often.
Yep. Everyone's got little Snapdragon scales of their own, huh?
Yeah,
and
this is
is
definitely
Levia's.
a bit better than your average Snapdragons.
Yeah.
A little bit different condition, but also has Battle Worn 1 and gives you a full action point rather than just go again. So you're able to gain an additional action point even when it already had go again, or if there's something pesky like an Arclight Sentinel, which clears up your action point, you're still able to regain it here.
I wouldn't know anything about that beautiful card. Graveling gonna send on in. A little bit more damage, perhaps. One more action point left. Graveling Growl, pretty big. 7 for 1 for a red.
Yeah,
Does have a little condition, but of course has been fulfilled this turn.
Okay, this is the kind of turn that we really wanted to see out of Adrian, right? He's going 3 wide here. He's able to attack with Strongest Survive. Now, this actually is a disruptive attack. If this hits, your opponent is going to discard a card unless they reveal an attack that has greater than the amount of damage that this deals. Now, Arachne Marionette does not have too many big attacks. Like, if you already have a 7-power attack in your hand, that's fine. You can just reveal that. But there's not too many 7-power attacks in an Assassin deck.
No, you have to take the damage too in that scenario. So Josiah down to 13, going to do some blocking.
Yeah.
And Blood Deck going to banish up the top because that's what Blasmafet does say you have to do instead.
Yeah, so Adrian definitely showing the power here of Blasmafet, is able to put together a pretty strong turn. Lots of damage coming to Josiah, forced some blocks as well. Now, of course, he's still at a life total deficit. It is still 9-13 in favor of Arachne Marionette. And Josiah has 2 cards here to attack back.
Yep, third, cut from the same cloth. All found pretty early and all pretty good. Very efficient 0-for-4 pump for your daggers. And we know Chalystra is certainly coming in this turn.
Yeah, cut from the same cloth is such a good card. Obviously, just one card for 4, but also the value of looking at your opponent's hand cannot be understated.
No, very high.
It's so valuable in a game like this, in just Flesh and Blood in general, seeing what your opponent is doing, what kind of reactions they might have, what kind of tricks they have on offense, and what you need to play around so that you can inform how you block on your future turn as well.
Now Chalystra comes in for 5.
With go again, thanks to the mark on Levia here.
Yep, instead of Marionette, it's its own text, so it's on attack instead of when it attacks instead of on hit. But all the same here. Also does cost nothing, thanks to All Weaver, and we still have potential flicks on the table. See what else Josiah has cooked up. But again, this is efficient enough. 5 damage is more than half of Adrian's current life total.
Yeah, that's definitely getting dicey here for Adrian. He's got to be very worried about taking extra damage here because, you know, this could represent lethal, right? If a to the point is a 4 damage pump or even any 3 damage pump such as Scar Tissue combined with the Flick Knives could represent the full 9 damage here that's lethal.
Yep, if there's another attack or even just enough to pitch for the Hunter's Clave to send it in and give you a dagger to throw that is not on the active chain link, then some options available here. You generally don't want to get too close to 1 against any deck running Flick Knives, whether it's an Assassin or a Ninja. So again, Adrian put to the test, and all the blocking decisions just feel very tough. This is, I think, a situation many players find themselves in, staring down Arachne Marionette.
Yes, Josiah, you may want to consider flicking the Hunter's Clave here and then discarding your card to create another Graphene Chalystra and swinging it. Now, normally you don't want to go down to 0 Hunter's Claves in an Arachne Marionette deck because that's so valuable to be able to mark your opponent and just have guaranteed go again on a dagger. But when your opponent's this low, you got to imagine that's definitely on his mind. Yep,
Can just keep the pressure going. Kind of a situation you don't expect to be in all the time, but certainly one that would work out. 21.5 minutes left in this round, but life totals are pretty low. Don't think we're going to get too close to the round time at this go-round.
I got to imagine that no matter either way, this game is going to be determined in the next turn or 2 here. If Josiah is able to keep out the pressure here and really force some blocks out of Adrian, he may just fall over to some of the chip damage from Josiah on a subsequent turn, but if Adrian's able to pull together something, Josiah doesn't have a ton of life total to work with either here at 13. And we know the extra value from the Plasma that basically means Adrian has an extra card in his hand every turn.
All right, well, I believe no blocks was the call.
That's risky. That's scary.
Take 5, down to 4.
Josiah, that's fine.
Unmark
My attack
me,
has go
please.
again, so he's still able to do more, although he doesn't have any resource floating, just has 1 from the Tunic, so he's not able to attack with Hunter's Clave, and he's not able to make a Chalystra because he doesn't have an open weapon slot.
Yep, so gonna just put that card in Arsenal and say, you know what, 4 is low enough. I can probably figure it out next turn with my 5-card hand. So Adrian did keep the full 4, and of course has 1 hiding in the banish as well, thanks to Plasmafet's ability. So can we cook up another big one? Gonna need it here.
Yeah, gonna need a big turn here to really force out some extra blocks out of Josiah to keep that pressure off of him. And Josiah definitely taking the safer line, the more conservative line, not flicking away your last Clave, not trying to push a few extra points here, opting to send Arsenal and just say, I can get back to this next turn.
All right, 6 go again on the chain. Big old brute attack. Sea legs in the pitch. And big damage coming on through. Again, not a lot of life here for Marionette. And blocks depends on how many defense reactions you put in your deck for the matchup. But blocks decently well, but not the best ever. Certainly the armor doesn't block all that well. So put some cards in front of it. Gauntlets are popped. And we go in with a Blood Debt attack. Figuring it out. Little 2-wide chain. Oh my goodness, that is a big number.
Yeah, this is the efficiency of Levia. You're able to send pretty big attacks. Obviously, it has 6 baseline, the Boneyard Marauder, plus 1 from the Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex, and 2 from the Bear Destruction. So all of that becomes 9. So that's still pretty good. You know, did a 4-card 15. Pretty good rate, all things considered.
Didn't even have all the cards in hand. Just popped one out of the banish zone real quick. Shades of Vincent in Blasphemous mode here for Levia. So damage is taken all the way down to 4 apiece now. But Josiah has to think that your my cards versus your 4 life, that's a bet I'm willing to make.
Yes, if Josiah is able to put together a moderately aggressive turn here. He's going to be able to force out some blocks from Adrian, probably chip in a few points, maybe get a flick knives in, and then you got to imagine the writings on the wall at that point. But we'll see what Josiah's got cooked up in his remaining 3 cards.
All right, so Tunic used and Dagger charges on in, and there's no mark this time. So this is just one face up, no go again.
Right
now.
Right now, that is true. There's several different ways that this could game go again, and you've got to imagine that Josiah is assuming that one of them is going to work out for him. You can flick the Hunter's Clave to mark your opponent. You could play a Stains in the Redback. I believe that would work on any stealth attack.
I think I know this correctly, because I know base Marionette gives go again on hit if they're marked.
Yes.
I believe Chelicera only gets the go. Can Chelicera get the go again retroactively? Because there is a clave ready. Yeah, I didn't think that worked. So
no, that
you can't
that
do
is
it that way.
on
It has to be.
attack.
Yeah, exactly. It has
When
to be when
this
you start attacking.
attacks, right.
So the flick knives mark can happen in reactions, but that would be good for 1 damage and a mark, which wouldn't be good enough for go again right now, but could be good enough for go again if the Marionette little passive text can hold on in.
So that's Stains of the Redback is an option here if you had it, or the Black Tech Whispers, or is that attack actions only?
That is a wonderful
Black
question.
Tech
We'll find out
Whispers
soon.
is target assassin attack action card.
Okay.
So it does not work there. It's not looking for stealth. It's looking for assassin attack action.
No dragon scale of flight path, shall we say.
Right, but also
Still pretty good.
Yes.
Different battle-worn boots.
A couple options here. Obviously, Adrian is going to need to be considering blocking this. You know, it could just be Josiah has a couple pump spells.
Yeah.
And this, it looks like 1, but it's actually 7 or 8 damage coming in as a potential threat here. So you got to imagine Adrian's thinking, well, I probably need to put at least 1 card in front of this, maybe 2.
And you can see at the top of the graveyard right there, a little Tarantula Toxin, which conveniently cares about daggers and stealth attacks, which, wouldn't you know it, Griffin Chelicera happens to be both of those. So only 1 seen so far, and it wasn't even played for quote-unquote full value.
Yeah, only for the 3 value back then. But of course, this would represent a potential 6-point swing if it does -3 on the opposing blocking card and +3 on the dagger itself.
This gets +1 if I'm marked.
It's just a question of how many pumps. You arsenaled 1, you have 2 cards in hand. It looks so innocent, it's just 1.
That 1 could very quickly become 13.
Yeah. It's never just 1. Look back through the graveyard again. Again, that does feel like, as Charles very deftly predicted, it's about a turn and a half left in this game, and this is going to be one of those. Either is it the half or is it the turn? How much time do these players have left? Because the life totals are low, and blocks must be made, and the assassin, once again, is asking questions you don't know the answer to.
Yeah, it would feel so bad if you just block with multiple cards here and then just gives go again and makes another follow-up attack. Or if you don't block this at all and then Josiah plays multiple pumps. That also feels terrible. It's kind of a no-win situation here for Adrian.
Most of the pumps are 3, right? You can reasonably say, okay, well, the average one is at least +3. So you definitely have to put at least 1 point of block in front of this.
Otherwise, that a single pump just spells your doom.
That would
here.
be quite the bluff.
Yes.
Just send on in. Use the tunic, not pitching. Just, it's just 1. It's actually 1 this time.
And there's also just a +1 from Flick Knives marking Adrian. Would turn on the Arachne Marionette hero power, give the dagger +1. So you can very easily just get that up to at least 2.
And 1 damage as well from the flick itself. No way to prevent it, most likely, in this deck. So we're going to move on in with a couple of bits of blocking and equipment. That looks like 7 block on the table right now. Up against 1.
Yeah,
Josiah reconsidering his hand. Go into reactions as expected.
Time to flick. Hits the mark, takes the damage, down to 3. Now a little less work to do. That does go to 2. What's left? To the point. That's +4.
Up to 6. Still 7 block on the table.
Scar tissue, that's 3 more. And
Up
another
to
mark, but I don't
9.
think it's going to matter. 9 versus 7, that is a 1 if there's nothing else.
Taking 2.
All right.
1.
1 is not 0. Oh,
And leave no
no.
witnesses.
Going to take the last 2 cards. That
Draws out the
pesky
last 2
breakpoint.
cards. There is still...
you wanna roll?
Adrian is still alive.
Mm.
You are at 1 life.
I sense a problem.
I do sense a problem because there is a dagger on the field and flick knives on the field. And Josiah also is going to have a 4-card hand, which surely he will find some way to attack so that he can then flick the dagger.
And Adrian has no hand.
No, no hand.
Lost
So,
it all.
Unless there's something crazy like a Shelter from the Storm or some life gain card, which I do not believe we see in Adrian's deck at all.
No, that doesn't
See
look like
two
that.
Call to the Graves.
Yep.
And I do believe the Grave is, in fact, calling for Adrian right now.
All right. You know what? Why not? Just play the pump. Ooh, retrieving.
Sure. Playing ultra safe, just getting that extra dagger, just in case the first flick doesn't work.
Leave no for 4. It's just 4. There's 4. There's 1. Good game. Didn't have the shelter. A little bluff there of the Emperor Adrian. Love to see it. But Marionette moving on, still alive here. X and 2. Now 6 and 2 for Josiah Cheah.
Yeah, Levia just really couldn't get too much action going here. We did see some flashes of brilliance there, a few turns where he was able to go 3 wide and be very potent, but the consistency out of Josiah, the big Kiss of Death turn with Mark of the Black Widow or the Black Widow hero, was able to just get all the tempo on Marionette's side and was able to ride that momentum to victory.
Yeah, I think the fluidity of Arachne Marionette really on display there. You can go from nothing to aggressive very quickly.
Yes.
One mask of deceit when you were marked, and that turn exploded.
Yeah.
And that was kind of the game from that point. So a fun one there for Marionette, but if you fancy yourself playing a little bit more Flesh and Blood, and you've done an Armory, maybe not quite there, ready to play in a Calling, although you should just go. It's lots of fun. You can get yourselves into Skirmish Season. If you want to play some Silver Age, this is your last weekend to do so. Season 14 of Skirmish Season ends on May 10th. That is tomorrow for us, perhaps today for you.
Yes, the last weekend of Skirmish Season. Make sure you go and check out skirmishes at your local game store. You get to pick up some awesome swag here. You get, of course, gem packs for participation, some nice promos, the winner playmat, a nice Flurry playmat. I love the new Flurry tokens. And, of course, the winner's prize, the Marvel Young Hero.
And of course, perhaps you're thinking, you know what, I like the Silver Age format, but I know there's a vote happening soon. Perhaps check out the metagame of the Skirmish Season and cast your vote, because once the Auckland Showdown rolls around for Silver Age, some heroes will be leaving temporarily, put on the bench by you all out there at home.
Yeah, that's a really interesting way that LSS is approaching managing this format, where a community vote for which heroes you'd like to bench, which heroes you don't want to play against, or that you think are maybe a little too overpowered, or just really good against your favorite deck. Why don't you take a vote and try to vote them out for them to sit on the bench for a season?
Yep, I've been doing pretty well so these days, but you know, there's lots of heroes floating around in the old Skirmish Season. You got to be careful.
Yeah, Ira definitely one of the top dongs, but you see lots of variety there. I'm sure you'll see plenty of different decks represented at your local skirmish.
All right, well, I have good news for me and hopefully everyone else at home. We're going to a break, and when we come back, it is, one of my favorite warriors. Fang is going to be on stream in round number 9. Don't go too far away. Welcome back to coverage of Calling Jakarta. I'm Julian Carr. That is still Charles Dunn. And we have more Swiss rounds to play. Not too many today, given the size of the calling, but still 3 more left here. Round number 9 is what we're up to.
3 more, and then an exciting top 8 where we're going to reveal a new legendary card. I'm really excited for that in the top 8 as we go. And, of course, we get to watch some awesome games of Flesh and Blood along the way.
All right, well, with that, let's check it on the standings then, because this is something we're going to be doing pretty consistently as we move towards top 8. Jason Rolfe 8-0. That is a lock, I am being told. So, believed it was a free, quote-unquote, free top 8 flying down here with Victor, and I guess he's right.
Yes, he is currently locked in for top 8, and because Victor is extremely good and is one of the top decks, and we see represented with all these Victors as well in the top 8 standings so far. This is not the final standings, of course, but we do see 4 Victors represented here out of 6.
You know who else I see? X and 1. Fatigue Lyath, still alive.
Yeah, turns out Guardians are very good in this meta. And not just Victor, but Lyath as well being at 7 and 1. A very good opportunity for GTM Lee to be able to make top 8 with this Lyath if he's able to get another few wins in the next couple rounds.
Yeah, X and 1s have to be feeling pretty good at this point, but a lot of good names at X and 2. The 3 Js, Jake, Jacob, and Justian, all taking a loss in the last round. So X and 2 for Kassai, Marionette by Jacob Clements, who already won a calling on that hero in recent memory, and Justian on Gravy, still in striking distance, but it might be tricky.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So I mentioned Fang is going to be on stream.
Yeah.
There he is. 24th. Fikri Arrahman, XN2. Sam also still live at XN2 on Dio.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the Fang here into this field. Definitely risky playing Fang into this field with lots of Victors. You're going to be losing a lot of clashes to Victor. You don't have really any attacks that are able to win a clash against Victor. But if you're able to get that fealty generation online really quick, you may be able to outvalue Victors in a lot of these matchups. And I do think Fang is pretty well positioned into a lot of the other aggro decks. He has really good numbers if they're not able to block and you're able to get those fealties online quick enough. I think he could be well positioned against some of the other decks of the format.
Yeah. Shout out, of course, Robbie, our tough nut, our hero from day number 1, has made it to day 2. Is now no longer
well, he is 5 and 3. Did lose the first round here on day 2, which does mean that his path to top 8 seems to be closed at this point.
Well, we'll have to see, because again, we're going to get a lot of people very close to the edge of either breaking through, depending on how the tournament checks out, or falling spectacularly off of the path to top 8. That's kind of the fun part, right? At this point, again, Jason's already locked. There's I think the X-Ones are going to start to solidify pretty quickly as we play these rounds. So we're going to start locking up some places in the top 8, and then the real fight, the real scrap begins. So let's head on down and meet our players. It is Fang, as I promised, but who is on the other side? Well, wouldn't you believe it is the most represented deck in the field. It is Shirui, Pro Tour champion on Victor.
Yes, definitely no slouch. Won Pro Tour Singapore with Grady Bones when at full strength, so definitely no stranger to playing one of the strongest, best decks. This is a lose and out, so the loser of this game is eliminated from top 8 contention, while the winner still keeps in that mix.
I like the phrase "win and live" rather than losing out, but both can be true. As Fikri Arrahman on Fang, as we have a look at the runs these players have gone on, because things may have started well here for our former PT champ. It is 4 wins in a row, and then 2 L's to the mirror before picking up 2 wins here to get to X and 2.
Yeah, I think this Victor hero might be pretty good. Only deck that can beat Victor, apparently, is Victor, according to Shirui's record here.
Took out of Inset as well. Let's see how Fang's doing. How many Victors do we think our Fang has played? Ooh, at least 1.
And won and took a loss there against Alfie and Poon in round 5. So, you know, maybe not feeling that confident into that matchup, but we do see him quite strong into some of the other decks of the format, a lot of the more aggro-focused decks or decks that don't block part as well, but was able to take down a Valda last round, which is not exactly the same as Victor, but oftentimes the play patterns are somewhat similar. You know, Guardians have a lot of blocking, a little bit of disruption, so he was able to find the win there, so maybe he's able to turn it around and take the win here against Shirui on Victor.
Well, both these heroes care about the little meta resources, shall we? So let's have a read of the hero cards. We'll start with Victor. We did see him yesterday. This is the first time back on stream today. Victor Goldmane, high and mighty on the literal high horse. The first time each turn you create a gold token from an effect you control, draw a card. Then if you happen to, I don't know, fail to win a clash, instead you just pay off the officials and then you can do it again.
Yes, you can bribe the officials with your gold to re-clash, basically. And a lot of his Clash cards give him a lot of value, either generating gold or otherwise give you some advantage.
And then Fang on the other side, we'll read it in just a moment, but the thing you really need to pay attention to is that last bit of text. If you control 3 or more fealty tokens, dagger attacks cost you 1 less to activate. That is exceptionally powerful. Let's see if it's enough to punch through the very strong Guardian in Victor Goldmane. Victor versus Fang, win and live, losing out. This is the fun part of the calling.
All right, so Victor starting off, or Victor has a gold to start, has that Crown of Dominion here, but Fikri is just naturally a royal hero, so it doesn't need to put on a crown for that.
Diadem instead to try and protect those fealties. Shoutouts Compendium of Wraith. And Fang's a fun one because the early turns of your game are very, very aggressive. And then all of a sudden you can do lots of different things because you can be extremely efficient when you are online. That means getting 3 fealty, but getting there, boy, that can be tough sometimes.
Yeah, Fang has this little sort of quest in mini-game built in where initially he's rather a weak hero. He doesn't have really any hero power initially other than converting marks into fealty, which is pretty standard for those draconic heroes. But he does, once he does get those 3 fealties online, he is one of the strongest heroes in the game. He just has insanely efficient plays, lots of value on both offense and defense once he gets that hero power, those 3 fealties online. But it is a bit of a journey to get to that point.
All right, so if we're going to track maybe one of Victor's key cards, Golden Sun, 1 blocked with on turn 0, 1 in the pitch now, making a seismic thanks to tectonic plating, and now Enlightened Strike, going to be rolling on in for 7.
And not the most powerful turn here from Shirui. He's just coming in really just making a 3-card 7 and a Seismic Surge. Not the strongest of offense here, but sometimes these Guardians do struggle to really convert their hands on the early game. But Enlightened Strike, just a very flexible card to be able to come in here for 7 damage.
Only damage though, and gonna go to reactions. Block with Den of the Spider. That one looks for red cards? No,
cards that have greater than their base power, which
this
Enlightened
one
Strike does. It turns out that has +2, so applies that mark right away. Normally, Enlightened Strike, you just think, oh, yeah, it's just 7, but it actually does have a bonus plus effect, which does turn on Den of the Spider.
All right, well, that mark is going to be good, because if Fang hits marked heroes, cut from the same cloth, going to get the information as well. That's a bunch of blues. Visit the Goldmane Estate,
that's
Ripple
a Ripple
away.
Ripple Away is actually really clutch to stop the fealty generation. That is an aura token.
Sag.
So if Shirui would get hit and a fealty would be generated, he may just choose to opt to discard that Ripple Away to prevent that being generated. And you got to imagine that's one of the most important things in this matchup.
Overcrowded, moving on in.
Oh, if an action card would create. Okay, so never mind. That does not affect the mark conversion.
All right, we're so
I
back.
just assumed. Yes, all right. I think Fikri looked at that and read that card as well. As he was fanning through, he was like, wait a second, is that going to affect me here?
All right, so the mark is here. Savor Bloodshed is also been used already. So there's a big dagger rolling on in. It is 9, no again, but could be give and go again if there is a draconic reaction anywhere. And Shirui is like, yep, I'm going to use a lot of this fridge to get in the way. I do not want you to draw a card. I do not want you to get a fealty. I don't really want to get hit by this little dagger attack.
7, 8, 9, 12 block, I believe that is.
Pretty safe. Most of the pumps are +3 out of Fang, usually +2 natively, +1 for being draconic. But this time it is, a little sidestep, Tooth of the Dragon. So going to make the next dagger even better. And the resources are there to swing on in again. So not only does playing a draconic card make the dagger a little bit bigger, the old Obsidian Fire Vein, but it does give it go again.
Yes, and this is coming in for 4. There is no armor, or other than the shield, using the Aurum Aegis here. Shirui either needs to give 1 card and the shield, but he doesn't really want to do that because one of the cards is Visit the Goldmane Estate, which Shirui really wants to arsenal and kind of use for a future setup here.
Also 1 left as well for Grains of Blood Spill to get a little bit of value on the back end of it all. So damage going to be coming in, try and even up the life totals. Also going to draw a card and make a fealty thanks to hitting a marked hero.
Yeah, very powerful turn there to be able to sidestep that overblock from Shirui. A little bit punished for sure with the Tooth of the Dragon here enabling this to hit. You get the redraw, still get an arsenal, and push some damage through.
Not just for assassins, it turns out. A bunch of those cards also are for warriors, thanks to the Hunted. Refresh. Dynamo, I mean, if you count up all the different value Fikri got out of that turn, that is a very valuable thing that Fang built up. Even got the Vigor off the Grains as expected. It's time to visit the Goldmane Estate, though. And it's going to be a short, well, it's going to be a delayed visit, shall we say. Saving these might tokens for later.
And then no matter what Shirui draws here is able to pitch it to play the Debilitate out of Arsenal. That costs 4, reduced by 1 thanks to the Seismic Surge. So even a red pitch here would have covered it. Looks like he did draw the blue, so he's able to recreate another Seismic Surge for next turn.
Yep, on Crush, next to deck gets -2. Fikri, again, as Fang, you tend to play quite aggressively in the early stages of the game just because you would rather be attacking with your cards and trying to get fealty. But once you're at 3, you can slow down a little bit if you want. The ebb and flow is a little bit easier for you, but this Crush effect is kind of annoying given that you're attacking with 1 power daggers to start off most of your turns. So that's going to be 3 block total. Scar Teacher only blocks for 2, and there's yet another defense reaction.
Yeah, another Den of the Spider reapplying that mark.
Thanks to Iron Fist Revelation. That is so funny.
Yeah, this has actually been really well lined up, these Den of the Spiders. Normally, these are sometimes a struggle to get active, but against Shirui here, it's lined up twice in a row. Once with Enlightened Strike. You don't necessarily expect that all the time. Once with the Iron Fist Revelation, and if he draws another one, well, there's some Might tokens as well next turn. So these Den of the Spiders put in overtime work here to get those marks, which in turn make fealty for Fikri.
Yep, denied the Crush as well. Did take some damage down to 34, but swinging back in thanks to that Vigor. No pitch necessary to start off this turn. And again, just 1 will be enough to get that fealty. Time to clash thanks to Trounce. Does find Hunt's End. That one does not have an attack value.
Compared to a Command and Conquer. Which does
Ooh,
win.
hits a test versus Pledge fealty. Going to have to give away a gold, it looks like, and rig the referee.
Shiruy's going to bottom his Test of Strength, and assuming it hits any... Oh, he's considering.
Ooh, maybe not.
Because it's risky, you know, you need to still have an attack action underneath that to be able to win this re-clash. If you do, the rewards are great. Trounce is the best clash to win twice. You get a gold, a might, and a vigor, and of course the gold means you draw another card. But Shirui is considering, well, I don't really want to be burning through all of my gold just so soon. Maybe he wants to be saving some for either future Goldman Estates or future Golden Suns. And going down to just 2 gold here may be a little less efficient than he wants.
It could be a touch risky, so going to keep on thinking on this next clash. Can only do it once. There's only so much gold in the coffers.
I feel like the reward is so great. You've already won the first clash. If it was on the very first one, and you're like, well, I've got to back-to-back win 2 clashes without protection, maybe not. You reconsider it here, but I think the upside is there, and you're not going down to 0 gold. You still have 1 token after this. It seems like a worthwhile risk to me, but Shirui is definitely thinking through the odds, thinking through the lines of what this could mean for the game.
There are a lot of attacks in the Victor deck, and there are not very many, if literally any, in Fang.
Yeah, often there's very few attacks. There's some attacks that come in for 4, like Blood of the Drakai, or the, sorry, not Blood of the Drakai.
For the Drakai.
For the Drakai.
Hunt the Hunter as well, a pretty common one. That would win against, I don't know, Ripple Away, for example, which we do already know.
Yep.
Shirui has. So he's going to do it.
No.
Makes a gold. Draws a card. So I assume must have won the clash. Didn't see exactly what
he needs to create the Vigor token, right? So I guess he doesn't have the actual Vigor token.
Fang stole it.
Ah, yes.
Was using it before for grains. Glint the Quicksilver, a little go again action. And thanks to Reprise, Trounce is a block card that came from hand. He gets to draw a card here. Usually a Dorinthia special. Good enough in Fang as a blue block 3. Now Obsidian 5-Ain back in. Again, same thing. The damage is not all that significant. It's the fealty that Fang really desires.
Yes, as long as any hit goes through, damage goes through to convert that mark. That is the important part. That's what Fikri wants.
More clashing. Boulder Drop versus Blaze Headlong.
It is an attack, but it is not a very big attack, and so Shirui still does manage to win that clash.
Sorry, what's the token?
Blocking 7. Gets a little peep at the info. Do want to remember what your opponent flips up, and obviously what you flip up as well when you are using those clashes. It is free info for the table. Should be for me too, but sometimes I forget. Pledge Fealty going to make exactly one of those. So now only 1 away, but unfortunately this Obsidian 5-Ain not nearly big enough to get over. So Fikri going to pass it back, but again, refresh the Dynamo. Pretty efficient little turn, and starting to get kind of annoying with these 5-Ains because all these pokes are just starting to put Fang online fairly swiftly here.
Yeah, Shirui is definitely committing more blocks than is really needed. He's overblocking some of these effects because he really wants to avoid that 3rd fealty. And because he is marked, any hit here would convert to that 3rd fealty and put Fikri in a very strong spot. but he's still able to throw back a very powerful turn. This is a Spinal Crush for 13, thanks to all of those might tokens he had built up.
Yeah, a little Goldman State action setting this turn up very nicely. And yeah, it turns out when this crushes, so that's dealing 4 or more damage, action cards, activated ability, and attacks they control lose and cannot get go again during their next attack phase. And I need to remind you, the whole reason to play Draconic attack reactions or instants in this deck is to give Obsidian Firebane go again.
Yes, that is definitely not what Fikri wants to really see here. We do know that he has a Blaze Headlong among other cards in hand, so...
Another great go again attack.
Yeah, another great go again attack. He may just be thinking, well, maybe I should just... We see a Sink Blow. He might be thinking about just blocking out with, say, 3 cards and then being able to play just 1 card, maybe just that Blaze Headlong, to at least threaten a break point to maybe convert that mark. Force Shirui to respect it a little bit, but this is kind of a turn where like, hey, I'm not going to have a big turn. You might as well just block as much as you can and just let this happen and try to take back tempo on a future turn.
Yeah, there is maybe armor you can think about using here if you want to try and deny the crush. There's 5 armor you're, I would say, comfortable using.
Yep.
Chest, arms, and legs. Don't want to use the diadem because it doesn't have any extra defense as a piece of temper equipment when you don't have 3 fealty. Kind of has its little side quest built in. So that is 4 block with those 2 equipment.
We know that Fikri's got, I can see Blaze Headlong, of course. We can see a Sink Below. And so Sink Below would put this up to 8 block. If he also puts there's a Long Whisker Loyalty, and it looks like that's a Blistering Blade.
A lot of
That's
2
a
blocks
2 blocks.
in Fang. Yeah, a lot of 2 blocks in Fang
Long
in
Whisker
general.
is a 3 block.
Yes, it is.
So this will be for 7, and then it goes up to 11 here off the Sink Below.
That's
Probably
enough
looking to sink the Blistering Blade, right? That's not really what you want to be doing here. You want a card maybe you could pitch to attack with both your daggers or something. Depends on what his arsenal is. But this prevents the crush. It is a pretty big investment. You do lose 2 of your equipment, the charges on 2 block there. So a little bit worse for wear, but is able to keep a couple cards and still present a little bit of aggression.
I think should have taken 2, but perhaps I misunderstood the math. Oh, Testifying Grip. Oh, goodness. Not what you want to run into when you're just trying to poke him with the dagger. Clashes happen, and ooh.
Oh, it's a Riches of Tropaldani. A very good card, but not what you want to win the clash.
Yeah, it doesn't win clashes. I saw the glint and I was like, oh, that's fine. Nothing bad could happen. Instead, we pay off the ref, and we do indeed find a Test of Might. Sorry, Clash of Might, which is big enough, even as a blue, to get it done.
Fikri does have to discard that Blaze Headlong. Does still have the pump spell here. Now has to use it here to avoid destroying the fealty. So fealty does have some extra text on it. It does say if you have not played a Draconic card or you haven't created a fealty, you lose them all. So you do kind of have this pressure of, I need to keep these up. And that's why you saw him play that attack reaction here, even though it didn't push any damage through, because he just needed to play a Draconic card. Otherwise, he'd lose the 2 fealty he already had.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about how many times I've forgotten, but it has happened more than once. And it never feels good when all your fealty disappears. Boulder Drop coming on in. This is only 7 on Crush. Put a card from your hand on the top of your deck. You got it later, don't worry.
Yeah. Here, normally 7 is a pretty strong breakpoint because it generally requires, it's kind of like a 4 damage breakpoint because of the Crush. And typically most decks would need to either have a defense reaction or play 2 cards to block it here. Fikri does still have that Valiant Dynamo with one armor left on it, so he could block with that plus a 3 block and still be able to maintain, avoid the Crush and still maintain a 3-card hand to be able to pressure Shirui and try to get up to that 3rd fealty.
A little peek. It's 3 blues in the set. Oh, that one's not good. Hunt Sand is a wonderful attack reaction. Tough to play when you don't have 3 fealty. In fact, it's actually impossible to play when you don't. So, gonna go ahead, use the Dynamo, block for 3, take some damage, down to 29, and gonna use these blues to swing on back with some daggers.
Interesting choice to block the Hunt Sand here. Obviously, that's unplayable at the moment, but you are at 2 fealty, and you have a Glint Quicksilver, so you got to imagine Fikri might be thinking, well, I can attack with dagger, I can glint, I can attack with the other dagger, and maybe one of these gets through, or at least Shirui has to block relatively inefficiently here. Or you draw into something else that allows you to push through with that glint Quicksilver. And instead, you're opting to hold on to a second Relentless Pursuit, which I struggle to see how Fikri is going to really convert that to anything meaningful in this situation.
Yeah, it's good for a mark, but you don't really need that right now. Your opponent is still under that status, blocking things out. Shirui continuing to respect with a bit of extra block from here and there, but Glint the Quicksilver going to find a new card. Was it good enough? Actually, we know what it was because of the clash. So it is Hunt to the Ends of Wraith. This is 2 go again.
But it gets +2 if your opponent is marked. So it is a 4 go again. This presents a powerful breakpoint, trying to get that third fealty. And if your opponent is Arachne, which there's a lot of Arachnes in this meta,
That's true.
then this is just a free mark as well. So this is like the best card in the game against really Arachne Marionette.
Yeah, it's Blaze Headlong plus in a lot of cases for this deck. And can be used as a starter, can be used here in the middle. And as you mentioned, does really the important thing. Presents a breakpoint that threatens to win a fealty from your marked opponent. And as we've seen, Shirui has really respected denying this third fealty for as long as he can. I think the question now is, do you have to give up on that mission? Because they're going to keep on coming. The dagger is also coming in again, and it's only 1, but having to use a card on just one little attack to deny this fealty feels so bad.
Shirui does have a bit of a life buffer here, right? 36 to 29, so he can afford to take the damage, but that's not the important part at the moment. The important part is that he knows how much better Fikri's deck is going to get once that third fealty is unlocked. And Fikri is going to be able to convert his hands much more efficiently, put out a lot more damage, because he doesn't need to pitch any more cards really ever again once he gets that third fealty.
Yeah, you're kind of great on both ends, right? You can commit more cards because you have more of them in your hand. You don't have to pitch. You also block with more cards and display very efficient 1 or 2 card hands. The world is kind of Fang's oyster once he's online, and the once he's doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence, because some games it can be tough. We've already seen Pledge Fealty make 1 fealty kind of out of thin air. That is an option for Fikri to just get there without having to do all this, but haven't seen a second copy yet. So continuing to poke away at Shirui, who is being very tenacious in his defense of this final little quest. But I think have to give it up. No blocks is called, taking 4 down to 32, and the magical third fealty has finally arrived for Fang.
You got to really question his decision here to block with Hunt's End last turn, because imagine if your last card in hand was Hunt's End right now. You'd be feeling amazing, but instead, it's a blue.
Yep, pop it in your arsenal would have been absolutely back-breaking on a follow-up turn for a big 5-card hand. Instead, it is maybe just going to get played, honestly, to remark your opponent. There are some potential advantages to trying to have your opponent marked for some of your cards, and generating bonus fealty can be helpful in turning on some of your hands, but instead it goes to Arsenal, and like you said, it could have been a significantly more potent threat.
Yes, it felt to me relatively likely that he was able to at least threaten to get that third fealty this turn, because you knew he was coming in with kind of 2 daggers for 1 point here, and then also draw off the top of the deck, which could help present that an extra blue, especially a blue that's destined for the arsenal, just really did not seem worthwhile here.
If you're wondering why Shirui did bother to block that 1 little dagger, by the way, actually denying Grain's value does feel pretty good there. So it didn't use a card, used a bit of armor. Victor has quite a lot of that running around as a general rule, although some of it has been stripped quite bare for the assault that Fang has put on this game. But we will talk about that later, because we are visiting the Gold Main Estate once more. We've made 3 might, and now Enlightened Strike. Going to put a card on the bottom of the deck and come on in for, I don't know, some amount of damage? 10?
It's like 8?
8.
Right, could be 7, and then +1 from the might. The other 3 mights have not yet popped. They are just created this turn by the Visit the Gold Main Estate. Fikri doing the very efficient play of blocking with Valiant Dynamo, as he's going to be doing quite a bit from now on, as his daggers are free to swing.
Now there's 5 block with Overcrowded, seeing 2 different tokens it can see, so down to 25. But again, keeping a lot of this hand, and now we can see the Fang efficiency really start to shine. I'm going to mark you. That was a Relentless Pursuit. I think Shirui is very happy to see that fly out of Arsenal.
You got to think Shirui recognized that, well, hey, you kept that card over Hunt's End, so like it must have been a very powerful card, and to see it only being Relentless Pursuit, he's going to be like, well, that's not that scary. I mean, a mark is good, but it's much less good after you already have 3 fealty active.
Yeah, it's not like Save a Bloodshed followed this as well to really make the mark a bit more threatening. It is just fealty for Fang, which again, fealty above the 3rd can matter. There are reasons to make a bunch of different things draconic. I don't know how many, say, Oath of Loyalties Fikri is playing with, but that is a card where you do need some bonus fealty from time to time. But dagger swinging in with nothing else behind it. So Shirui once again has to consider, do I want to block? Because the average pump, once more, is +3. So 1 base, 1 for being draconic, and usually it pumps for about 2.
Yeah, most of the time, you know, just like Arachne Marionette that we talked about earlier, is that there are some really tricky blocking situations that these dagger-based decks put you in. There's kind of no right answers. Oh, you overblock on this one? Well, I'll just sidestep with the Tooth of the Dragon, or just play a simple pump and then play multiple pumps on my second attack that you can't overblock. And the power here is really in Fikri's hand of like how he wants to deploy his pums, and Shirui is just kind of guessing blind.
Yeah, it's almost like they're from the same set.
They are from the same set, in fact. And it turns out that was a heavy theme of the set, is this unpredictable attacking and blocking nature. And I think that made it a really fun set to play.
Searing Gaze for the go again. The damage is not going to come through because that is 6 block up against 4. +2 for that gaze. It wasn't the second or higher chain link, so no mark to be spoke of. But there's a firm loyalty. Going to make a little bit of bonus fealty as well. That one just happens automatically.
Yep, that does pump it up to 4. Puts 1 damage on a Shirui and then straight 2 fealty. 1 from the mark, 1 from a firm loyalty itself.
It's very hype, and we're going to draw things up. We'll have a peek just later because we got some might tokens popping on this turn. We got a blue in the pitch for Shirui. We got a seismic being made. We got a command and conquer.
CNC for 9 coming in. That is a powerful attack.
Nice dynamo, buddy.
You've got to imagine that Fikri is looking at like, well, how can I block this out a bit? Does the diadem option, so could maybe do 2 on the helm plus 1 on the boots and then 2-3 blocks. Could cover this up pretty well, but does require a bit of investment from Fikri to do that.
How good is the arsenal, I wonder? Have a quick look at the rest of the cards in hand. Pledge fealty, that one does not block at all. Yellow scar tissue and 1 more attack reaction. So diadem going to get in the way.
How many was it? 9.
3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, no, it's coming in for 9.
Does have 6 here. Needs to put another 3 block in front of this. Does he have another 3 block? It's 2 and
2.
1. Okay, so the scar tissue plus the armor. Unfortunately, it had the 2 block. You know, the difference between 2 blocks and 3 blocks in this game is really massive.
Yep.
You think, oh, it's just 1 difference, but in situations like this, you can see that 1 difference means a whole piece of armor, which means a whole break point later, which could be very disastrous to have a 2 block in this situation as opposed to a 3 block.
Yep. And as efficient as Fang is, especially when online, has to run a lot of the good cards are 2 blocks, as it turns out.
Yep.
So back in we go, blocking out there. Used the Battle Wand from the Battleforge Braces. Temper on the grain, so you don't want to pop that one in front of an attack unless you're really sure the game is going to be played for many more turns. But Obsidian 5-Vein, back on over, same question, kind of like Marionette. What do I have? How many cards do you want to commit? How much life can I threaten? Down 6 now, 25 to 31, but Shirui has been having to answer some tough questions all game long. Despite presenting kind of the victor stuff, it's been a lot of vanilla damage, but it is just big damage.
Yeah, it is, but Fikri able to get that 3 fealty online, now up to 5 relatively quickly, and yes, he is at a life deficit. He is down 25 to 31. But I don't think that is that big of a deficit considering the power that Fang unlocks once he gets 3 fealty online. I think he's really able to overcome this, especially in a longer game. The longer the game goes on, the more value that Fang is going to extract. He's going to get basically 2 free dagger swings every single turn, gets that dynamo reset, and here we do see that Hunt's End for a massive 1-card 6 damage.
Yeah, +4 on Hunt's End. You can only play if you have 3 or more fealty, so you have to do your little quest, but target dagger gets bigger, and that one is a draconic 3-block attack reaction. So very good card out of Fang. Is a little blue in the pitch here for Shirui, making a seismic, and over we go. It's Spinal Crush the second.
It's 9.
Threatening again. We saw how devastating the first one was. It was blocked out, despite how big it was, and now 9 being presented, wanting to avoid the crush again. Valiant Dynamo, so trusty, especially when Fang's online. Steps in for 1, and there's at least 1 defense reaction in the hand. I see a Fate Foreseen right there at the top of the hand.
Yeah, you'd typically think when you're, hey, I'm attacking with a Spinal Crush into an aggro deck, the aggro deck is not going to have a very big turn on the back end. Either they need to give a few block cards, or they lose go again, so they won't have a big turn. So if they're blocking with a few cards, most aggro decks scale with a larger hand. They need to have 4 or 5 cards to get all their combos together. Fang is perfectly happy being like, I have 1 card. Well, here's 6 damage and a Valiant Dynamo reset, right? Because you can go dagger into pump and a second dagger and dynamo reset. You can have very good turns even on 1 or 2 card hands. So he's perfectly happy to block out the Spinal Crush and still know that he's going to have a good turn on the back end.
Yeah, I think the average value is something like 5 for single card hands for Fang when he has when he's online. So daggers go back in. Test Divine Grip once again. Ooh, visit the Goldman Estate meets an attack reaction. Those are not the cards that win clashes.
Shirui has had some pretty rotten luck on clashes this game, right? He has revealed, I think that's the 3rd time now that he has clashed and revealed a non-attack action on top of the deck. Now, of course, the Victor decks do run a decent number of non-attacks between the block cards that clash themselves and visit the Goldmane Estate, and we saw Riches of Trobaldani, but I think Shirui's hit pretty nearly all of the ones that are misses in his deck. Meanwhile, Fikri is just humming along and playing his efficient turns, while Shirui has to really think, man, how am I going to try to bribe the official to win this clash
Yeah,
again?
it's not like, Fatigue Pleiades, where there's a lot of defense reactions in that deck. Victor does have some, but often not that many. So yeah, definitely a little low roll here in the clashes, but again, can fix the game, or at least try to go again. But as you mentioned, it's only 2 gold, and that is the weirdly the break point for Victor, but he's going to cash it in this time. Goodbye, visit the Goldmane Estate.
And
you weren't going to make me the might anyway.
Yeah, that is the 3rd Goldmane Estate as well. We've already seen 2 played, so the 3rd one goes to the bottom of the deck. So not really at risk of, not activating the Goldmane Estate as it's at the bottom. But Fikri is able to play a Pledge Fealty to kind of give go again, generate a 7th Fealty, because, you can never have too many Fealty, of course.
Now Blaze Headlong in for 4, did discard that Searing Gaze to Tests of Iron Grip, losing that clash. So the first one blocked out, kind of a sidestep, not as good as Tooth of the Dragon, but kind of plays the same game by giving go again, giving you something that you want, and then letting you have a bigger attack on the next chain link, this time just being a regular old Draconic attack.
Yeah, and despite being down life total just a few turns ago, Fikri is really evened up the game and is still putting pressure on Shuri's considering blocking. He's like, man, I don't want to take 4. And then there's a free dagger swing behind a 0 cost 1 damage right behind this as well.
Yeah, resets the Dynamo also. So going to take 1 down to 24, another poke down to 23. Fikri claims a very slim life lead here in this game, but the value keeps on churning here for Fang, and Fang is really about nickel and diming people at this stage of the game, whereas Victor just wants the biggest cash-in possible.
Yes, unfortunately, cash-in is not legal in Clash of the Constructed, but Victor would love it if it was, I'm sure. Yeah, just pitching 2 cards here to swing the old Miller's Grindstone. So 2 card 4. Normally, that's a break point, and but Valiant Dynamo is able to cover that up really well. So this is not how Shirui really drew this up.
Yeah, even a Fate Foreseen as well, but Fikri's like, I need my value. Maybe worth the Smoldering Steel, new one there. It's a Draconic attack reaction. Does a bunch of other stuff. Not as big as the other ones, but does block for 3, which, as we've seen, is pretty valuable in this deck.
Shirui pitched a Golden Sun and a Cranial Crush. So it looks like he over-pitched to that.
Yes.
And had an Arsenal slot available, so opting to say, I don't want this Golden Sun in my Arsenal. Typically, that is a prime Arsenal candidate into a lot of matchups. But I guess Shirui is thinking about the long game here. He's thinking, well, in order to win this game, I need to play defensive. I need to wait. I need to bide my time and get back maybe to that second cycle where he saw the Goldmane Estate into the Golden Sun, and to be able to kind of cheese a win, right, where you get a massive Golden Sun that has overpower but is also buffed by a lot of might tokens from the Goldmane Estate the turn prior.
There's another there's another Golden Sun early in the stack in that cycle as well. That was one of the first cards. I think actually the first card that Shirui pitched in this entire game. So certainly considering the rest of the deck, this game is going to go quite a number of turns. Again, Fang can extract a lot of value, but it does happen over time. So Sworn Vengeance, going to pump this dagger on the front side in for 4. Clash of Bravado. Sync versus any random blue attack is going to be a win there for Shirui. So going to make a might.
Yeah, Fang is going to be putting out consistent numbers, consistent damage output, but it lacks a little bit of the top-end damage output outside of the Fire and Brimstone, his legendary specialization card. Outside of that one, it kind of lacks a little bit of that top-end push over and really kill you if you're committing to blocking out power that some of the other decks might have.
Takes 1, thanks to Searing Gaze pumping it back up. Also gets a fealty because Sworn Vengeance is a... Sorry, not fealty, gets a mark because Sworn Vengeance is on hit mark. And now again, the dagger rolls in, but it's just going to be 1 taken. Down to 21 is Shirui Wu, but being very patient here, very defensive. This is one of the things that Victor can do. I think we're kind of used to the Victor just slamming massive attacks with Golden Sun and visit the Goldmane Estate, but still a Guardian, as it turns out. Can still do Guardian stuff.
Yeah, and here we see a red Debilitate coming in, thanks to that Seismic Surge really making that only require 1 pitch. Coming in for 9.
Pretty nice. Again, the crush effect, very good against a deck that has very small attacks to start things off. -2 is a lot of teeth taken out of his little daggers. Fate Foreseen from the Arsenal. We did know that one was there. Was considered potentially for blocks, but Dynamo got in the way instead. So this is 5 on 9. Crush still live.
Fikri's life total just has not moved in the past like 4
No,
or 5
it
turns.
hasn't.
It's been, at one point he was down like 30-something to 25, and now he's up 21 to 25, and he's just blocking without a care in the world because he knows he can still play good hands. He can commit his defense reactions, throw his 3 blocks in front of whatever Shirui pumps out, while continuing to poke away with these daggers and resetting the dynamo.
Oh, ripple away! No,
It
that's another
ties the
clash.
trounce. The clash ties against for the Jakai. Shirui does win the second clash, but did not win the first one, so no trounce victory here.
Shirui, no gold. He wants to cash in. Or Mage is the only thing available on that front.
Didn't want to throw that away at this point to retry that clash.
Scar Tissue, I assume, used a fealty here.
Yes, he did use a fealty on that Scar Tissue, so it bumped it up to 5 because Scar Tissue became a Draconic, which therefore triggered the Obsidian Fire Vein. And of course, here's the Fire and Brimstone turn we were talking about. So this allows him to attack with both of his weapons and extra time. Although it does look like he's going to be lacking attack reactions to really fully utilize that. Looks like you're just going to be able to get one more dagger swing out of this.
Yep, going to get a fealty. Damage goes through, down to 18 is Shirui Wu, and one more.
This
will
would
be
be
poked on through.
2 from the Fire and Brimstone.
Oh, you're right. Fire and Brimstone does pump all the daggers for that turn as well, and let you attack them for an extra time. But as you duly noted, without Draconic attack reactions or instants, it is basically impossible to give your daggers go again.
Yeah, I do question this play from Fikri a little bit. I wonder, because it was a 3-card hand that he was working with, I wonder if it would have been better to just give the first dagger go again with the Scar Tissue, as he did, and then just play a go again attack into a dagger and set the Fire and Brimstone for next turn. You're already gotten a few cards from out of Shirui, and you don't really expect him to do too much. He doesn't have a lot of setup, doesn't have might, doesn't have seismic surges. And so maybe he could try to win the game with a big Fire and Brimstone a turn or 2 later when he can keep a full 5-card hand.
Yeah, I mean, the 5-card hands from Fang with F&B are just nasty. So Clash of Vibrato, gonna tie another clash, by the way. That was a block card versus an attack reaction. Glint the Quicksilver going to draw its 3rd card of the game. All of these Glints have given go again and drawn a card. And block in front. Pump is there. Which one is it? Got a lot of cards in hand. Long Whisker Loyalty
allows him to attack an extra time.
This is another way to kind of do Fire and Brimstone at home. Not quite as big and flashy, but still very effective.
Comes in for 1 again. And whenever you're attacking for just 1 with these daggers and you're getting a full card block out of it, that's got to feel good on Fikri's side here.
Ira players everywhere know the feeling of getting full cards from your opponents.
No, of course, it's not really 1 because Fikri obviously has a number of cards in hand that he is pretty likely to want to deploy here as an attack reaction.
Scar Tissue again, all the way up to 5. Take 2 down to 13. Blaze Headlong, threatening 4. Going to put Shirui in single digits if it connects. Yeah. But only 2 cards left, 1 in hand, 1 in arsenal, and at some point, Shirui wants to swing back.
Just imagine if there's a Fire and Brimstone on this turn.
Oh boy, it would have been good. Blocks for 2, take 2, down to 11. Yep. Not a dagger, so tough to find an attack reaction that lines up here.
Yeah, it is.
Says okay, and Arsenal's a card.
Opting just to Arsenal as card, the Scar Tissue marked and then cleared, so he just creates the fealty. The 8th fealty, you know, just in case he uses the first 7 of them.
Yeah.
Wants to make sure he's got that 1 extra, but just cleaning house there.
Seismic Pitch, Command and Conquer. Pretty nice one here to have.
All right, so Fikri does have to respect this a little bit. Does have still some armor to play with if he wants to put some armor in front of it. Now, of course, he does have that Grains of the Blood Spill, and typically that is very useful when you're in the kind of pitching mode before you get the fealty online. Right now, it might as well just be 1 block.
Yep.
It's pretty unlikely he's going to want to do that, so you may consider just throwing a 3 block in front of this along with all of your remaining equipment. I think that's on the table for Fikri here this
I was
turn.
about to point out Sync, and I did remember the text of Command and Conquer.
Yeah.
Defense reactions cannot be played on this chain link. So they're going to take 5 down to 20. I think it's the first time Fikri has taken damage in a number of turns. And Command and Conquer can destroy that Smoldering Steel. Not the highest value arsenal, but still destroyed nonetheless. It's cut from the same cloth. Going to pop open the hand. No mark because there's no attack reactions. I guess it could be Pummel, actually.
Yeah, there could be Pummel in Victor. We do see that sometimes. It's not always that common. It's just another one of those misses. And we've seen Shirui already has a little bit of rotten luck with the clashes thus far. So imagine throwing Pummel in the deck would make it even that much more tougher.
Certainly would. So considerations here. Which thinking from Fikri? What else do we want to do?
It looked like he's got, we know it's the Sync Blows in his hand. And I imagine that he just was happy to lose his arsenal, or maybe not happy to lose his arsenal, but accepted that because if he had tried to block out that Command and Conquer, he might not have had enough kind of gas to operate his turn that well anyway. Because maybe he had the defense reaction. We see cut from the same cloth, which is obviously a 2-block. And it looks like, is that a Savor Bloodshed as well? So maybe his third card is the one Draconic card that he needs to kind of keep this going. And that's what he didn't want to have to block with.
No mark just yet here for Shirui Wu. So this Savor isn't going to threaten to draw a card at the moment. Not often, little to no ways to mark it instant speed, at least offensively for Fang. We've seen some of the defense reactions get that done, but...
You may... Exposed is a card that does exist, that could mark at instant speed. It's you don't typically see that in these decks, but it is a card that is legal in the format.
Yep. Looks like a little clash there. It does happen. And some damage taken indicated. No, not yet. It is getting go again thanks to that attack reaction. Now in for one. But it's it is actually just one. Honestly, just one this time.
No trickery to be had here. His hand is fully emptied out.
It was just Savor for the pump, basically. They got 3 cards. Again, Fikri trying to apply pressure, knows with the life lead, if you can keep Victor with very small, awkward hands, the lower the life total gets for Victor, again, the more Kadachi-like these Obsidian Fire Veins become.
Yeah, so Fikri did take a hit last turn, but Shirui's just been constantly bleeding out turn over turn and is now down 10 to 20 life in the favor of Fikri on Fang here. Shirui just losing a bunch of clashes throughout this game and really lost a lot of value that you expect to get out of Victor, and I think that has really put a damper on his game plan as Fikri's deck has just been humming along very effectively all game.
Yeah, pretty smooth ascent into 3+ fealty. Now has an embarrassment of fealty with 8. And a bunch of blocking happening
here's
here.
A trounce.
Sworn Vengeance is a pretty big dagger, but the trounce is going to go once more. Hello, Iron Fist Revelation going to show a Spinal Crush, the last one, I believe. Tooth of the Dragon going to lose to Command and Conquer any day of the week.
Yep, so there's a Might, there's a Clash of Might, and now they're doing...
This one first. And then this one.
Okay, so...
So Clash of Might
It looked like
happens.
Shirui put Command and Conquer on the bottom, which was not correct. You don't put it on bottom for Clash of Might.
So this one?
You put it on the bottom after the first Clash of Trounce, but they were resolving Trounce first, so I don't think this is correct. Or I guess maybe they just shortcutted and said, okay, we clashed here and then resolved the Trounce. Okay, right. It seems to be what they did.
Okay. So another block card, by the way.
Yes, there was another block card. Didn't have to burn through the gold. I think at this point, it's par for the course based on the way the game has been going for Shirui.
It's a block in for 8. Against 4. No go again currently. That changes usually in an instant. But again, 8's a big number, so going to be tough to poke through. And even though Fang can make some big daggers, you're typically just trying to poke in for a couple damage over the top, right? Because you are going to have to commit an attack reaction if you want to keep swinging with your other dagger, which is where all of your value comes from.
Yes, you do want to just get slightly over the top. That's why Shirui has been overblocking. He knows that these daggers are going to get a little bit bigger. And Fikri is just going to try to poke in, get a few points here and there, and just get Shirui down to the point where he needs, if he is sub 5 life total or something, he needs to really overblock every single dagger. And at that point, Fikri is able to negotiate the exact way that he wants to end the game with an attack reaction.
Yeah, thinking about Long Whisker Loyalty, Scar Tissue, and Mark for the Jakai, I believe, all the cards in Fikri's hand. So not a bad turn, but again, not going to get that much damage through, given that this dagger is definitely not getting in. So I mean, you don't want to IP2, but have to think about, do I try and maybe use this Longest Loyalty next turn? Set up for a 5-card hand, really have a bigger turn that we didn't get potential with Fire and Brimstone, and try and poke through this Guardian. Because again, Guardians, the defensive class of Flesh of Blood, they are very good at blocking.
We do know that Shirui has a face-up Spinal Crush sitting in Arsenal. Now, in order to cast that Spinal Crush, Shirui either needs to pop a gold and draw a blue off the top, or because he's got, what, 2 cards in hand? Oh, no, it's 3 cards, right? Because the Trounce replaced itself.
Yep.
I want to say he couldn't really block out, but it looks like he does still have the option to block with a card or 2 here.
He has a Vigor as well, so Spinal Crush going to be a little discounted. So Scar Tissue and the Fealty used. Debilitate committed. You are marked. That is true.
Do you think that Fikri is looking to find a way to Arsenal and really try to push through the last few points here. Needs to set up a bigger turn.
And there's Long Whisker Loyalty. Going to go again. Make things bigger, make things attack again for the Jakai.
There's a 4 on-hit mark, so to replace that mark on Shirui.
This one makes it fealty when it attacks a marked hero, actually. So it's just going to be a bit of extra. Shirui's like, I don't want to commit my cards. I want to Spinal Crush you. Down to 8 as well. So these attacks, as small as they might be sometimes, are starting to get kind of annoying. And armor is running low. Deck not running low, I think. That's the thing maybe we'll check on in just a second. If we have a peek at Fikri's hand cam, how thin is that deck? That does not look like the biggest deck.
It's getting thin, but basically every attack reaction you can think really represents 2 attacks, because he is able to swing both daggers off a single draconic attack reaction. So as long as he's got that, he's going to be consistently poking Shirui. And Shirui's kind of at the life total point where he almost needs to be blocking every single dagger, and so he's going to be able to be advantageous on the fatigue math turnover turn. And he's got a little bit more life total to spare. So it is a consideration. You definitely want to keep that in mind. You don't want to just be throwing out your cards like nothing if you're Fikri here. But it does feel advantage for him given the life total situation and the current state of the game.
Yep, I think that's fair. I mean, with all this fealty too, all of the attack reactions are going to be draconic, even if they're not. So Golden Sun going to be used to block here, down to 7.
Yeah,
Pro to a champion.
I think this is a very risky play from Shirui because he's got 1 vigor. He presumably has a blue as his last card, and he's probably going to need to pop a gold and hope to draw another blue to profit +1 resource to be able to cast the Spinal Crush. Yep, pitching the Macho Grande blue for a gold. If he draws a blue, that's great. He drew Riches of Turpledani. That can redraw itself.
Once more, we have a look. Make gold. Keep everything afloat here. Keep the gold main estate count at the place we want it.
Oh my goodness, he can't. So he can pitch the 2 here, right? Because he has the 2 floating. So he can redraw with just the 2 floating. But now, how is he going to pitch the riches? He did draw the blue.
Right.
Okay. He's also back at his pitch stack. I didn't memorize it quite as well as I probably should have. Obviously, remember the Riches of Turpledani lost him a clash earlier, and I guess he was able to reasonably infer that a blue was the likely next card, and still comes in with the Spinal Crush with a gold generated as well and a card draw. So it did work out for Shirui here. It was a little risky, not knowing exactly what was on the top of his deck with that gold redraw, but this is the power of having a stack of gold.
This is the last Spinal Crush as well. We've seen them all, and they've all been blocked pretty efficiently to avoid at least the crush, if not the damage. I think only one has ever been its actual base power. So 1 3-block here for the Jakai committed. How much more? Because again, Fang really just can't do anything when Spinal Crush's crush is active. The go again just does not happen, and as you mentioned, you do have to play something draconic.
Yes. So you got to imagine Fikri is looking at like, well, I'm going to just swing with 1 dagger, play a pump, maybe 2 on it, depending on exactly how Shirui blocks, and then arsenal the last card.
Seems good. Keeps your fealty, get some damage. You can threaten a kill here potentially. A lot of pumps add up to 7 here with this Obsidian 5 in.
It's true, and Shirui has to respect this, has to put some cards in front of it. So we were talking about fatigue math on Fikri's side, but if you're just staring down this as Shirui, you've got to be like, well, I probably need to block at least 1 card, maybe 2, because you know Fikri is not going to have a follow-up attack. He might have just reactions, but if that's the case and Fikri cares about fatigue, he can just be like, sweet, you gave me 2 cards for nothing, right? And I mean, he'll probably need to play a draconic card to keep his fealty around, but he's still profiting on the fatigue math in that situation.
Yeah, and that is one of the fun things about Fang, is that you do exactly that, right? If you're looking for the game to go to deck damage, as it were, you can just say, okay, yeah, you're scared enough, understandably, so you're going to have to keep committing. And I'll just say, yep, that's good. I'll do it again next turn and see if you want to make the same decision.
Yep, keep doing it, turn over turn, constantly poking with the dagger. Shirui probably strongly considering blocking with 2 cards here. Maybe thinking about just going 1 if he's got a turn that can convert, but I think he's got a very blue-heavy hand. We are in the 2nd cycle where they've drawn through the cards, because we saw that Riches of Turpledani again, of course, has drawn extra cards throughout the game because of the gold draw. So Shirui is in that 2nd cycle where a lot of the deck is blue comparatively.
Yeah, red debilitate and 3 blues is the hand for Shirui. 1 in arsenal, not too sure what it is. I believe it's not a Golden Sun. I can tell you that much. And 3 cards get committed here.
Wow.
A Firm Loyalty.
And at 10.
I pump it up. Can't get go again. Just make sure I keep my fealty. I'll
Yeah,
IP 1.
sure.
Thanks for the cards.
Yeah, spend 1 card to burn 3 of your opponents. I mean, that's
Value.
what you want. And then just sets up a 5-card hand for next turn. And a Miller's Grindstone, not that threatening. You got the ability to
Overcrowded.
block.
So good here alongside Valiant Dynamo.
Yep, Overcrowded plus Dynamo cleanly covers up that 4.
Check your hand.
And
This turn's going to be big.
Fikri is likely aiming for a strong attack here. Here's the pitch stack.
Ooh.
Here's the pitch stack. We know this is the Golden Sun plus the Visit the Goldmane Estate that Shirui, intentionally bottomed earlier on in the game, trying to avoid having his arsenal clogged up here. But when you're staring down 9 damage, you're going to be blocking with these cards instead.
Golden Sun says, I will get back on blocks. Firm Loyalty, pump it up. A little bit of leakage. Couple damage over. Only takes a few.
3.
Takes 3 down to 4.
But now here's potentially lethal.
I mean, basically every pump is lethal in this spot. 4
Yeah.
is a number that is very easy for Fang to hit.
and if Shirui blocks with this Visit the Goldmane Estate, I'm just not sure what his path to victory is.
Because either way, if it's a pump and you don't block, you lose.
Yeah.
But if you block and they just say, okay, they arsenal, and you have the same problem where you're at
Yeah.
4 life staring down a 5-card hand.
And that's exactly what Fikri does. He just arsenals the last card. Shirui still has a Visit the Goldmane Estate in his hand.
Yeah, because Honor Mage
Which he
just
can
hit the bin, but what does it
pitch
do?
for
Yeah,
hammer.
pitch for hammer. All right.
Kind of irrelevant. I mean, even if Fikri just takes it,
Ooh, a little ambush action. I saw Hunt's End in the hand, by the way. I think Fikri is about to
That's-
bust through this game.
Yeah, that is going to probably be the end of the hunt for Fikri here, as it likely is able to close out the game, as Shirui is just too low on life total, needs to really overcommit to blocks here, and Fikri just holding literally all the cards in exactly how he wants to end this game.
It's kind of like death by 1,000 cuts, except the 1,000th one is a giant sword.
It is 2 daggers, which those look like very large daggers
do.
to me. They look more like swords.
Sword-esque. Only one might, though. I don't know about that, LSS. Is more block happening. Clash. Oh, no!
Of course, Shirui
Another
loses another
tie.
clash. Honestly, I hope Fikri had won it, given the way this has been going.
Smoldering Steel basically just says, go again. That's all it needs to say. Next dagger comes in. This one's for 1, I promise.
Shirui is in very dire straits here. He has only got 4 life left, 10 effective life if you consider he can block for 6. Can Fikri get up to 14? He's got 3 pumps to work with. I don't think it's quite enough, but he might be able to leak in a few points here.
Don't need too many more from this point. Hunt's End gonna make it 6. There's more. There's even more. That's
Oh,
so much
that's
damage.
enough.
Fikri gonna keep on trucking here on Fang. Still alive for top 8.
Yes, Fang, the underdog here, really a not very highly represented deck, but Fikri showing his mastery of this deck as he takes down Shirui, Pro Tour champion on Victor. Congratulations to Fikri, keeping his top 8 hopes alive with Fang.
Yep, win and live, and that is where Fang finds himself in. Kind of amazing to watch the run and have an early loss to Victor.
Yeah.
And somehow be up against a Pro Tour champion deep in day 2 of a calling and just do the Fang stuff.
Yeah, it turns out that whenever you get your fealty online really early, and the Victor tends to struggle with some of the clashes,
Yeah.
struggle maybe is an understatement there, you're able to get online and just outvalue Victor in that longer game. So congrats to Fikri on keeping Fang alive in this calling.
Well, perhaps you're maybe newer to Flesh and Blood, maybe just want to explore a brand new hero. One of the best ways to do that is by picking yourself up an Armory deck. So maybe you like Illusionists, maybe you like Warriors. Let's have a look at Armory deck Ziggy. I can tell you right now, this one I'm getting as soon as it's in my shop.
Yes, this is a really exciting new hero. We don't have all the details on exactly the cards that are in the deck or all the cards that Ziggy's going to get in Omens of the Third Age, but you know it's an illusionist. You know Legend Story Studios loves their illusionists. And I mean, come on, it's a beautiful hero, beautiful deck, beautiful set. So I'm really excited to see this and seeing all the new cards that come with it.
There's Ziggy. Destroy Lightning Flow, which is something that is pretty common among the heroes of the Third Age. Banish an aura permanent with no holo counters, return it back with a holo counter. There's a lot of stuff happening here. Again, not exactly sure how it's going to pan out, but tricky things are happening.
Yeah, we've seen a number of auras that benefit whenever they leave the arena, so you can trigger this in extra time. They sometimes benefit with holo counters, and there's a lot of interesting interactions there. So potentially a very powerful hero coming out and has a whole armory deck of support as well.
And of course, has a illusionist weapon that deals 2 arcane damage, which is, that's a very normal thing that many illusionists do, I'm sure.
That is not something that they do. It looks like a wizard weapon to me, but maybe Ziggy plays a bit more of a hybrid-y illusionist/wizard game plan. And of course, with Stardust Spike as well, a Majestic that amps some of that arcane damage and can give you some resources to be able to activate a Adrius on your opponent's turn as well.
Honestly, even if you don't want to play the deck, the art's beautiful. Maybe just pick it up and look at the cards. They're going to be very pretty. Well, maybe Illusionist is not your speed. Perhaps you like what you saw in that last time with Fang. Well, do I have the deck for you, Warrior fans? Armory deck Olympia is coming to Flesh and Blood as well. Oh, baby, August 7th. There are a number of people very happy about this.
I am one of them. I remember when Olympia first came out, and I was really excited to try this wagering strategy. It was where I first really experimented with dual-wield Hatchet Warrior before realizing that Dorinthia was maybe a better shell for that. I thought some of the wagers in Olympia made sense, but I love me some Olympia, and I can't wait to see if he gets some really good support in this armory deck.
Well, finally a weapon to call his own, at least, the Golden Grail.
Yes, you pay 2, or you can destroy a gold token you control to attack. And when this wagers, it gets +1. So this is just really powerful weapon. Basically, it doesn't cost anything for Olympia because you're generating a lot of gold from winning these wagers, and then you can spend those extra resources and cards that you would have used pitching to instead be pumps and otherwise. So really looking forward to seeing how Olympia decks get built with Golden Grail in mind going forward.
Yeah, my experience with Olympia is in Silver Age with DGA. So
yes.
I have not experienced what Olympia is maybe, let's say, supposed to do, what the fantasy of the hero really is. And I think Armory Deck Olympia is going to change a lot of that.
Yeah, I think it may, because of the Golden Grail, it might end up a little closer to a more red line focused deck that doesn't want to pitch as much. It's something kind of like we saw with Fang, right? Once you get the gold rolling, you just get to swing your weapon for free every turn.
I do love Fang. And yeah. Ooh. A very fun matchup at our next. So we're going to go to a little break, but if you like Victor, well, congratulations. There's more Victor on stream. But little player by the name of Justian is still fighting for top 8 on none other than Gravy Bones. Don't go too far away. We're going to watch that match up next. Welcome back to coverage of Calling Jakarta. We are getting very, very close to our top 8. This is our second last round of Swiss round 10, where we're starting to lock some players to the top 8. Let's have a look at the standings and see who's there, who's close, and who maybe needs to win a game or two as things iron out. As we pointed out a few times already, Jason Rolfe is locked, but wouldn't you believe, so is Fatigue Lyath.
Fatigue Lyath, Timm Lee, who we saw on stream yesterday, 8-1 with 2 rounds to go in the Swiss. That means he is locked for top 8. I cannot wait to see a Lyath in the top 8 of this calling. And
kind of incredible to see the X2s that are still fighting just in the first page on the left here. Again, Jacob and Justian, the Jays, all fighting it out alongside Peitang Lao on Syndra. That is 4 unique heroes and 4 very good players on them, potentially in our top 8 as well, depending on how things break out in these last 2 rounds.
And of course, Fikri there, the Fang at 16th place, also 7-2, still fighting for top 8 as well. Needs to probably win the last 2 based on the way the tiebreakers are working out, but still alive, so lots of action still to come.
Yeah, Sam Sutherland maybe in the same spot as well, so going to be very spicy as our last few rounds go on here. Round 10 and 11 are our only rounds of Swiss left in this tournament, and as we mentioned, this is going to be a fun one. It is Justin Q on Gravy versus Victor. Let's meet our players, because they're pretty good at Flesh and Blood, I think we have to say.
Yeah, it's always a treat watching Justin Koo on Gravy Bones. He just plays it so quick, so efficiently. He knows exactly what he wants to do, and this is not an easy hero to play. He is up against Jason Rolfe, who started the tournament 8-0 to start. Did drop down last round, but you got to imagine this is a really interesting matchup from both sides. Is Jason Rolfe going to be able to control the allies that Justin Koo's able to put out, or is he going to overwhelm him with a skeleton army?
And interesting pair here for Justin. If he wins, he will be in the top 8. This is a win and in for Justin. Jason, as we know, already made it. In some ways, just playing Dream Crusher here, but also wants to keep the highest seed possible going into top 8. Make sure those chances for picking whether you want to go first or second remain as high as possible.
It really is important to have a higher seed in the top 8. You do get slightly different matchups. You obviously face lower seeded players in the top 8 the higher you are, and that means you also have choice of first or second as well, which could be a very impactful advantage in that top 8.
All right, well, let's see Justin's run so far. Won in round 1, lost immediately in round 2, and then rallied for, that is 5 straight in a row while picking up the second loss in round 8, but did beat a Victor just last round.
Yeah, so he's fresh off of a win against Victor against David Yao, so you got to imagine his deck is already sideboarded for his Victor configuration. He's ready to go. He is in the mindset, and he's got to be ready for this matchup.
All right, so my next question is, who did Jason lose to? Because it's only one blemish on the record after being 8-0. It was to the last round in the mirror, Isaac Katsakis.
It seems like, as we talked about with the Victor last round with Shirui, is that it seems like the only thing that beats Victor is more Victors.
And maybe different Victor, because a little bird just told me Isaac is on full fatigue Victor.
Interesting. So, I do like me some full fatigue.
So we'll see how the text of the top 8 winds on out. I'll have a quick peek at the heroes as well. We've seen Victor already, but Gravy Bones haven't seen him today. Have seen Justin on stream yesterday, though. A masterful nail-biter of a game it was on stream. As an instant, you can tap and destroy a gold you control, draw a card, then discard a card. That doesn't seem all that useful. But if a blue card has been put into your graveyard this turn, I don't know, maybe you discarded it, you may play cards with Watery Grave from your graveyard. Let's head on down to the feature area, shall we? Because I have to imagine we're in for a treat. Now, Charles, you like the Guardians.
Sure do.
How do you like him against the ally decks?
Generally, I would say they're unfavored. I think the ally decks like Gravy Bones is typically favored into Guardians because Guardians lack a lot of the go again. You have Enlightened Strike, maybe Rouse the Ancients as well, but it's relatively limited how wide your turns can go. You typically go very tall. You play one big attack, and one big attack is pretty horrible when it comes to clearing out 1 and 2 health allies such as Rigor Mortis or Sawbones.
Yeah, we do know that Jason does have Rouse the Ancients, by the way. Did have him on stream on day 1. To have seen that card available, and I think all the Victors pretty much are playing E-Strike. I have a Fidia going to kick things off, though. Get a little peek at the top of the deck as Restless Bones going to ramble on over in a moment, but not before Justin adjusts the top 2 cards. And is that Riches and Prismatic Leyline?
It does appear to be Riches of Trouble Donny, or no, Sunken Treasure.
Riches. Sunken Treasure. Very different card.
He was really hoping to find an ally on the top that he could then destroy with the Restless Bones, but instead he's just going to discard Scuba.
There's one in the bin. Scuba, don't always see it. Definitely didn't see it against Katsu. Makes sense, though, in this matchup. We expect the games to be going a little bit longer.
I do like Scuba a lot in the slower matchups. It allows you to recycle some cards, put things on the bottom of your deck, and generate gold, which sometimes could be good in the mirror, where you can get rid of opposing allies, but also you can recycle your own Prismatic Leyline or other yellow cards that you want to recycle in your own graveyard.
Yeah, again, despite ally decks being able to build up pretty intense board states that can threaten Guardians, even though they are so good on defense, it's probably going to take a while on either side of the table. So Ripple Away.
Ripple Away, also very good. It's relevant lines of text here. There's a number of cards that create gold tokens here in Gravy Bones, so it prevents that.
And now Scuba coming on in. Saltwater Swirl pitched away. And Scuba rumbling in for 4. It is turn 0. Oh, no, it's not actually. Jason did go first in Arsenal, so going to lose the card for real if he wants to commit some blocks here. Already taken 1.
Yeah, just opting for the more efficient play of playing Scuba and attacking with it here, not saving it for that long fatigue game, not anticipating that Jason's really caring about fatigue math that much, but if you did, you might want to consider saving that Scuba for later and recycle something like a Prismatic Leyline, but here, he just wants to put the pressure on Jason, kind of keep Jason off of his own life total and kind of force him to deal with this ally instead.
It looks like Ripple Away was on blocks. It wasn't sideways, that's why I got a touch confused, but 2 damage leaked as 2 different 4-power attacks came on in. So Scuba, good boy. Good enough for an extra point of damage as Jason goes down to 38. And there's that go again you talked about. E-Strike coming over, but where is it going? 7 to you.
Yeah, so this is a different type of strategy. You sometimes could see Guardians try to play kind of cleanup game where you try to clean up the allies and then maybe try to chip in here and there. Or you can just say, I'm going to ignore your allies. I'm going to just go face. I'm going to be attacking you with all of my attacks and just try to really pressure your life total. And if you want to be playing all your allies, you're going to need to take damage to do it. And that puts Gravy Bones in a little bit less of a comfortable situation if his life total gets very low. But I do worry that Victor is not quite as fast or quick at putting out as much damage as some of the more aggressive aggro decks in the format. So this might be a difficult way to actually try to win this matchup.
All right, well, Justin just took 7 down to 33. Now Cheating Scoundrel, Murderous Rabble going to be the combination here.
Wagering a gold. Then if I
6
lose the
wager a
I can
gold.
discard
Thanks,
cards
Justin.
to win it anyway.
Okay, so you make a gold if you hit.
Yeah.
All right.
Interesting. Can rig a little wager. How does it feel, Victor Goldman?
Yes, indeed. The winner would create a gold token with this wager here, but if you would lose the wager, you can instead discard a card. It's not a clash, so Victor can't bribe the clash officials. Instead, Cheating Scoundrel gets to win the wager with some underhanded dealings here.
And depending on how things work out, because of course attack has to hit to win the wager. That's how a wager works. Sometimes you do want to lose, because discarding a card for Gravy Bones can be quite beneficial.
Can be. Yeah, it can be if you really want to get some of those allies out of your hand, if you're a little overly flooded on allies. I didn't quite catch what Justin revealed off top deck, but it was a blue, so this is coming in for 6 go again. Obviously, Gravy Bones deck is a lot of blues, so that's a reasonably likely guess anyway.
Pulverize blocking, I think.
That would be Disable.
Disable.
Disable along with the Golden Sun.
Slowly but surely, I'll learn all the Guardian art.
I've got those ones on lock here.
That's true. Soulbones discarded. Gold made as the wager was won. And in we go. Call to the grave as a pitch to get Soulbones back and swing on in for a good old 6. Now, this one might be more appealing to clear than Scuba.
Yes. So Scuba is difficult to swing. It does cost 3 to swing and attacks for 4. So it's kind of like Justin has his own version of Titan's Fist on the board, right? A 3 for 4 weapon. Now, Sawbones essentially says, I can gain 1 life every single turn.
Yep.
And that is extremely powerful in the game of Flesh and Blood. It sounds kind of innocuous. Oh, it's only 1 life here and there. But when the game is played on the margin of 1 damage here and there, and it's played over the course of 10 or more turns, that is going to add up very quickly.
Yep, and when it doesn't do that, it swings for 6 for 1, which is absurdly efficient. So Soulbone's definitely troublesome, and Jason can respect it by putting 2 pieces of armor alongside the blocking card here.
This also has on-hit draw card thanks to the gold-baited hook, or not draw card, but create a gold, which in Gravy Bones might as well be drawing a card because of the efficiency of gold and how the hero power works with discarding allies and also just building a stack of gold. You really want to try to block those gold generation if you can.
Yes, certainly do. And still 1 gold for Justin. Never want to let go of the last one if you can help it. Speaking of gold, time to make a little bit more because it's a little trip to the Gold Main estate.
Also, gold baited hook steals a gold
Oh, that's
if
true.
possible. So it's not just create a gold. So it is a hook. It steals the gold. But if
Yeah.
you don't have a gold, it'll create one.
Then you make one.
Turns out Victor Goldmain does have gold, so this gold baited hook is actually that much more scary, which is why Jason really respected it there.
Okay, you can only steal gold tokens. Sadly, can't yoink the Aegis and put it in your other non-existent offhand slot. That would be quite the mechanic. But yeah, stealing 1 gold, especially again with Visit the Goldman Estate, wanting you to have at least 2 gold to start with so it can make some might, as Jason has done in this turn before passing back. Definitely see the value there, as Justian considering yet another hand. Sawbones did get cleared as expected. So still Scuba to ride on in, but Justian with some decisions. I see Chum, Cheating Scoundrel, Call to the Grave, and 1 more card. And as is often the case with Gravy Bones, as the Jittery Bones is the last one, there is a lot of thinking to do.
Yeah, Justin effectively has his entire deck in his hand right now. He could play that Call to the Grave and find anything that he wants to enable this turn. So you really have got a lot of options on the table here for Justin. So he's going to take his time to really think through what he wants.
Thumbing through the cards, had Jittery Bones near the chain, brings it back, keeps on flicking. 33 plays 38. Justin down a little bit on life, but life totals can get interesting in this game, and it may be Cheating Scoundrel time again. Justin really thinking through these lines. And again, this is a tough spot for Justin. His opponent is already locked top 8. That is not true for our Gravy Bones player.
Yeah, Jason is like, this is kind of a free roll game for him, right? He is going to be in the top 8 no matter what, and he's just playing for seeding, so he's a little bit more relaxed. You can see it in his posture here. Justin is intently focused on finding the exact optimal line, and Jason's just like, I'm just here to play some cards.
Yeah. Thinking about maybe lunch, maybe dinner. What's going to happen for top 8? What do I want to do? What sights and sounds of the conventional can I see?
Yeah.
Wow, Justin is...
He is deep in the tank here. This is lots of thinking. He is agonizing over this decision.
Warming up the hands, got the jumper down the sleeves. Jittery Bones is the call.
Chum.
Goodbye, Chum. Put into the bin.
2 cards in hand.
Jason's got to consider his blocks here. He's like, yeah, I don't care.
I'll
Whatever.
take 2. That seems fine. Call to the grave.
4.
Pitch card once again. Chum sends on in. 4. Much kind of like Scuba. Very similar to a Guardian Hammer.
Yeah, opting to save that Cheating Scoundrel for a future turn.
Also, maybe really annoying against a Visit the Goldman turn incoming, because those mites did get made. And Chum can potentially redirect an attack depending on how things line up.
I think that's what Justin was really considering. He could have had a better numeric turn if he had used Call to the Grave, if he had done his turn slightly differently. He had like better raw value options, but I think he really valued getting that Chum in play because of the potential of a big turn coming out here from Jason.
I was going to ask a question, but perhaps it's already answered for me. Do you get a window?
You do not.
Okay.
So might say at the start of your turn they get destroyed. But if Jason were to do something else, if he were to say play another Goldbane Estate, or if he wanted to crack a gold token or something along those lines, then that would give Justin the chance to respond with Chum. So he was banking on like, am I going to get that chance? Does that matter? Is it worthwhile? There was a lot of considerations there. But regardless, just having Chum in play means that at some point in the future, if you take an action that isn't attack me directly with your first action, Chum can potentially mess up your turn.
Yeah, it's also a free 4 that sends on in on offense. Feels pretty good. Justin's hand somewhat loaded with goodies, but Conquer the High Sea is going to be on block duty this go around alongside the gold baited hook and 1 more blocking blue. Tip the barkeep and 1 more held in hand.
Sawbones, I think, in hand. So Justin has pretty good options here. He does have a gold token at his disposal to be able to discard that ally if he wants, and then can perhaps play the tipped barkeep to get a blue in the graveyard, create a rum for a future turn. And if he draws into another blue, then that's a really powerful way to play an attack with the Sawbones that he discarded.
Boulder drop, of course, crushes on 4 or more, so wants to block 7, does do so, takes 3 down to 30. And as you mentioned, Jason is, for now, ignoring the allies for the most part.
Yeah.
The bigger ones, the more threatening ones, perhaps he's considering going after, especially if it seems kind of easy to do so. But Chum and Scuba have hung out the entire time they've been in this game. And there's the Sawbones, there's that tip the barkeep.
Makes a rum, doesn't
Off to the bin it goes.
Looks like he's drawn in.
Ooh, ripple away. No rum
Okay.
for you.
Yeah, that's definitely good to counter the rum, but the important part here for this turn was that it's still a blue that enters the graveyard for Justin. And the rum would have been nice to set up a future turn. Obviously, Justian's going to be a little bit missing that, but he still gets to play the Sawbones. He still gets to attack with it thanks to the Dead Threads. He can't activate Gold Baited Hook. That'd be a little risky because he hasn't made another gold otherwise this turn. But still coming in for 6, and Jason's already down a card. He had to use that Ripple away. So if he wants to block this out, it takes 2 more cards, and then his turn is
gravy this turn.
just
Put that
swing
in
and
there.
clear the Sawbones anyway.
That's how you thread it. Okay.
That,
6.
see if I can get a little peek at what Jason Rolfe is working with. Get to the mind. Oh,
Of course, it looks like a Riches of Tropaldani,
Yeah.
a Macho Grande, and another blue, I think?
visit?
I don't
No, I don't
think so.
I love
It's probably
I
just a
love guessing.
blue attack action. It's like a headbutt.
It is.
Headbutt.
Blocky block. And I think Soulbones is going to be going back to the watery grave.
Ooh, Justin prepared for the long game. Has that remembrance in hand?
Not going down this time. I wouldn't believe is Command and Conquer going to be the play here. Off of the riches, very high value. Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
No, we
he's
did
just
hit Soulbones.
Sending that right into Sawbones. You don't want to let Sawbones live, and you can't clear Chum with that because Sawbones could just tap to save Chum.
Yes, it
And
is a
so-
damage prevention. The next damage. You
Yes,
prevent one
next
of it.
damage that an ally
Or
or
you.
you take. So it can prevent for Chum as well. So Jason just really valuing getting that off the board, and since it was a yellow in hand, could not swing the hammer
Yep.
into Sawbones, which is generally the preferred method
Some
with this deck.
Pretty good value, you have to think, for Justin.
Oh, yeah.
Soulbones absorbing a pretty devastating attack action, but Jason, very patient, just chilling for now as Justin goes through every permutation once more. Sunken Treasure, I think an ally. That Remembrance you talked about, which again, does mean Justin is expecting the game to go long. Thumbing through the graveyard, perhaps a bit of a tell. But
Yeah.
we'll see what Justin cooks up here for this turn.
Looks like he's planning to pitch this Remembrance. Obviously, you don't need it quite yet in the
Cheating
game still.
scoundrel in
early.
the arsenal, I'm pretty sure.
Yep. And there's also a defense reaction of Blood on the Water.
This only works on attack actions, I believe. I don't think it works on allies.
He currently does not have an attack action card.
Maybe I'm wrong then.
No, looks like he's opting to just
Think about response.
Yeah.
pitch to attack with Scuba.
Golden.
Oh, actually, going for the trigger. I don't know when you have to announce which target Scuba is trying to dig up.
Yeah, yeah.
Jason, of course, likely has remembrances as well, so it could have maybe saved his own Golden Sun. But again, I don't know when you have to pick, and Justin
So
is
this puts it on the bottom of
Oh,
the
okay.
deck. This is like
interesting.
helps Jason in any kind of fatigue math, right? You usually just gave him back one of the biggest attacks in his deck. Obviously, Justin is probably not anticipating that's going to be relevant, or really just values getting that gold generation because there may not have been another yellow in his own graveyard here.
Rigor Mortis, despite having a might value, I don't believe can win a clash.
It
Oh,
can.
it can. Well, it's currently looking at a block because Test of Iron
Yes.
Will is the card that Jason Rolfe has on top of the deck as his Test of Strength, which now does work against allies.
Yes,
has blocked this Scuba.
That was a recent rule change where ally attacks. So in the past, clashes says attacking hero, and when you attacked with an ally, your hero wasn't attacking, and so a lot of these attacking hero cards did not work. However, a recent rule change came into effect, which says when an ally is attacking, you are considered to be the attacking hero, and vice versa with defending and defending hero as well.
So now it does work. In comes Disabled of the blue variety. Golden Sun being pitched, another blue alongside it, 7 damage. To the face. Allies are being ignored once again.
Jason setting up a nice double Golden Sun pitch stack.
Kind of
That's
a little...
not really that nice, actually, but I guess Justin is imagining we are not going to get to that point, so Jason is still going to be thinking about how he's going to try to end the game before we get to that point. He's playing very aggressive.
Yep.
He does have a life total lead. He is up 36-30 and is sending an attack straight at Justin. But whenever you're ignoring these allies from Gravy Bones, he gets to be very powerful, being able to block with 3 or even all 4 of his cards and then still be able to attack back for a relevant amount. That is really the power of Gravy Bones, to be able to operate on these really small card hands.
Scoundrel going to block, and Blood in the Water going to join it. Justin knows what's on top. It says that's okay. Don't need to do the extra.
Perfectly covers it. Does have a Rigor Mortis in hand that we can see, so could have opted to discard that, but chose to keep it in hand because it could be used to draw and discard with a gold, for instance.
Once again, Scuba going digging.
don't believe there's any yellows.
Yeah, I think would prefer to
Left.
use his own graveyard, but maybe not an option. Maybe not an option at all.
I don't think there's any yellows in either graveyard at this point.
Are you not doing the effect?
All right, so
Yeah,
just
at
four.
this point.
Wanted to pitch. Could have sent Chum in for the same amount, but let's put Sunken Treasure on the bottom. Test Divine Will.
0-0.
Blood in the Water versus Pummel.
No winner of the clash there.
Jason says that's fine.
Opting to discard it via Chum.
Ooh, very clever.
Yep, it's a legal play there. Just to get it in the graveyard rather than kind of wasting a gold for drawing and discarding. You can just discard it
Cards in hand.
with Chum.
Unsurprisingly, Justin sees all the angles.
Yep.
And so does Charles. There's Jason Rolfe now back with some initiative and some big Guardian attacks to swing on over. Life totals haven't shifted in turn cycle, but Command and Conquer going to change that. Didn't hear Jason saying Chum or Justin, but we'll find out in just a moment.
I imagine this is an opportune time to try to clear out Chum, but it's definitely risky if there is a Fearless Confrontation. That is an instant that Justin could have in his deck to give -1. But looks like Jason is directing it at Justin
Yeah,
here.
if Justin's looking at his arsenal, it's definitely not going to Chum, because Command and Conquer is
That-
going to threaten.
That pummel is still on top of the deck, right? Jason didn't draw a card while I wasn't looking,
I
right?
don't think so. If you could make a gold, perhaps.
Well, he does have a gold. He has 2 resources floating. He could have, in theory, drawn into it,
Mhm.
but I believe that pummel's still on the top of the
one.
deck, so Justin doesn't need to worry about that quite as much right now.
Arsenal going to get saved, per se, by Crown of Providence.
Yeah, 29.
Blocking with another card. For 5, Justin takes 1 down to 29.
Jason arsenals a card. Justin has the knowledge that Jason now has a pummel in his hand.
Compass.
Compass looks. See Court of the Grave. I see another Sawbones. Blood in the Water still there. And one more for Justin. Trying to line it up. Court of the Grave this time. Seeing 2 pitched already. This one is going to go ahead and be played, it looks like.
This allows you to shuffle your deck, get rid of that card if it wasn't very good with a look on the compass, but also just find whatever you want here. I'm not good enough at Gravebones to know exactly what he wants, but an ally is a good bet, and looks like he opts for a second Chum.
Fortunately, didn't see Justin thumb through enough of the deck to see what allies might be in there. Not sure if this is a matchup where you want Old Mate Whaler Humperdinck.
Yeah, that is a very powerful effect if you're able to get him on the board. It's very difficult. It costs 6 to play and then 6 more to swing, but has the big old stats of 11 and 7. 7 is not the greatest number against a Guardian.
No.
They do have Enlightened Strike. They do have things like Boulder Drop Red and so on that are able to kind of clear that relatively well. So maybe not opting for that. But it's also a good anti-fatigue tool. If you expect the game to go really long and kind of get down to scraping by, you just need raw numbers in your deck. It's one of the biggest raw number cards.
Pommel, E-Strike,
6.
and 2 blocking cards. Spinal and Boulder Drop going to get in front of Chum.
It has a very red-heavy hand here, but that's the power of Enlightened Strike. When you have an E-Strike in your hand, your turn is fine. It's never great, but it's never bad. Your hand is just fine, because even if you're all reds, you can bottom one of the reds, block the other ones, and that seems to be what Jason's going to opt for here. He's going to send that pummel to the bottom with that E-Strike instead.
And again, Justin, very creative use of all his instants. Already attacked, but went ahead and dumped a bunch of allies into the bin with the other Chum. And one other discard as well. So getting through the cards, I see another Remembrance. I guess that's likely the one we saw already. I can't imagine Justin has 2. That would seem a little excessive,
Seems
even with all the
unlikely.
victors.
He has shuffled his deck
Yeah.
with Call to the Grave, so probably came back. You know, with Jason's strategy here of just attacking Justin's face here, this definitely gets punished by these defense reactions that are really powerful at blocking. And of course, Justin's able to just freely swing these Chums every turn. He just has a 0-cost 4-damage weapon on board. 2 of them, in fact.
Yeah, might be able to go even bigger. Tip the Barkeep. Not
Yeah.
a bad starter here. I see a Prismatic Leyland probably for a future turn as well.
Yeah, the real limiting factor for Justin here is go again.
Yep.
He needs to find ways to give go again to be able to leverage this large board, because you can have all the allies on the board, but if you only have 1 attack, it's just not that threatening. Unless it's a really big attack like Swabby or Whaler Humperdinck, like we mentioned before. A single attack for 4, Guardians can handle that all day.
Yeah, certainly can. Have even actual 4 blocks they've played. Seen quite a few of them already. Remembrance here.
6.
Gonna put... Oh, it's actually pitched.
It's pitched, opting
Rigor
to
Mortis coming on in.
Opting to save that Prismatic Ley Line for a future turn. That's one of the kind of go again cards. 0 for 6. If you have a blue, a red, and a yellow attack, can all be in there.
Yep, usually a literal red attack, a literal blue attack, and an ally swing. This test of strength gonna have us clashing once again. Blocking for 4 on 6 right now. Does Jason feel like taking 2 damage, or perhaps wants to commit more before the clash does get resolved? And we will indeed stand behind me, I believe this is. Get behind me? Right behind me? It's one of those.
Yes, this is a new addition to Victor decks with Compendium of Wraith here. When it blocks together with another card from hand, it gets +1. You're able to look at the top card of your deck and put on the bottom or top, which can set up clashes appropriately.
Rouse the Ancients, I believe. Unless that's a weakest link.
That's a weakest link.
Ah, never mind.
Which is pretty good against Gravy Bones, because Gravy Bones has a lot of cards that don't have block value. All of his allies do not block. But it does make you discard it, which is, it's fine.
Yeah.
Gravy Bones, they don't mind that much. Like, oh, I have to discard my ally. It's like, not that big a deal. It can be if they had hoped to redraw something with a gold with it, but it's not as bad as, say, against the Cilio, where he doesn't really want to freely discard his no-block cards.
Visit the Gold Main Estate once more.
5.
Yep, this
Make
is...
a gold, make some might. That's going to be 6 made for next turn.
Yeah, this is... Apparently, Jason's game plan is just really go face, ignore these allies as best he can, and Jason is going to rely on hopefully finding maybe all 3 of these Gold Main Estates as soon as possible to be able to push really big attacks, Justin, really knock that life total down to a point where he can win it with an overpower attack or a pummel or some kind of endgame trick like that.
6 to you is the call. Weakest link, as you mentioned, does have a relevant on hit, but perhaps not the scariest against Gravy. Justin takes a peek with the compass.
I don't think Justin has any allies in his hand, so he's not even that worried about it right now. I think that's a Conqueror of High Seas, a Scoundrel, a Prismatic Ley Line, and a blue?
Wrong hand. Let's have a look on over. Hold on, everybody. There we go. Yep.
Call to the Grave, Prismatic Ley Line, Conquer the High Seas, Cheating Scoundrel. So no allies in hand for Justin here, so he's not that afraid. This basically has no on hit. But Justin may be suspecting there could be a pummel around. There is one, should be one resource floating, I believe.
Seen one.
Oh,
as
no,
well.
the one resource was spent on the Visit the Gold Main Estate. So there's, if the pummel is an arsenal, there is a card in hand.
Yep. And there's a tunic counter.
Yes,
I mean, I think Justin knows it is pummel, right? Because he's seen one. And I don't think it's gone anywhere. At least
It went to the bottom with
E.
E-Strike, I believe.
Because
And
that
Jason-
Justin wouldn't know.
Yeah, Jason opted to put a card in Arsenal when pummel was on top. So then Jason drew into a 4-card hand, blocked with Spinal Crush and Boulder Drop, and then played E-Strike. So Justin should have known that
Yes.
the pummel was in that hand, and it got bottomed. But he doesn't know what that Arsenal was. Jason chose to Arsenal a card knowing there was a pummel on top.
All right, well, 6 does hit. Down to 22 goes Justin Q. Showing a hand with no takeable cards from Weakest Link, but the info's not bad. I did say, though, that Prismatic Ley Line wants to look for a bunch of different colors, and there are some of those colors there. I think it's a matter of are the blues available for Justin, because if...
And blue is the biggest payoff, right? That's the 3 value out of Prismatic Ley Line. So
Oh, we're
you
going
don't
for it.
necessarily want to do that until you find a blue attack.
There's Sunken. Drawing from that gold. Trying to have maybe a bigger turn here. There's a Gold Kiss from available as well. No more gold left for Justin. Drew a card from the first one. Has a resource floating. Conqueror of the High Seas is an attractive option. Wants to use a blue and maybe to send that one over. We'll start with Cheating Scoundrel. Prismatic Ley Line. Conqueror of the High Seas.
Yep.
High Tide's active. My goodness, that's a big boat.
So that's 8 baseline plus 1 more from Prismatic, so 9 plus 3 from Cheating Scoundrel. That's 12 go again. On hit, destroy your arsenal and create a gold. And also on hit, it's wagering a gold with Cheating Scoundrel. Now, Justin does not have a card in hand, so he can't cheat there and win the clash otherwise. But if Jason wants to stop this, he pretty much needs to give every card in his hand 12 damage on an average of 3 block. Jason needs to put everything in front of this. But if he does, that means all 6 of his mites are probably going to go to waste.
Yeah, and that's what Jason is thinking about. I don't want to get hit by this, but I also don't want to waste these mites. I so lovingly set up, and we do know that there will be gold almost assuredly make
Yep.
this turn if it hits, which means gold-baited hook Chum is rolling on over as well.
It sure is, and then that means he can steal some gold from Victor if it connects as well. This is definitely a tough situation for Jason Rolfe to be in. Even though his life total is advantage right now, 36 to 22, you got to imagine that Justin is looking to equalize that real quick this turn.
Test of strength again here. Gonna try and clash. Maybe get another card for Jason to block with. Already blocking 4.
9.
Have a
So I
look.
got a 6 gold.
Wins
That's a
the clash.
Disable versus an Avasti.
Last year, you're good. So I take 8.
Yes.
1, 2,
Take 8.
Loses his arsenal.
I make
Down to
Justin
28.
creates 2
make
gold.
2 gold.
That was a
because
spinal
of
crush being
Jesus.
destroyed.
Yes.
Definitely would have liked to throw that with +6 mites on it.
4.
4 cards left. And Leyland is going to pump up the ally as well. So not going to get the full value, I don't think, but maybe I'm wrong.
is
Another prismatic. Hook, Chum, big Chum. That's 8. They're just using it for the pump here.
Just using it for +2.
8 because of that.
Now, could have used it instead earlier and gotten a +1 on the Conqueror of the High Seas. Now, Justin, I think his thought process was, I want to save this Prismatic Leyland for a future turn.
Yep.
But Jason only blocked with a single card and is like, yep, I'm going to lose my arsenal. I'm going to keep my hand. Justin is probably thinking, well, we know there's a disable.
This is like your grave.
And
right?
so he's thinking, well, a disable is going to come in with a bunch of might tokens, and that's going to threaten my arsenal anyway.
Yeah.
So might as well just get this out there and get that value right away to not leave it exposed to the disable that's coming.
All right, Jason takes a bunch of damage. Goes down to 23. 22 for Justin Koo. A gold does get
I'll just-
stolen.
Um,
Thanks for gold-baited hook.
gold,
Yes.
steal 1.
Yes, that's it.
Go
Yep.
ahead.
So steal the gold. Down to 5 for Justin. Up to 3 for. Down to 5 for Jason. Up to 3 for Justin. Gold being traded back and forth. That's something you see all the time, but certainly some extra value that the
Yeah.
Pirates can get in this kind of matchups. As a very large weakest link is now going to make its way on the combat chain.
They have a full, robust gold economy here running back and forth. You know, like what's the GDP of this game?
Does Ivophidia have base defense?
Iophidia does not. That is one of those
Hmm.
cards that Justin is like, oh, I may have to discard this. Unless,
Unless.
I mean, he could draw and discard with Gravy Bones hero power and try to get it out of his hand just to avoid the mandatory discard effect of it. That could be risky. If you hit, say, an ally on the top, then you'd have to discard the ally anyway.
Maybe just block?
Block, but then you have to discard it. Not the end of the world.
9.
You do, I mean, yes, you lose your Ivophidia. Jason gets to draw an extra card, but it doesn't matter. Oh, it is a pummel anyway, so that was not long for this hand regardless.
All right, well, Compass going to take a peek. Justin going to get some information, and 2 different ways Ivophidia is going to hit the bin here.
It is definitely going to be gone here, but also importantly, Justin's going to take a big chunk of damage here. He's currently taking 7 as things stand. And so Justin takes 7. He's going to drop down to 15 life. Loses cards. Now he's going to get a swing back with Chum for free. Costs 0 to attack for 4. But his life total is definitely getting down there.
And this is the thing with Gravy. Does play a number of no blocks between the Fabled and the allies.
And of course, because of the way that worked out, I was about to say, oh, Jason, you know, has a card in hand, so it doesn't matter the card draw. But it did matter because he used his last card with the pummel here. So he did manage to sequence those draws or those ordering of effects correctly so that he was able to draw a card off that weakest link.
Ooh, rum with Chum. Gravy
Rum.
having a drink?
He's got his drinking buddies, Chum and Chum. He's pretty chummy with them.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Threatening for 4. I like this from Justin. Just with no cards in hand, just going to threaten 8.
0 card 8. Why not? It's really good.
Yeah, you know, just Gravy Bones things, I suppose.
It's like, well, I mean, you did just hit me for 16 and made me discard a card and drew a card.
Yeah, that's
All
definitely
right, here's my
Victor's
0
stuff.
card 8.
No hook, of course, because, you know, Justin maybe late in the tournament so far, but Justin doesn't want to risk it because the biscuit would just be melted away. But Jason, again, life totals are quite precious between these two. It has been kind of both of them walking each other down, and at some point, something is going to break.
Yeah, Justin has a big army of skeletons on board, but Jason is still happy to just ignore that as much as possible and is just blocking where it makes sense and sending as much damage at Justin's face as he can.
Takes a total of 5 down to 18 between the two chums. Didn't block the first one, does block the second.
The kind of thing that Justin really needs here to kind of break open this situation is an ally like Limpet Hopalong, which it kind of has built-in Go Again, allows you to really utilize the bigger board a bit better, or something like Sawbones, of course, that demands a response every time. But these chums and these Rigor Mortis, Jason's pretty happy to just ignore and just keep punching at Justin's hero instead.
Yeah, something like a Vasti, more rum perhaps, if more barkeeps can be tipped. Gonna have a look, but you're right. I mean, the allies look scary, but unlike maybe illusions of the past, these can't all attack
They
on
don't.
one turn without a lot of extra steps.
You need to find the Go Again. There's a lot of moving parts to a Gravy Bones deck, and right now Justin is limited on the Go Again part of it. And he just uses Rum last turn to help out there, but he's out of any guaranteed Go Again. On a Vasti that he had to block with earlier, so that one of those tools is down. I don't think we've seen Limpet Hopalong in his list. That's not a very popular choice in Gravy Bones these days.
8.
There's one more Avasi, it looks like, but Base of the Mountain going to get in front with a couple other cards.
Yep, that's currently blocking for
Yeah.
9.
Can use some cards from hand as well, which is fun. Ooh, another pummel.
Should we take 3?
Puts up to 11, so that's still going to connect through, but it's not going to crush. It's just going to pummel. I do think we see another Avasti in Justin Ku's hand here.
Yep.
I think he did have to block with one the turn before when it revealed from Clash. I think he ended up blocking with that one. So this is another one. But I imagine he's just going to, well, he could just use it now to attack with 2 chums again, or risk it and leave it in Arsenal for a turn, and maybe try to set up a double swabby turn, which is much more impactful.
That would be quite good. Down to 12 now is Justin, and it is tempting, I guess, to park Avasti in there and try and have a really big turn, crack back and kind of get ahead on life so far ahead that your allies start demanding cards turn after turn and make the game very challenging for your opponent to play. But Justin in a bit of a bind.
1 card in hand.
1, yeah.
He's got one. Justin has one card here.
Especially because Arsenals are just not that safe against Victor. There
They
are
really aren't.
many different
Of course.
Arsenal destroying effects. We've seen, I think, at least 2 different cards from Jason already
think-
this game that can pop Arsenals.
I think we've seen like red disable,
Yep.
which is very
Show
powerful.
of intent.
It's clearly intending to disrupt players' arsenals with that red disable. Not just, I mean, most decks run Command and Conquer. That's the usual. Looks like he is opting to just cash in. He's scared of putting it in the arsenal. Would rather just cash it in for its value right now, and is going to come in for 4 with Go Again on hit make a gold, and then if that makes a gold, the second one also has on hit make a gold because of the gold baited hook.
On hit steal a gold, as he pointed out.
Think in
A
here.
little bit of extra value there, pinching one away from Victor Goldman. Has a lot of gold, that man, so, might as well nick one from time to time. It's a ripple away, rouse the ancients, Golden Sun, and one more. Wait, is that gold? Yeah, that is Golden Sun. One
Yeah,
more
might-
Guardian card
Might be
for
a
Jason.
cranial crush, perhaps.
Little blue Guardian
Couldn't
card.
quite tell.
Could be anything. Could be blue disable.
It's amazing. We can tell the card by a sliver of the artwork. You're trying to figure out exactly what
One of
it
my
is.
favorite things to do.
I think it is a cranial crush, but perhaps it's headbutt. But in any case, it's probably just a blue guardian.
What do you think it is at home? Type now in the chat.
It is a headbutt, I think. All right, it is a headbutt.
Holy.
We've got Ethan saying that he is very proud that he called it was headbutt when right after I said cranial crush.
It was.
I mean,
it
it's
was
kind of
cranial related.
It's kind of like cranial
Yeah,
crush
yeah.
when you think about
Yeah,
it.
it's a cranium adjacent card. It's chill.
They are definitely crushing some craniums in that artwork.
Down to 14. Make a gold. Hook in. Starting to steal the gold. The chums are chumming. Back over in the combat chain. So Jason is going to respect it. Ripple blocks 3. And Iron Fist Revelation. No extra
4,
stuff.
right?
Just good enough for the 1 block. But blocking 4 feels pretty good here as Victor Goldman. Only having to use 1 card from hand. Justin draws back up in the game. He's getting awfully tense. There are 2 life between these 2 players, and they are both under 30 combined as Golden Sun. Gonna rumble on in. This one, you don't even need to ask. This one's going face every day of the week.
Oh, yeah. This one's coming in for 10 overpower at Justin. And even though you've got this whole board of allies, Jason has chipped Justin down to 12 life, which is really in the range of about 2 Golden Suns worth. With this overpower, it's likely to be able to hit for 7, 6 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on if you use the armor. Justian has 1 piece of armor left. If he doesn't have a defense reaction to be able to add on some extra block value, this is close to lethal after 2 Golden Suns. So that's Jason's plan here, is to line up the second Golden Sun to actually win the game after this one. Gets Justian even lower.
Has plenty of gold to work with, even if one maybe got stolen by the pirate. Justian, I think looking at the hand, kind of likes it. Decides, is it worth keeping all of it? Because I'm probably going to keep 3 of these.
He's got so many options here. You could draw and discard with a gold token to get rid of some of these allies in your hand and see what's a little bit better option. You could just block and wait for your turn to see what you maybe draw into. If you pop gold, you've got your entire deck in your hand with Call to the Grave. This is why this deck is so hard to play.
Yeah.
You look at this hand and you're like, there is literally 20 different ways you could realistically play this, and they would all be like defensible.
The evaluation's so weird too, because typically you look at your blues as kind of starters, right? To get your allies out of the graveyard. Well, plenty of allies on the board. You don't have to worry about that right now. Kind of thinking about the other side of it. How many attacks can I get in? How much block can I get out of my cards? And Golden Sun, I suppose, simplifies the equation a bit. I don't know. Look at the card in your hand and pick one of them. That's the one you get.
Yes, you definitely want to be blocking this as much as you can if you're Justian, because you know that you want to keep as much buffer as you can to avoid the next Golden Sun being kind of a one-shot.
Out of curiosity, I don't know if Base of the Mountain would be able to get in here.
It can't, actually. So
because it also cuts from hand?
Well, no, Overpower doesn't care about cards from hand. It cares about action cards. And it
Total
doesn't matter
actually
where
that's
they
blocking
come
it.
from. It's just if it is an action card, you can only block with one of them.
Which came up yesterday against Teklevossen, which was quite fun.
Yes, Teklevossen's equipment is also, or his Evos rather, are actually action cards as well. So those cannot be used to block Overpower, and not more than one rather. And so even though you have a full set of armor as Teklevossen, it's not very good when it's staring down Overpower.
All right, so Justian does indeed pop Gravy on Jason's turn. Loot the hole, going to get in front of Golden Sun. That is only a 3 block, so 7 as expected. Does fire over. Justian down to 5. Oh, yep.
Yeah.
Tripped me up for a second there, but Jason's on top of it.
Definitely within range of the next Golden Sun being lethal here against Justian.
I think I saw one. No, I don't know. It's so hard to see the edges of those cards.
I don't think there's another Golden Sun in there. There's an E-Strike, a Ripple Away, a Thunk, and I missed the last one, but
not there yet.
Maybe another Gold Main Estate. But that would still be very good to set up a future turn. Justian is definitely under the pressure here to be able to convert this large board into pressuring Jason's life total.
So Conqueror of the High Seas, I believe, on top of the deck.
That's a pretty good one.
Doesn't like it that much if we're playing Call to the Grave. May have also misseen. Justian does look at the top at lightning speed.
Yeah, opts to
look through the graveyard first. What's left in my deck? How do I do 14? I mean, there's 3 gold. This could be an absolutely banger turn out of Justian.
Yeah, if it was Conquered the High Seas on top, so he could play Golden Tipple, discard the Chum, draw into that. But then he would need to have another blue, another few blues underneath it. Yeah, that's not good enough.
Yeah, not yet.
Because then he would only have 1 blue pitch down there. He doesn't have the second blue. Got to consider how Test of Iron Grip could potentially mess up his turn. If you attack early on, then a Test of Iron Grip could potentially rip the last card out of your hand, which could be disastrous for Justian.
That's one of those moments where I know, oh, these players are so much better than me.
Oh, yeah.
Justian's like, oh, I'm thinking of exactly this card, because that is something that could get in the way. Thumbs through the graveyard, sees the 1, has to think about it, and...
Oh, I think there's another one in hand.
Yeah,
you can see it on the far right
card. Jason Rolfe holding him just barely in front.
He
so
just has it slightly extended out further than the others. It was like nice order, and the third one, the fourth one is just like, oh, this one, just it's my first first block.
Little baby tail, perhaps.
Yeah,
There's Conquer the High Seas. I did see correctly. The High Tide may be tough to get through this time. Oh goodness, the hook is in. There is High Tide.
Justian is playing around this masterfully, right? He is setting this up so that he is pitching all of his cards out of hand. He has no cards in hand when he's making this attack, but has the resources floating to be able to draw cards off the gold if he wants to afterwards, as well as just being able to use the resources on playing an ally or attacking, or the world is at his disposal here.
Is it dry hook?
I think so. It looks like he did not make a gold earlier, so this is a bonus if it hits, but it is risky, right? If he does not create a gold off this, if it does not hit, then he will lose the gold-baited hook. But I guess from Justin's point of view is if Jason commits to fully blocking this out, then he's in fine shape anyway.
I think so. That is 7
That's not 8.
against 8. That is not 8. Conquer of the High Seas, a big old boat.
Jason could use the tunic to cover up the last point, but that is also risky because he wants to use that tunic to play the Visit the Goldmane estate in his hand. So he doesn't want to do that either.
No. So it's just one of these.
Yep, Jason confirming no blue, so no rigor mortis popping out of the art, or sawbones. I guess they're both in there. Needed the blues for this high tide of the Conqueror of the High Seas.
Yeah, not unless you do some crazy draw gold, draw off gold, draw a second thing off gold, and then, no, even then it wouldn't really get to that point.
Kind of aptly named, but it almost feels like bait.
Yeah.
Like, just doesn't actually care that much about this hook at this point.
Not a ton, I don't think. I think it's like, if you're committing to blocking all of this, then I'm fine because I don't need any more gold.
Going for 8.
Like, I can live with 2 gold for the rest of this game. This game is only going to last a few more turns.
Ooh, that is an absolute banger on top. A vast ye was
Yeah.
the blue shown.
But that does mean that Jason wins the clash. It doesn't really matter for Justin. But the Avast Yi is a great card to draw in off this gold.
Sugar.
He's using it to swing Scuba
Interesting.
Line.
because he values getting the gold because this will keep the hook alive. So he's basically giving up 4 points of damage. He could have,
Still thinking.
and I think it
No one hits.
arguably would have been better to attack with Chum with Go Again with Avasti into another Chum attack. And one of them has on hit make a gold. So it also demands Jason, hey, give me another 4 block, or at least a 3 block plus your tunic, which is also huge. And when Jason only has 2 cards left in hand. And then I also get 4 guaranteed points in. Yes, it's possible you lose your hook with that line, but I still think that's really, really high value and is pretty likely to get a gold anyway, while also pushing through more damage because you have the Chum with 4 on hit Go Again, or on hit make a gold and Go Again.
I see the boy. Whaler Humpenick is in the deck for Justin.
Okay. I don't think he is
Ambitious.
hurting for allies at this
Ambitious, we'll
point,
call it.
but he could easily redraw that to another one with a gold activation with Gravy Bones.
This is Tunic Visit, but I think maybe Justin's holding on Chum?
Yeah, well, Tunic, yeah. Justin is thinking, do I want to Chum in response to activating Tunic here? Probably not, because this is pretty telegraphed that it's going to be Visit
Go ahead.
into,
Give me 1 sec.
at best for Jason, would be a Titan's Fist swing
Yeah.
afterwards, which maybe is relevant because you are at 5 life. You can't afford to just take 4 here, go to 1. That would be very dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
But do you want to discard your ally to Portside Exchange instead, or to the gold token?
State.
If functionally this
Yeah.
this Chum could convert Whaler into
Draw a
blocking up to 4, but it also means Jason will just arsenal the card, whatever it is.
Can draw off of Victor as well, of course, thanks to his hero text. That's 1 card left, I believe, for Jason.
This is the higher risk line
This
for
is a blue.
Justin Koo. He is saying, I'm going to risk that I'm not going to block with this Whaler. Instead, I'd rather convert it to offense by converting it to a different card. And hopefully, he's going to pressure Jason enough with this next turn that he can really blunten the impact of these 6 might tokens.
Yeah, 13 by plays 5 might seem like a very big deficit, but Rigor Mortis swings for a lot of damage. It's going to be cleared here by Titan's Fist, so at least does dodge the 4 damage. Jason respecting it. And again, with the might lined up, what does Jason have in hand?
Yeah, it looks like another test of Iron Grip. The last one for Jason Rolfe here.
Was, of course, having a peek for the Golden Sun. Don't think I spotted the artwork in those cards drawn, but Jason does love to put them back on the table quite swiftly. He keeps tempting me.
Gravy.
Just barely out of frame. Now he's playing him close to the chest, huh?
Quite literally. You know, it's curious that he went after the rigor mortis. I guess he's figuring if he gets to make a big attack with the 6 might, it doesn't matter if he got to chip in with the hammer or not.
I'm so excited. Justin just discarded Whaler. He's put it in his hand.
Yeah. Okay.
He's counting it out.
Well, Whaler's still only 11.
That is not 13.
That is not 13. So Justin needs to find some way of getting go again, attacking multiple times, playing some attack action cards before trying to attack with Whaler.
Yeah, just considering the discard as well, I think. Looks like hasn't quite finished figuring it out. Again, there's only 4 minutes left in this round. Not that many turns left in the game.
Nope.
Whaler does go down. Justin pops the compass. Back alley break line. A bunch of blues in the hand. Portside exchange, a very powerful one as well. But already the gold has been committed to put Whaler in the bin. As you mentioned, 6 to play, 6 to attack with. Big damage, though, if you can make it happen. What is the line here for Justin? Only a single gold as well.
That's where it's so tough to be playing Gravy Bones here. It looks like he's going to do play Portside Exchange with no...
no
it does
yellow.
that.
Finds a tipple. Also would have been quite good.
Oh,
I've just discarded.
you discarded that.
Yeah.
Still 3. Discard draw.
I'll think if I'm going to concede.
Sorry.
I'm just going to think about.
Ooh.
Oh,
No, no,
Justin
wait,
is
wait,
considering
wait,
conceding
wait,
because
wait,
here
wait.
because they're about to run out of time, and once time is called, if any player makes a game action, then
So I'll be hooked.
thinking about conceding,
Wanna go again?
if any player makes a game action, they are not allowed to concede. Then the game will proceed, and if there's not a winner determined, it'll be a draw. So Justin had mentioned that he is considering whether or not to concede, given the imminent calling of time here.
Yeah, draw is probably not going to do Justin any good.
Yeah.
Test of Iron Will. On to Swabby, who did pop out of the graveyard. In for 7, very big ally. But Justin, I just don't think he doesn't see a way through, and this might just kind of looming over the board state. Victor just makes attacks just awfully big sometimes. Far too often, some may say.
Yeah.
I'll block like this and grip.
You can see Jason's hand has got weakest link behind. So I like Jason playing it even more defensively, or even more safely, rather. He's keeping a 3rd card in hand. He only needs 2 to play his turn, but he doesn't want to risk losing the Test of Iron Grip. Now, there are big attacks in Justin's deck, or rather, there's big allies, which could win a clash in theory. So Jason just playing extra safe, even though he had an extra card he could have blocked with, choosing to just make sure he had that insurance policy to attack for 12 at Justin. And we know that he can't really pop gold to dig for extra resources, because then Chum would be activated in response to that.
Yep, have to do it right off the rip, which Jason Rolfe does do so. Less than 2 minutes left in the round.
Justin's got to dig deeper, has got that no blocking Riches of Tropaldani in hand. That's not very helpful when you're staring down this big attack.
Neither is Rigor Mortis, which was the draw.
Yeah, that is not what he's looking for. He's going to take 3 damage here because he can only block for 6.
Gold.
Does get to
Yeah.
turn face down that Riches to create a gold, but
Yeah.
with
Sees all the
second treasure.
angles.
Yeah.
All right, take 3 down to 2.
On here? Oh, you're gonna respond.
Responding.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll discard.
Okay.
Now this is where you got to wonder. Jason cleared out that Rigor Mortis the turn before rather than attacking Justin directly with the hammer. And maybe that attacking directly with the hammer would have been more relevant.
Maybe.
Did Justin really care about having a Rigor Mortis on the on the board? Wow. As opposed to like
Take it.
all the other allies, like yeah, maybe it was a few more points, but I don't think that amount of difference was ever that relevant to Jason.
Just 4 damage. Here's Macho Grande. That's the way to end the game.
That
Nice big
sure
dominate
is.
attack. Draw a card. I think has to find Blood and Water does do it if it gets the extra effect, but I don't know if there's any left. For Justin, certainly none in the hand. Justin does
No.
concede. Jason Rolfe finds it with less than a minute left in the round.
Jason Rolfe dies to the dominated Macho Grande. Or Jason dominates and
Yep.
beats Jason, beats Justin. These are, we've been saying Justin and Jason back and forth.
I
but
did say there are a lot of J's in contention near the top half of the standings. So Jason finds win number 9 in round 10. Almost assuredly the first seed going into that top 8.
Seems
Looking
like it.
very good on Victor Goldname.
That is a very powerful deck, and he is piloting it expertly. and he took a very aggressive approach to this matchup, kind of ignoring pretty much all of the allies that Justian was putting out from Gravy Bones and just going face. But in the end, he's able to find those dominate and overpower attacks to really push the game to a conclusion, despite the massive army of skeletons that Justian had sitting around.
Incredible game between two incredible players, but we've got more great gameplay coming up because the World Premiere Prague is around the corner. There is a single calling left between Jakarta and Prague. Sao Paulo will be in a week or so from now, but World Premiere Prague, May 22nd through 24th. Hopefully you're going, first of all, if you're out here watching. But if you're not, please tune in. It's going to be an absolute banger of a weekend.
Yeah, make sure you tune in to the Omens of the Third Age world premiere. We've got some exclusive promos coming for those viewers who are watching the stream. And also, you just get to see all of the new cards in action for the very first weekend that they get released. First time that many people or anybody's really seen these new cards in action. You are going to be seeing it on stream at the world premiere.
Get a sweet playmat, get a cool World Premiere pack, which contains an Omens of Arcana and one of the 3 duality cards. They are absolutely gorgeous full art cold foils, by the way. But there's even more where that came from because, you know, get yourself, I don't know, one of these things. Get the art, get an even better look at the art.
Those are so nice, and I'm sure these are going to be very powerful cards in all of the new heroes. They all reference these lightning flow tokens, and you know that's going to be a key part of all the decks going forward.
And of course, if you want to maybe play on the calling, because there is also a calling at the World Premiere, as is tradition, you can get yourself entered to the calling by getting yourself a premium package, couple event vouchers, some very sweet cards, and of course, entry into the event that you were going to play in anyway.
Entry to the calling, entry to some side events as well. Of course, you're going to want to be playing as many drafts or sealed of the new set as you can while you're at the world premiere.
And of course, these beautiful cards. My goodness, why do they all look so good?
I love the art style of the set. I really do. I think it's very distinctive and just very evocative of like this cosmic kind of power and lightning. I really love it.
Yeah, it certainly screams lightning for a lightning themed set. And of course, each hero has a unique lightning flow token. They all do use them in different ways. And so you can get yourself a very shiny rainbow foil full art lightning flow to match whichever Omens hero you are running with.
I'm hoping to get the Aurora one myself.
What a surprise.
I do love me some Aurora.
Well, Prague is going to be very fun. World Premiere Prague. Make sure to tune in whether you're in person or on stream. May 22nd through 24th. That is coming up very quickly.
Yep.
Oh, baby. We're going to a break, but we have great news for the Fang gang, and that's me. Fang is going to play a win and in on stream in our final round of Swiss. Do not go too far away.
chase, watch them fall. Young men's reign will turn to stone. This is a prophet's call. The hazy moment through the ocean blast. The ships are closing in, mist will turn to dust. Beyond the murky cloud, the story will unfold. The dragon of the horizon, history untold. Almighty God so full, lead us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story. They came from frozen plains, waltzing through the storm. The shadows of the northern name will numb the foes. Beyond the distant land, the legend will be told. The dragons of the horizon, history unfolds. Almighty God so full, lead us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story. Almighty God so full, lead us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story. The dragons of the north, history and told.
If you come on over here, we could be on the same side.
Same side, same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side.
I'm here, breaking my neck, looking over my shoulder. Stepped into your skin, got me tripping over myself. Thinking I would say something, passing the time. If you come on over here, we could be on the same side. On the same side. On the same side. On the same side.
Same side, same side, same side, same side, same side, same side, same side.
Hello and welcome back to coverage of Calling Jakarta. We are at the final round of Swiss, Charles, which
Yeah.
means top 8 is right around the corner.
Time to decide who makes the top 8, who is going to be fighting for the lion's share of the prizes and those all-important World Tour points.
All right, let's have a look at the standings because we can make things real simple for you all. I did say there is a top 8 coming. That means 8 players are going to be moving on into the last few rounds of play. The 9 players you see there on your screen, those are the ones that are going to make it in.
Yes.
Now, you may be wondering, 9 is a bigger number than 8.
That is true. So one of these top 9 players are going to miss the top 8. So we'll be watching them to see whoever loses near the bottom of that group is going to be knocked out, but the other ones will make it in. Based on the way tiebreakers work, anybody who is currently lower than 9th place is not able to make the top 8 at this time.
I can tell you the X ones, they don't have to worry. They're in. Their record's good enough. So Victor and Lyath, the 2 Guardians we absolutely expected to be in the top 8, are going to be there.
Yeah, I think we really expected Lyath to be here. I mean, if we're looking at the rest of the ones in contention here, you know, we've got 3 Victors, 3 Arachne Marionettes, a Lyath, a Kassai, and a Fang.
Warrior, Assassin, Guardian. That's all we needed.
Yeah.
Who needs Acilio?
There is one Acilio on this page at all, so Acilio really, I'd say, underperforming expectations this weekend, whereas Guardians really doing well.
Yeah, absolutely. And this last round, I already teased it before we went in. This is going to be an absolutely fun one because Fang, my lord and savior, is back on stream with a win and in, as we are going to go on down and check out our players. We have seen Fang already. So which... Ooh... Nova-chan, new for us though, not new to viewers of coverage, I will say.
Yes.
Certainly been around for quite a while, often in the feature match area. Nova-chan on Arachne Marionette, back up against Fikri Arrahman on Fang.
It's an exciting matchup, right? So obviously Arachne Marionette has lots of disruption access, and when you disrupt a deck like Fang, you run the risk of losing all those field tokens if you are able to fully strip out the hand. We've seen some really powerful things out of Arachne Marionette, but on the other side, if the disruption doesn't quite line up, I really do like Fang in this matchup. I think he's got a lot of powerful tools to be able to take advantage. of the way the game flows against Arachne Marionette.
All right, well, Nova-chan, 8-2. How did they get here? Started with a loss, which seems to be a shockingly common theme among players that are in contention, but rattled off a big number of wins, 5 in a row before losing to Jake McCormack, another warrior in the hunt for top 8, and then has 1 out so far. Only needs 1 more, and then we're going to feel pretty good about our calling here.
Yes, oftentimes these dual-wield warriors are sometimes considered counters to the assassins, just the way the math of the combat lines up. So that's why we see him splitting 1-1 against the Kassais earlier, and we'll see if Fang can pull the same magic against Nova-chan's Arachne this game.
So Fang earlier did beat Sam Sutherland in round 10, and Shirui, holy moly!
Fikri has not faced a single assassin this weekend. This is
That's
his
wild.
first game against Arachne Marionette. And we know there's lots of marionettes in the room, and so the fact that he's dodged them thus far doesn't really tell us much about how he thinks about this matchup. So it'll be interesting to see how he approaches it and if he's really well practiced with it, because he hasn't proven that he's able to beat assassins just yet.
Yeah, has played the most played deck in the room, Victor, twice. We saw the win on stream. Didn't see the loss in round 5. But somehow the second misrepresented deck, Marionette, hasn't seen, and only saw the third misrepresented deck, Acilio, once.
And has placed 3 -IOs and has taken the win against all 3 of them, including Sam Sutherland, one of the best mechanologist players in the world.
All right, well, let's have a quick read of both the heroes, because we talked about it already. Fang does want to hit marked heroes, make fealty, and if you get 3 more, fun stuff happens. Arachne Marionette, though, there are 6 more hero cards, but the base one is where it all begins. You also want to be marking heroes because you are from the same set as Fang. If you do so, your attacks with stealth are going to be a bit bigger and maybe get to go again, and then you become an agent of chaos. But you know what's easier than me explaining it? Us showing it to you. Let's get on down to the feature match area and have a peek. Arachne versus Fang. It is a hunted off for what could be one of the final spots in top 8. Win and you're in.
Yeah, both players really fighting for their tournament lives here. Fikri is definitely eliminated with a loss here, and Nova-chan is almost certainly, because he's kind of lower on the standings in that top 8. So both of them really fighting here to get this win, to lock up their spot in the top 8 and get the best seeding possible.
Well, equipment looking very similar for both these players, but we can notice one little difference. Dynastic Diadem didn't make it this time. It is Kabuto of Imperial Authority.
Oh, I love this card so much. This Kabuto of Imperial Authority, when it blocks, it prevents your opponent from attacking with weapons for the rest of the turn. So if Arachne was planning on doing some kind of attack into dagger and other pumps, you can just shut that down and they can't attack with their dagger weapons for the rest of the turn.
Now, we've talked at length about how good Arachne's dagger-related cards are, whether it's Kiss of Death, the dagger attack, or the daggers themselves. But we'll start things off by marking Nova-chan with Relentless Pursuit, and then in for one pitching a Hunt's End, perhaps for later, not a card that is online in the early stages of the game. And of course, on turn 0, Fang does want to try and make some fealties, so maybe not unhappy to go first, despite the nature of the matchup, maybe meaning second is a bit more attractive. And we really want this fealty, but there is the D-React.
Yes, the yellow scar tissue, and so it's only going up to 5, and so Nova's able to fully cover this out. But it does mean that there's no arsenal for Fikri, and that could potentially come back to bite him. Typically, you're expecting to end your turn 0 with an arsenal to kind of set you up for success later, but Fikri really going aggressive, hoping to capitalize on creating a fealty on turn 1, but wasn't able to do it.
It's interesting, kind of the opposite of when we saw Fang versus Victor with the same Fang pilot, just marking and then slowly chipping away, demanding cards and kind of being annoying about it. This time, much more aggressive as Nova-chan fires back. Hunter's Clave, pumped up by Savor Bloodshed. And yeah, there's another Hunter's Clave that's not currently on the combat chain, and that does matter for Flick Knives.
Yes, the ability to just use a Flick Knives here to mark Fikri, but I do see a Blunton in his hand.
Ooh,
this is one of the best cards, the best card to block a weapon attack in the game.
What now?
Nova's going to be forced to discard a card as well as blocking for 2.
Not sure it mattered, but notably not in reactions when the block happens.
This is true.
So still get marked. 2 damage leaked.
Unless Fikri has a reaction himself. It looks like he was prepared for this eventuality and had the sink low to fully cover it up. Pretty good here. Fikri's sinking one of his cards.
If it closes the chain, and that usually means one of 2 things: Arsenal or Arsenal, but with extra steps. Codex of Frailty.
Yeah, so now Fikri doesn't have too many attacks, but because the Blunton caused Nova to discard, he was able to discard an attack. And to be able to rebuy it here, and because Fang is marked, this is actually just This Blunton worked out rather well for Nova Chan, all things considered.
That is hilarious as Fikri going to stare at 2 cards. Maybe Dynamo can get the mix, but hard to reset without 2 cards at this stage for Fang. 1 for pitch and 1 for the go again.
So I think I saw another reaction, defense reaction in Fikri's hand. I feel like if he did, he would have just already played it by now. So maybe I missed it. But I think ideally, he doesn't have any fealty built up right now. All Fikri has is a mark on Nova Chan, which is still relevant. It will turn into a fealty later, but he can afford to kind of take an off turn and just block out an arsenal here. He's not at risk of losing any fealty because he hasn't generated them just yet.
Yeah, it does block with armor. Actually saw this play in the last game up against a different hero, but taking that 4 block between that chest and that arms piece as the die roll off the table. It is trapdoor time. That is the random Agent of Chaos selected as Nova Chan fishes through the deck and banishes a card. It could be anything. Could even not be a trap.
I think Fikri not blocking with a card in hand here is really going to come back to bite him. I think this is working in Nova Chan's advantage because Nova obviously gets a trap card that he gets to sort of freely block with thanks to the trapdoor, but also Fikri has it as a frailty rather, not a fealty, so he's not at risk of losing fealty, but his weapons attack for even less. I think I would have liked to see him really just preserve some of that armor and just really take an off turn, just block with card, maybe Dynamo, and then Arsenal pass, or just pass in general here. You know, you don't really need to be fighting over this turn when your opponent has a free block and you have a frailty.
You did correctly see a D-React, by the way. There is a Fate Foreseen in Fang's hand.
I'd be really curious to know what his logic was about not playing that Fate Foreseen.
IP's 1. Arsenal, is that Blunton number 2?
That double Blunton, wow. And Fikri chose not to double Blunton on that attack last turn. That's some really interesting decision making here. He's playing for a little bit of a longer game, right? He's saying these are really powerful effects, and stacking them all in one turn means that my future turns are a little bit weaker. And so he's saying, that's fine. I'm just going to hold on to this Blunton, hold on to this D-React in Arsenal. I'm not making an offensive turn. I'm just going to have these effective blocking turns against Nova's daggers.
And it's funny, too, because I would be terrified. When the second Blunton comes out, bucking the clave, Death Touch instantly went to the bin.
That was fast, and I'm like thinking, well, is there another Codex of Frailty here coming out?
Not quite yet, because Leaving Witnesses is already on the chain, threatening the Arsenal. Goes to reactions, decides to block instead of lose it. That seems like a pretty good decision.
Sure.
It does reveal the Arsenal. Sees the card, puts it on the bottom. Turn passes back.
Here's another defense reaction hand. He is
Oh, it was a Codex. Both players IP'd this turn cycle.
very interesting. A very unusual game, I'll say, thus far. Fikri drawing the very defensive part of his deck. He doesn't have too much offense going. It looks like there's another Fate Foreseen. I think I'm seeing a Hunt at the Ends of Wraith, which is good, but when your opponent is not marked, because it marks an Arachne. And so you want to use that as a marking source here, but when your opponent's already marked, it doesn't really do that much. I mean, it's a 0 for 4 go again. Good, but you also want to get that free mark. You just need to get every little bit of value.
And decides instead to not get the extra value, just in for 4 go again.
Right, because the other card we saw was a Swear Vengeance? Sworn Vengeance?
Yeah, Sworn Vengeance.
Sworn Vengeance, that's the one.
Still marked. Gets a fealty, so Nova just takes forward down to 36. And there's more where that came from if Fikri wants it. But again, when you have to pitch for your daggers, they feel a lot more fair. And right now it is a single fealty only for Fang. And this is a fun one, because again, heroes from the same set, similar styles in terms of number of daggers and attack reactions. So everyone's packing D-reacts, and you just have to think, again, what is coming? When do I block? What tools do I commit?
Another IP, again, here to hold on to that Sworn Vengeance. That mark, that on-hit mark is just so valuable. He's opting to hold that rather than just pitch it to attack for 1. Yes, it's only 1, but it's 1 versus nothing. He got 0 out of it instead of opting to keep it for later.
Yeah, a lot less attractive when your opponent isn't marked to just swing in with Obsidian 5-Vein even with nothing else going on. So up 6 and 1 on the other side. It means Kiss of Death is coming in for 7. And there's other stuff that can happen here, although We'll have to see.
There's no mark, so currently does not have go again for Nova. Now he does have the option to, of course, flick the last clave to apply that mark. That's a little bit risky, as we mentioned in the last time, where you don't really want to be flicking that last clave unless you have a way to immediately retrieve it or get it back, because it's kind of that consistency piece that you need to have access to.
There's black tech as well if Nova really wants to get Gogan a different way in the reaction step, but both those would require a hit, and Kiss of Death generally in attack you want to block, because the number's always one higher on hit, lose one life as well. It is also a dagger, which does have a bunch of unique interactions with Arachne. Swan Vengeance going to block for 3, and another one?
No go again,
Something's coming on the chain. Nope, no blocks. Take
No.
4.
No go again. Well, we do know that
Oh,
there
no
is
go
a,
again. Okay.
a
It's
fate
confirming.
foreseen down in the arsenal for Fikri here. I just got to be questioning the decision to hold on to that Sworn Vengeance last turn when he's just immediately pulling them up to be blocking with them, when they could have been used to attack for 1 and then drawn a new card, which could have also been a 3 block. Just kind of giving away that 1 point. And yes, it's 1 point, but games are won and lost off of 1 point. And you got to be criticizing every little bit of value you may or may not have gotten if you're going to win at this highest level.
These are definitely decks that also do eke out numbers.
Yeah.
But thinnest margins at times, and it is Stains plus Tarantula Toxin for the
Wow.
Omega Maximum Punish.
That is huge. Of course, Tarantula Toxin getting both the +3 and the -3 on Kiss of Death. This card is just very, very powerful. Gains go again. And Nova has 1 card left in hand, and it's the best card in the game. It's Codex of Frailty. When you have just 1 card, what is the 1 card you want to have in your hand? It's Codex.
Attacking.
Especially with a Tunic available, and he can pick up the Death Touch that was discarded.
Trying to see how the Stains got paid for. Might have missed a pitch. Might have missed a Tunic counter
Oh.
being used. Here's Codex.
Yeah, you're right. That should have cost 1, right?
Yeah, no mark.
Because
But
Fikri
it
was
gives
not
go
marked.
again, but it doesn't cost nothing because Fikri
You're
was not
right.
marked.
That was missed. That was not paid for. Nova should not have a resource here. He should have had to pay 1 resource for the Stains of the Red back, which he could have used the Tunic for, but then he wouldn't have that resource to pay for this Death Touch.
I could have been wrong, but I don't think. Anyway, we'll move through. We can have a rewind another day, perhaps. Because down to 32 is Fikri. And Codex has selected Death Touch, which, as I mentioned, went into the graveyard awfully quickly.
I choose Frailty Power or Inertia.
There wasn't. Okay, that's what I thought.
There was a mark?
Yeah,
Okay.
the mark tokens don't look like the regular ones from these players. They both have different custom ones. And players like to put mark tokens in different parts of their playmat. So I believe it was near where Fikri's fealty is, and might have done the math wrong on Marionette buffing up the kiss. but
Okay, yeah, because
everything
I
above
thought
board.
they showed the Kiss of Death at 7, which would indicate there was no mark.
Maybe just imply.
Ah, okay. I see. It seems like the damage calculation was off or misrepresented there, given the circumstances, because the mark token was not. We missed the mark.
Sounds like
token.
once again, chat is keeping us honest. Thank you, chat. Hunt to the ends of Wraith. Gonna get a mark for free. Gonna get a fealty for. Nope, never mind. Lair of the Spider says no. You're marked again. And there's that mark token. Now
That's
we
the
know what it
mark
looks like.
token.
It's very
Okay.
pretty, I will say.
It is.
But it does not look like the one you get out of the pack.
No. And is not anywhere particularly near the hero either.
It's just chilling. In the kind of the neutral zone. Save a bloodshed. Hunter's Clave. That is 5. Go again.
5 go again. This one does have on-hit mark as well, so the mark would stay there. And also on-hit draw a card.
Yes.
Very powerful.
It's quite good. 5 is a tricky break point, but not always. Valiant Dynamo going to enter the fray for the first time this game.
So that does trigger the piercing effect.
Oh,
So
that's true.
piercing is not... you do not really want to be blocking this with Valiant Dynamo, because it blocks for 1, but it gives it +1, and looks like Fikri messed up that calculation, forgot about the piercing effect, and does end up taking 1 damage here anyway.
Yep. Expression on the face says everything there.
Yeah.
Forgot about the piercing. Here's Reaper's Call, just sending it in.
Attack for 2. On hit, go again. Would clear the mark at that point. Yeah, Fikri is feeling a little flustered after that play. That was not how he had lined it up. He'd hope, well, it's coming in for 5,
Oh.
might as well. But
I was wondering why we'd ever just send in a Reaper's Call at random. That's because Take Up the Mantle is the attack reaction of choice here for Nova Chan.
Yeah, and because Fikri is marked, he's going to be able to choose exactly what he wants. He's going to get +3 and can turn this into whatever attack he wants, like a Mark of the Black Widow, perhaps.
Has to be a stealth card, but thankfully most of the good cards are
Yeah.
stealth cards.
Yep, Mark of the Black Widow is the choice here.
Yep, no block.
So this is actually a 7 with on hit, banish a card out of your hand. This turn cycle has kind of gone disastrously for Fikri here with the messed up block and then the Take Up the Mantle just really punishing him. Luckily, he doesn't have an arsenal, or I guess unluckily, depending on how you look at it, for this Leave No Witness that Nova is deploying. And you gotta look at the life totals here. Fikri's already dropping out of 19 to 36 from Nova.
Yeah, takes another 4. I do say that Fang does generally want to get aggressive early on, but gonna have show a Blunton. That one goes into the bin.
Yeah, we know that Fang is definitely not a very efficient deck until he gets those 3 fealties online. So when he does get all 3 of them online, you got to imagine he starts really starting to pull ahead, at least on the turnover turn cycle math. But when you're at such a large deficit, he's already down 21 life to Nova. That is going to be a very big mountain to climb back from.
Yeah, and you can see Nova just giving a fealty over, taking all this damage down to 32, but has such a comfortable life cushion that you can just, again, do the thing where you try and put your opponent in the blender.
Just continually continually throw disruption, continually throw big damage and reactions, and force Fikri to block is going to really make him struggle to get any kind of aggression to even get that last 3rd fealty token, let alone be able to start pulling back into the game against Nova and equalize the life totals here.
Good find out of Nova Chan. Orb Weaver Spinneret, the only legal color you're still allowed to play, the red one. It's also the best one.
Yes, to get that Graphene Chelicera, which we know is just really critical to helping this deck run smoothly. It's also a stealth dagger attack, just like the Kiss of Death, which allows a lot of your pumps to interact with it very favorably.
All right, so this one is 6. There is no mark. You can see that face down token kind of at the bottom of the screen. That is the mark on Fikri's side. Nova's mark is next to his Mask of Deceit. And both players are kind of flipping them over for each other when they're marked or unmarked. Because again, that happens a lot in this matchup.
Sure does.
I do believe there's a pledge fealty, yes, in Fikri's hand. So can get online, but feels like the life deficit is going to be tough to crawl back from, even from a deck as efficient as Fang. But we'll see what happens here. 6 on hit. Lose 1 more, so basically 7. Gonna block for 2. Gonna block for 3. Gonna block for 4.
Blocking 4.
Two.
There's
Oh, no,
another
it's
Take
back.
Up the Mantle. Now, this one does not have the mark effect.
That's true.
So this is just
Plus
+2,
two.
which is still good.
Mhm.
In this case, when really Nova just cares about how much damage can I deal to Fikri, how much raw output can I put to his life total, that's going to be as best his best option here. Is that a just a Nick
Yes.
in Nova's hand?
Is it just a Nick?
Okay. That's not the most common card in this style of deck. I guess it does show up from time to time in small quantities, but very potent. You know, back in the day when we had Bonds of Agony around in all of these assassin decks, obviously that card has been banned, so it's still very good to be able to push a blue to be a relevant amount of power. See if Nova is able to line it up well.
It's kind of nice. Had a Vigor here, so that swings the dagger in. And then Pledge Fields, he's going to give the go again and make the next daggers free, and hopefully daggers for the rest of the game. Get that discount. There's the Pledge.
This is a pretty powerful turn. Fikri is able to get his 3 fealty online, and so this means his attack is going to be pretty efficient. He's going to be swinging that second dagger for free.
Yep.
And hey, there's a Hunt's End. That's exactly what you wanted here. The moment you got 3 fealty, immediately Hunt's End, right? To get that power damage out.
All right, so full fealty. Now can start to trade back. This is where the efficiency from Fang can try and claw the life deficit back closer.
You would really hope that you're not at such a big deficit when this does finally happen for Fikri here on turn 6, a little bit slower than he had hoped for. And of course, cut from the same cloth, Fang, a deck with tons of attack reactions, means that this is almost certainly going to reveal one, and it does, marking Fikri.
Yeah, both these decks play this card, and it is very good for them in all matchups, but it's extra good in this one, as Kiss of Death comes back on over for 8. And it did spy a card that's maybe a little too late here for Fikri, because we've already seen, I think, 1 or 2 codexes overcrowded. Very good.
Yeah.
As your one little attack hiding in your graveyard.
Is this the 3rd Kiss of Death from Nova?
I think so.
already? This is I would say, above average luck from Nova. His deck has been really cooperative this game, right? Finding Kiss of Death, your best card. Things have lined up quite well with him, while Fikri has definitely stumbled in trying to get his hands to line up this game.
And Nova pointing out that Fikri is marked, so even with Blackfoot Whisperers being able to give go again on hit, that is what base Arachne Marionette does when your opponent is marked. And Fikri does still have that mark from a previous turn. So that's why the kiss is coming in for 8. All the die are accurately representing the numbers, which is good for my brain personally, as we discovered about 5 minutes ago. And Fikri does have to consider blocks. Again, even when you're online and your turns can be extremely efficient, even with only 1 Draconic card, you do still have to think, I'm playing an assassin, I am down on life, and I need to block as efficiently and effectively as I can.
And the thing is, Nova knows what's in Fikri's hand now. And so when it comes back to his turn and he's trying to make attacks, Nova has all the information about how Fikri is going to attack and therefore how Nova should block it.
Also feels like at this point, Nova is using the life buff, and we saw it in the previous turn, just tank the damage for as often as he can before he does have to start blocking and kind of get more in range. So Fikri going to have a big turn to claw it back, or just really grind it out to try and claw back into this game. And it is possible. Fang is a deck that, again, when online feels like one of the best decks in the game. But we're here at this point, and the question is it enough?
Yes. When you get online, but you are behind in life total.
Ooh.
Oh, here's the Kabuto, which potentially bluntens any future attack. But Nova seemed to be wanting to swing a dagger afterwards, but of course was not able to thanks to the Kabuto.
A little aggressive on the die roll. Hits trapdoor once again.
Another trapdoor. So
you always go searching, even if you never have another trap. You always look.
True. Always got to bluff them out. You do have to banish card if you do.
Yes, you do.
I imagine Nova is probably running every defense react he could because that's just very valuable into Fang in general. So you got to imagine he has them all in his presented deck.
I have seen at least one warrior that has appeared on this very stream before crash out about defense reactions versus Dorinthia. So definitely makes sense that Nova would want to use all of the tools in the arsenal.
Draw free.
Yep.
And gonna say Yogo.
Picks up, draws just 3. Of course, the last card in his hand was probably a card he wanted to pitch to swing a dagger afterwards, but was not able to.
Hey, cut from the same cloth. Does cut both ways. And oh no, is that that eradicate?
It's
Is that no attack reaction? I think it's CNC, Orb Weaver, Eradicate, and Bond of Attraction.
Bonds of Attraction, yeah. No attack reaction there. Somehow.
Oh, infiltrate, sir.
5.
2 stealth attacks, an Orb Weaver Spinneret, and a Command and Conquer.
Good attacks.
Good
Unfortunately,
cards.
not good cards. Absolutely. Not good enough for a mark, but that's okay. Again, Fang already has the 4 fealty. Doesn't need that much more as the game rolls on. And you do kind of collect some, especially in this kind of matchup where players are going to be taking damage pretty frequently, at least while the double-digit life totals are still there. So 1 block, CNC says, I'll get in the way of this one. This is coming in for 5 for now.
Open penalty. And the next one.
Pretty easily going to be up to 6 by the time you play the reaction,
Scar
let alone
tissue
how much
time.
does. There's Scar Tissue with made Draconic by the fealty.
Up to 9. Frailty Trap.
No big,
That's
Frailty?
basically a 4
Okay, 2.
because it's a weapon.
Yeah.
Does take 2, though. Does get marked.
Yeah, frailties are just so powerful against these dual-wield warriors. I mean, that is the... Oftentimes you think the warriors have a bit of advantage into the assassins because they have got a lot of ability to cover up breakpoints. They've got a lot of flexibility to play on different sized hands, but the big point in favor of the assassins is frailty. It's either frailty trap or codex of frailty. If those are able to line up, they really stop what the warriors are trying to do.
I respect that Fikri still swung the other Obsidian 5A, knowing that it was a 0.
Yeah.
Gotta
It's about sending a message.
exactly.
You are here to swing daggers, whether they attack for any amount or not.
Might have also refreshed Dynamo, which would actually be relevant.
That could be very relevant, which he did not, or he did, or Yeah,
It,
no,
it
does not
doesn't have a -1
counter.
counter on it right now, so it is all ready. And as we learnt, Hunter's Clave does have piercing.
I think Fikri will remember that.
Solicitor does not. Already got in for 1, though. Must have been 1. Sorry, must have been 2, because it did have go again.
Yes.
So that's why the Clave is able to come on in behind it. Don't often see the Assassins swing both daggers, unlike the Warriors who are dual-wielding, but every now and then go a little wide thanks to some extra resources floating around. 1 blue is good enough to swing both these daggers, which is pretty neat, and basically all the attacks cost 0. So you're going to be 3 links wide here for Nova-chan.
Fikri digging through his graveyard, seeing what resources he's gone through. He's definitely got to be a little worried about taking a ton of damage here. He says no blocks.
Flicks Glycera 2, takes 1, gets remarked, and that's a dead giveaway that there's another Orb Weaver in hand.
Yeah. We did know Nova's hand thanks to the cut from the same clock. We don't know the arsenal, or Fikri doesn't know the arsenal.
Until end of my next turn.
This is coming in for 6. Should be 7. Oh no, you're not in base Arachne form, so this is actually just 6 and does not have on hit go again.
Now,
but does have on hit potentially draw a card basically.
Yes. Now the best, the baller play here is to pop Black Tech Whisperers and just play whatever comes off the top. There are a lot of bricks that Nova cannot play.
Yeah, a lot of the
Oh, actually,
well, the reactions you couldn't
Yeah.
play without swinging the weapon. But there are
There's a
some
tunic counter.
attacks. Well, the Graphene Solicitor.
Yeah.
It is a new one. This one hasn't attacked this turn. The other one has done the once per turn
true.
attack. Because these are once per turn, but this is a new copy of Graphene Solicitor. So yeah, I mean, that would
I'm
be a
here for
baller
it.
play.
That
Why
would be,
not?
I'm ready.
If this hits.
If
Fikri
this
might just be
hits.
like, well, I guess I'll block it. 2 cards on it.
Does feel somewhat appealing to block. Oh, I think we know what the arsenal is. It's just
From
Nick.
Nova? Oh, it is just a Nick. Yes, yes, that is correct. So hasn't found an opportunity to play that really yet.
Think below. That's going to cover 4 of the 6.
I mean, he could play it here to just add the banish effect, but I don't think that's particularly useful.
Banish the top.
Don't think so. Banish a relentless
Relentless
pursuit.
Pursuit.
Okay.
That's a free mark.
It is.
It's a free mark effect. That could be very relevant.
Oh, play to the end of your next turn.
Yes.
Okay. You didn't even need Black Tech. As funny as that would
Right.
have
You
been.
don't need to do it right now. It could be, for next turn.
Okay, it makes sense why the card doesn't have go again. Then.
Yes.
Sorry, too much Slippy on the mind.
Yep.
Wrong Arachne.
Definitely better in Slippy. I will give you that.
Alrighty, well, Glint the Quicksilver just for the go again. Nova's like, I'm not blocking.
Yeah. Why would you block?
Does draw a card from Saver, though. Mark was there.
This is definitely a case where, warrior decks in general are better when they're ahead because they're forcing your opponent into awkward blocking situations, which
Yep.
cards like Glint the Quicksilver can really capitalize on. But when you're fighting from behind, your damage is vanilla. It doesn't have too many on hits most of the time, and so your opponent can just ignore your damage, and therefore that makes your cards even weaker. And you're already behind, and your cards are weaker, so it kind of snowballs in the opposite way against you.
Yeah, you can see Nova just tanking it all. Eats the Hunter the Ends of Wraith. Longest Velota came out for another potential dagger swing.
Fikri, to his credit, is able to make life totals look much closer than the game really feels. Obviously, Nova gets to keep a full 5-card hand here, and really a 6-card hand if you count the Relentless Pursuit. And still gets to keep all of his armor. Hasn't used that, so
Go again.
Fikri does keep it a little closer, but Nova's going to take a big turn here.
I'm kind of sad the Relentless Pursuit didn't get played before this Saver did, but maybe it doesn't matter. Oh, it's already marked because of cut from the same cloth. Never mind.
Yeah, cut from the same cloth is an all-star on both sides this game.
Yeah.
That has definitely been the card of the matchup.
Every time Nova has played it, he has pumped a dagger and marked Fikri. The one time Fikri has played it, he did not get a mark.
That's how it goes sometimes,
Womp womp.
Sometimes just the hands don't line up the way you really want them to from Fikri.
I think the funniest thing was I think Nova put the cut from the same cloth on the on the table while as Fikri was drawing his cards. So he kind of drew them. Everyone drew them and saw them together, putting them face up on the table. As Fikri, considering blocks, this is lethal. 10 is a big number from this Graphene. 10 go again because the mark is already there.
Fikri does have 2 points of armor to work with, can block with his boots and his chest if he really needs it, and I think we're getting to the point where he might really need it. I do see a blue Art of Desire in Nova's hand, which normally only attacks for 1, but with just the nick,
Unless-
it attacks for the full 6.
Little new cosplay from Arachne Marionette, perhaps. Valiant Dynamo and Overcrowded. This Overcrowded blocking, I believe, only for 3, just seeing the fealty. So this is 4 total. 3 more, that's 7. Take 2. Nope, Fate Foreseen. Trying to play around a potential attack reaction. Overblocks by 2. And pain in the backside. It's going to come sailing on in. 3 go again.
Oh, this is looking very scary for Fikri. I'm not sure he's getting out of this one because we got 3 go again coming in here. On hit 1 more.
1.
And a Flick
And then
Knives.
3 plus 1. Yeah.
Flick to 7, take 3, take 1. Yep. And down to 3.
Remarked. And then draws a card off the Saber Bloodshed.
Oh no. Oh no. Is just a nick? Oh, it's base.
That's another cut from the same cloth.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Well, maybe not on this turn, but there's just a nick.
GG's. Nova Chan picks it up. Don't always see those cards together. Certainly not in this particular assassin, but good enough for Nova Chan to win and be in to our top 8 here at Calling Jakarta.
Yeah, that game went extremely well for Nova Chan. He was able to line up his power cards like the Kiss of Death, along with a lot of the cut from the same cloth, just really landed perfectly for him, and he was able to really stop Fikri from getting too much going with this Fang deck, and was able to take the win.
Yeah, and you can kind of see, as you mentioned, Warriors, when they can get ahead and stay ahead, they could really grind your opponent down.
Yeah.
Assassin does kind of feel the same way sometimes, so the damage maybe comes in bigger spikes. And it turns out every time we've seen Kiss of Death in the feature match table this weekend, I think it's been a double-digit number, like close to half the time, if not more.
It's a really good card.
Yeah.
And turns out, because it benefits from those dagger pumps, like cut from the same cloth or Saber Bloodshed, it's just a really, really good attack. And we saw it to great effect there as Nova found all 3 of them in the opening, 5 or 6 turns of the game.
So we don't have it quite just yet, but at some point we are going to show you the bracket for top 8. We do know Marionettes will be there. We do know Victors will be there. We do know, I believe, at least 1 Warrior will be there. So it's Guardians, Warriors, and Assassins. But
Yeah.
what makeup? We don't know yet.
I do believe we had seen we have the top 9.
Yes.
And so Fikri losing, he was in 9th place.
Yep.
So that should eliminate him, and I believe the other 8 should make it.
True.
So I believe that breakdown would be 3 Victors.
Yep.
3 Arachne Marionettes. Fatigue Lyath.
Fatigue Lyath.
And a Kassai.
And a Kassai. And I do know it's not all, it's some different flavors of Victor as well.
Yeah.
I believe there's at least 1 Fatigue Victor in this top 8. I also heard that apparently Fatigue Lyath somehow beat 2 Fatigue Lyaths. Fatigue Victor
Victors, yeah.
en route to this top 8. So I don't know what's cooking there, but so far so good.
Yeah, I mean, as a Fatigue enjoyer myself, I'm really looking forward to seeing this. I do think Kassai looks pretty well positioned in this top 8. So Kassai can sometimes struggle with Victor because she can't really win clashes that well. And Victor has block cards to block the sabers. But I think she's pretty good into fatigue decks typically. And if 1 or more of the Victors is a more fatigue-oriented strategy, that bodes really well for Kassai because the raise the army is hard for them to deal with. And she's just generally often pretty good into Arachne Marionettes as well for the similar dual-wield warriors that we talked about earlier.
Yeah, even a better defender than Fang in general.
Yep.
And Fang obviously can feel pretty good there.
And doesn't require this kind of mini game of the fealties, which is really what Fikri really stumbled with. Couldn't get those fealties online, and so he just fell behind too quickly.
All right, so we know roughly the makeup of the top 8, but who is playing who? Let's look at the bracket of our top 8 here in Calling Jakarta. Acilio nowhere to be seen, as Jason Rolfe in first, going to be playing up against Ryoichi Sakazaki on Marionette. David Yao on Victor, going to be playing the Aussie Jake McCormack on Kassai. Different Aussie Isaac Katsakis playing Victor against Nova Chan's Arachne Marionette. And then Fatigue Lyath, our 2nd seed into this top 8, by the way, going to be up against our 3rd Marionette.
I am obviously most excited about this Fatigue Lyath. I think this is this the first time Lyath has top 8 at a calling?
This must be.
I'm sure it is. He has so few living legend points in general. I don't think he's been in a top 8 of calling yet. So really excited to see if he can make a run here in the top 8 and maybe, just maybe, get Lyath a big chunk of LL points.
I mean, I will say, if we're worried about Victor, all the Victors are on the other, more of the Victors
Two of them are
on the other side of the bracket.
Okay. So yeah, this is shaping up to be an exciting top 8. Lots of some interesting matchups, some decks to root for, and of course the decks at the top of the meta. So I am hearing that we are going to be watching the Lyath versus
I would have left
Mario
the stream if we were not following Lyath.
That is definitely going to be our feature match here in the quarterfinals, and then hopefully we'll see how the rest of the top 8 shakes out after that. But I am so excited to see that Lyath and see what they can do against an assassin, an Arachne Marionette.
I feel like if things go our way, might be a lot of Lyath on the cover.
There might be.
The day, we shall see. But there are more events upcoming. So let's have a look at the upcoming Pro Tour. PT Vegas is going to be on the docket for the middle of the year in July. That's not that far away at this point. July 16th through 19th, the second Pro Tour of the season is going back to Vegas.
Oh, I love going to Vegas for card tournaments. Obviously we had nationals there a few times for the US, and going there with Pro Tour, getting all international. It's a great, fun city. There's lots to do there, obviously, and lots of cards to be played.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, I'm being told that there may have been a previous top 8 with Lyath in the past. We'll check, fact check on that.
Holy!
Wait, I have never seen this card before.
Well, that's Olympia.
I mean, yeah, I've never seen this artwork for him before.
That is a fancy-looking promo by the looks of things that the PT Vegas attendees, competitors, who knows, get their little hands on.
That is really hype, especially with upcoming Olympia Armory deck later in this year. So you definitely want to get your hands on that at Pro Tour Vegas.
Very beautiful theming as well. There's a very shiny Fateful Scene. This is beautiful for the theme of the Pro Tour.
For sure. Fate for Scene with Olympia. They're playing at the card table. Nice, simple text box. Opt 1, Fate for Scene. Love it.
Real nice stuff. What else we got in the dock? I am getting jump scared in the best possible way. Here's the souvenir package. If you do find yourself at the PT and want, I don't know, probably 3 copies of that Fateful Scene. Does that sound like the right amount? Get yourself a souvenir package. Get yourselves a couple booster boxes, your choice of Misspell or Rosetta, and of course, Omens of the Third Age, which will be the set that will certainly be in the forefront of people's minds coming into this tournament.
Definitely, this will be definitely at the peak of the meta of Omens Third Age. It'll be out for a while. Players will have had some time to sort out the meta, exactly how those decks are to be built and their impact. And so we'll see where players get to.
That playmat is gorgeous. Of course, continuing the theme that the Pro Tour competitor playmats are Fables. That is a is that Will of Arcana from Rosetta?
Yes, that is the Fable that Amps won. So, glorious artwork there, and we're looking forward to picking that one up.
I just realized that this Fable might be good with a couple of the heroes in Omens of the Third Age.
Well, it could be. Is it wizard specific?
Oh, it is wizard specific.
I think it is wizard specific, so unfortunately not. Man,
imagine.
That would be quite good if it was generic. It could amp for any of the rune blades or illusionists.
Could still maybe work with the wizard. There are wizards in that set. There's wizard in that set. And of course, gift with purchase, you get yourself some very cool looking promos. A very unique and very cool art style.
Yeah, I love the art style on this. It definitely is a departure from the standard Flesh and Blood art style, but I am all here for it.
Certainly so. And PT Vegas, if you haven't qualified yet, it may be too late. I guess you can do some stuff with the calling, get yourself a PTI.
You definitely go even if you are not qualified.
That's true.
It is a great city, great event, regardless of whether you're playing in the main event or not. I'm sure you will have a wonderful time if you travel to the Pro Tour at Vegas.
I have it on good authority that other things will be happening other than the Pro Tour.
There is, yes.
To do with Flesh and Blood. All right, let's have a look at our final standings. We know our top 8, but let's have a look where everyone else has fallen. Those 8 players you see there, we will see more of them as the day goes on, bubbling after losing their last round though. Fikri, a glorious run on Fang, but not quite able to pop to the top 8. Jacob Clements also, alongside Peitung Lau, not quite making it on their signature in some ways heroes. Sam Sutherland also at 8 and 3, and there's our first Acilio. A bare miss for Ezekiel, but 14th. Feels kind of far out of the way, given how much Acilio we've seen in top 8s as of late.
Yeah, the only Acilio here in the top who finished X3 at all. So definitely a tough weekend for Acilio. And I think for pure aggro decks in general, really struggled this weekend. They really fell victim to a lot of the Guardians and the disruption from the Assassins that we saw really dominate the meta thus far. and some of the decks like Gravy Bones that those aggro decks would prey on were a little less represented outside of course, Justin Koo.
Yeah, kind of fun to see. We started this quite a while ago now, yesterday, for us, and a bunch of names that we were keeping track of are at least on this page of the standings.
That's true.
Which is always nice to see, but a lot of killers out here in the field, and as it turns out, when you have 150 plus players in a tournament, not all of them can make top 8.
No, only 8 of them can. And so these will be the 8 best players in this tournament, and we'll see who is able to take it home at the end.
Huntsman 21st, Cheah in 22nd, and top 32 for Robbie. Tough Nut getting it done.
That is impressive. Bringing Tough Nut in, getting top 32, 7-4 at calling is nothing to laugh at here. Tough Nut looking pretty decent.
Could be a real deck. Could be a deck you could see at your next armory. Perhaps the next calling. Again, there is one very soon in Sao Paulo. The metagame will not change all that much before Omens of the Third Age. So perhaps there'll be more than one Tough Nut in that event.
I would certainly hope so. I think proving that Tough Nut has some potential in the meta, it definitely has some matchups where it can really take advantage of the opponent's deck, and so we'll be curious to see if some other players maybe take them up on that in Sao Paulo next weekend.
All right, well, we have a top 8 to play, so we'll go to a break, but when we come back, the feature match will be back on, and if you want to see some deck lists, we'll have those for you too. Don't go too far away. The top 8 of Calling Jakarta is coming up after this.
If you come on over here, we could be on the same side.
Same side, 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 same side.
Welcome back to coverage of Calling Jakarta. If you are just tuning in, first of all, welcome to the stream. We're so glad to have you. I'm Julian Carr. That is Charles Dunn. And you've arrived at a very exciting time in our lives because it is top 8 time here for the Classic Constructor calling before Omens of the Third Age changes presumably everything.
Oh, it certainly will. A new set. But for now, we're going to be looking at the players who are really mastering this format. This format has been around for a while. Players have gotten time to really fill out the decks and the meta, and now we're seeing what they've come up with. And the top 8 players here have really settled on some really powerful decks.
Yep.
Victor in particular.
Oh, yes.
As doing very well in this top 8. We got 3 Victors.
Yep.
We've got 3 Arachne Marionettes. We've got a Kassai. And we've got everyone's favorite hero, Lyath Goldmane.
That's right. Let's pull up the bracket actually and have a quick peek. Because if you just tuned in, you maybe didn't see this when we ran at the end of the final round. Jason Rolfe, who believed Victor was so strong that it was a free top 8 in a calling. So decided to fly from the top of the world to the bottom, basically, and play in the calling. And would you look at that? First seed coming into the top 8.
Yes, he did. He made good on his prediction there that he would make the top 8 with Victor. It's a very powerful deck, obviously. We see 3 Victors here in the top 8, of course, with David Yao and Isaac Hatsakis as well, bringing Victor. And we've got 3 Arachne Marionettes. We've got a couple Victor Arachne matchups here. We've also got Lyath Goldmane, who we saw on the stream earlier yesterday. Lyath taking the fatigue against Syndra,
Yep.
we saw, and that really was very impressive. Came down to the very last card in his deck, was able to be a Heart of Fandal and swing the hammer 20 times to win the game.
It turns out that was enough, and turns out that was not a fluke. This
Yeah.
player, who was undefeated then, did not pick up very many losses. It's only 1 moving into the top 8. So the question becomes now, Charles.
Yeah.
We look at this field. We're pretty familiar with the metagame. We have Victor win the last calling in Rotterdam. Who's taking it all here in Jakarta?
I think my prediction has got to be Jason Rolfe. I know
that's
it
your
is a little bit
prediction.
of a cop-out. He is the top seed. I think he has proven that he has been the best Victor player throughout this weekend thus far. He's been very impressive the few times we've had him on camera, and I think Victor's a very strong deck. I would love to predict Lyath, but I think Lyath is definitely the underdog here. It's sort of an unproven deck. Timm in second place here, or second seed so far in the quarters, so he definitely has a path to victory for sure, but I've got to imagine that it's going to be Jason.
I'll back Lyath. Why not? I love a good underdog, and Lyath Goldmane certainly is that. So we're going to have a look at the Living Legend leaderboard because there is a lot on the line here for Victor Goldmane, potentially, because if won the last calling, could win this calling, there's 3 of them in the top 8. And if that happens, and maybe one more thing happens, well, what's going to happen to Victor, Charles?
Well, Victor would hit Living Legend if he wins the calling this weekend, today, and wins the calling in Sao Paulo next weekend. So it is definitely a bit of a long shot, but of course with 3 Victors in the top 8, that does mean he's got pretty good odds. And of course my prediction may have been rooted in how strong I think Victor is and how strong of a player I think Jason Rolfe is. But it also might be rooted in the fact that I would love Victor to hit LL because he's kind of holding down some of the more aggro decks that I like to play from time to time. All those clashes do a number on some of the ninja decks in the format, and I'd love a bit more ninjas in my life.
Especially before they themselves potentially LL, because both Fire and Syndra have quite a few Living Legend points, and Prism, of course, 1 win away. Even under the old system, would have, if she won a calling, would have LL'd. Now, absolutely will if she wins. Hasn't done all that well. I think the presence of Victor is maybe one of the reasons why Prism is having some trouble, despite some new tools in Compendium. But you know what? It's been a fun metagame so far. Anyone could win a calling, it turns out, even Victor.
Yes, Victor, very strong. Of course, there's no Prism in the top 8, so she is safe from Living Legend this weekend. But, however, she could win the calling next weekend.
It's
LL.
possible.
So it is definitely something you got to tune in. You got to watch the coverage. You got to see what is going to happen because the game changes. You know, the Living Legend system just constantly turning over what heroes are legal, the ones that have won a whole lot. It really keeps you on your toes.
I mean, that's a great point because one of the reasons Victor came out of the woodwork, so it seems, was because Verdant's LL'd. And all of a sudden, the Guardian's like, wait a minute. We're back.
Yeah, it obviously had a pretty bad matchup into Verdance, which was popular in the last meta, as well as like Florian as well. So once those heroes left for Living Legend, Victor's like, wait, I just have good matchups left.
Oh, that seems good. And yeah, it turns out, given Victor's results in recent callings and maybe this one as well, does feel like the deck to beat in some ways, with our best friend Acilio not making it into the top 8, which is not something I would have predicted coming into this tournament. But we're going to have a look at our feature match area. We did tease it right before the break, but this is going to be one hell of a game. We are going to be following the 2nd seed and his opponent. All right, Justian Frederick, our 7th seed on Arrahman Marionette, one of the other decks that has 3 copies in this top 8. From Indonesia, hometown hero versus Timm Lee of Malaysia on Fatigue Lyath Goldmane. And now everybody knows.
Yes, I got to imagine that once you get in the top 8 with the Fatigue deck, some of your edge definitely falls away. Because in the Swiss rounds, you know, maybe your opponent doesn't know what you're doing, maybe thinks you're on a slightly different strategy, hasn't really thought out exactly how they want to sideboard. Maybe they think you're a standard Lyath, a bit more aggressive. Once the top 8 rolls around, the jig's kind of up.
Yep.
Your opponent knows what's going on, is going to sideboard appropriately, is going to play to that Fatigue angle from the drop. And so I definitely think Justin gets a little bit of a bonus advantage here than he would have had maybe in the Swiss rounds because of that.
All right, well, let's have a look at how our Arrahman Marionette player got here. As a reminder, it is open decklist in the top 8. We'll show you them actually as we go through, but 2 wins, a loss, a win. Picking up kind of a mishmash there, but winning out from round 6 onwards, including beating Jason Rolfe in the last round to guarantee this spot in top 8. Only the 7th seed, remember, had to beat the best player who was already locked.
Yes, highly impressive, has faced 5 victors in this top 8 and has beaten 4 out of the 5, only losing to Shirui in round 3. No slouch player there either. Definitely has run the gauntlet of Guardians, and so even though has not played Lyath yet, has definitely run up against a lot of Guardians. What is that? The last 5 rounds in a row against Guardians?
Yep.
So let's one more.
All right, well, I really want to know how Lyath got here. So let's have a look at the run from Timm Lee, because this has got to be just an absolute...
Wow.
Ooh.
He's got, you know, this is no slouch of a record either, right? You've got you beating Jacob Clements on Arrahman Marionette, Ryoshi Sasaki as well. Like, these are really good Arrahman Marionette players, so you gotta feel that Timm Lee has a game plan that he's comfortable with, that he knows that, hey, this can work against some of the best players in the world. So he's got to feel pretty comfortable going into this matchup as well.
Yeah, played against another different Fatigue deck, Huntsman, in round 4. Played a Victor player that's in the top 8, Isaac Katsakis. Beat them. Did lose, though, to Jason Rolfe.
Yeah, and also to David Yao on Victor as well in the final round. So definitely has some vulnerabilities. Like, this deck can lose, but it does... it takes some really good players and some really good decks to take this down.
Certainly does, but for a deck that's kind of breaking out, let's have a look here at his opponent, Justian Frederick's Arrahman Marionette.
So I think what stands out to me here is that if you're thinking about a Fatigue matchup, you're looking about the total value of your deck versus your opponent's deck. And I see 3 copies of Amulet of Echoes, which are very much dead cards in this matchup.
Oh, yes.
You do not want them. They do not help in Fatigue Mac. In fact, a lot of the blues really are not that valuable. Pilfer the Tomb, this is a card that doesn't do anything in this matchup, right? It's definitely targeted at different styles of decks. And against Gravy Bones, specifically with Pilfer the Tomb, and Amulet of Echoes against Acilio. So that's basically 5 cards that Justin doesn't have in his deck for this Fatigue style matchup.
Yeah, very interesting. Other than that, kind of the standard spread of good Arrahman things. 1 Codex of Bloodrot is kind of a fun one. Actually has all 3 codexes here.
I'll say this version looks slightly more aggressive than I've seen in the past. You've got things like Ravenous Rabble, Pick Up the Point, and Hunt to the Edge of Oblivion. These are a bit more aggressive cards than you sometimes see in Arrahman Marionette, but I think it makes sense for depending on the matchup. And surely he's going to bring all of these cards when you're going up against Fatigue deck to play as much damage as possible.
You have to think so, but you already know what we want to see next.
Yeah,
I think it's the thing we've maybe all been waiting for. What is in this Lyath deck? Timm Lee on Fatigue Lyath. That is not the sentence I expected to say coming into top 8 of this calling.
Okay, so we've got one of my favorite cards, Steadfast Red. There's 3 copies of Steadfast Red, 3 copies of Withstand Red, which is not a card you typically see. I do love the one of Pummel. So you can pummel the Command and Conquer. even though it has its attack value cut in half thanks to Lyath from 6 down to 3. So just definitely not a card that you end up seeing a lot of, but just basically every big defense reaction you can think of, steadfast and withstand as well.
Yeah, also has 3 Command and Conquers, 2 Liar's Charm, a couple Midas Touch for those ally matchups, 2 Remembrance, and Yellow Oasis.
Okay, so only 2 Remembrance? Come on. Come on. I mean, so to be fair, I guess there's not that many great targets for Remembrance in this deck because so much of your deck is defense reactions or otherwise. So you don't maybe have that many action cards that you care to shuffle back in. But definitely interesting, you know, if you're committing to that, you're only running 2 there.
Sometimes you don't need them, you know. Just outskill your opponent.
Sure.
The old switcheroo in the blue base here. There's a bunch of fun ones here, including blue Gravekeeping.
Blue Gravekeeping, yeah, we did see that as a kind of tech option to help clear the graveyard against Gravy Bones. Fearless Confrontation?
All 3. All 3 of them.
It's a 3-block, and if you need to clear out Dominate from an attack, but I feel like this deck doesn't care that much about Dominate, all things considered. Towering Titan, that was a card I was not expecting to see here.
Sweet one.
So yeah, we've got some real interesting cards here out of Julian Lee. I am here for it.
Triple Terra Sunder. It's like all the hits, and then like all of the things you would never think of to be in a deck.
I have officially been left speechless.
All right, well, this should be a fun feature match, no matter how it all breaks out. So let's get down to the feature match area, perhaps, and have a squiz of what's going on in Arrahman Marionette versus, yes, I'll say it again, Lyath Goldmane playing Fatigue.
Julian Lee is starting. Julian Lee starts, draws 5 cards, because he does have 5
Intellect 5. You must do that. Draw up to 5 at the end of your turn. And, of course, on the first turn of the game.
I do see a Command and Conquer in his opening hand. That is not that useful right here. But maybe a good time for him to deploy it just as an attack. No, looks like he's opting just to swing the hammer, just get that deck damage in. You got to imagine Justian is probably trying to play as many cards as possible in his list to be able to make sure he can survive this this Fatigue onslaught.
Titans for 2.
When I block with it, you draw a card. I see your hand.
Coming
I
in.
discard a card.
Okay.
I'll also call out the Quelling Slippers. We talked about it a bit last time when Julian Lee was last on stream, but I think it's very relevant into this matchup as well. Of course, we talked about it in the context of Syndra before, and how it was very important to stop Flick Knives, to be able to deny resource generation from the chest, or to deny a hit for Mask of Momentum. Here, it's arguably even more important, because Arrahman Marionette really depends on getting the Flick Knives to trigger a mark from the Hunter's Clave to enable certain turns. Like, if you don't have that mark, your turn might just end. And Julian Lee literally has a way on board right now to just say, no mark.
Yep.
Just going to stop that whenever he wants.
Yep. It's in some ways this deck's quick dodge flexes, because of course quick dodge getting halved by Lyath's hero text is not nearly as good, but it can be a lot better in matchups like this, where that 1 prevention is sometimes all you need. Also, shoutouts, close the chain, and then just pitched 3 cards to activate Lyath to make sure we drew up to the maximum and still got to Arsenal. So all of the angles covered here by Lyath.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure that he filters out his hand as efficiently as possible. Is blocking. You're going to see this a lot. We're going to see a lot of block with a card and then activate Lyath to give it the +1. Yeah, I don't. Pick up the point is the attack, not push at that point. Very similar.
Push the point. I mean, it's kind of fun. You get bonus value against Lyath, I suppose.
Would be pretty good.
Extra cards in hand.
Okay, so here comes the Flick Knives that obviously have the option to quell, but it's not that critical at this moment.
I also wonder how many times Julian Lee has had to explain the interaction, going to block and then activating Lyath.
Yeah.
Just explained it to his top 8 opponent.
Oh, yeah. You know, this is definitely not a deck that a lot of players are super familiar with. You may have played against a Lyath once or twice here and there. Maybe some specialist has played it against you, but it's not a very common hero. It really isn't. And so you could very easily be going to a bunch of pro quests or callings and just never play against a Lyath.
I will say the vibes are immaculate for Julian Lee.
Oh, he is chilling. he's already proven that he is able to beat some of the best Arachne Marionette players in the world so far. And so he's able to, play this strategy against Arachne Marionette multiple times already this weekend. And so doing it again here seems like something that he's very comfortable with.
Withstand being used here on this graphene telescope. We're pumped up by Orb, Weaver, Spinner. Perhaps we should pull up Withstand and give it a read,
so
shall we?
Withstand is a 2-cost instant that says the next time your Guardian offhand defends this turn, it gains +6 until the combat chain closes. So it's kind of a 2-for-6 defense reaction, but it does require that you block with a shield.
And thankfully for Rampart, even though it can get 1 defense, when you block with it, if you pay a resource, you don't have to.
Right.
You can just put it in front of something.
You can just block, and it blocks for 0.
End of turn.
Unless you Withstand, then it blocks for more.
Indeed. So he does have 2 Might tokens, but we're going to see a lot of Might tokens just get destroyed without ever actually conferring their bonus this game. That oftentimes you're like, oh, I don't want to waste the value of getting the Might tokens, but G is very comfortable just,
Yep.
let him go.
We are not playing the same game you think we might be playing.
Definitely not. Justian transforms into Arachne Redback here with the attack reaction to gain go again. So can unlock his hand a little bit to be able to go a little wider.
Feels pretty good in this spot. Also, we did see kind of this Arachne deck a bit more aggressive, leaning a bit more red than maybe some of the other builds. So Redback feels like it's got a decent amount of value both in the matchup and in the construction of this particular Marionette build. But considering what to do, and this is one of the things where the game changes. Both players still have 40 life here on turn 2. As we noted, Lyath's going to be doing a lot of blocking in this matchup, ideally until the game is over, because your opponent has no cards left to play the game with. And you have to think, when you're in this kind of matchup, how do I do enough damage? Not necessarily how do I do the most damage every single turn.
Yep.
How do I do enough damage to you?
Right, you need to consider the entirety of your deck. What is every card that is in my deck, and how can I extract the most possible value out of each and every card? That often means, from a kind of a heuristic standpoint, like what are you trying to look at big picture? That means swing your weapons as often as possible. Because swinging your weapons doesn't take any cards out of your deck. You pitch it, and it stays in your deck, and it still deals damage. So every turn cycle that you get to swing your weapons, that is an advantage that you'd like to take.
All right, Codex of Bloodrot, the only copy in this Arachne deck. Going to give a Bloodrot Pox. Player's going to put a card from their hands into their arsenals. It is hand, graveyard, and deck for the 3 different codexes. And both, we'll see what Justian lined up here.
Looks like we've got a Kiss of Death.
Pretty good one.
Pretty good, especially when it can get guaranteed go again from the red back. There's a Codex of Inertia in Justine's hand. Now, these Codex cards don't actually represent any deck damage, right? They're a bit more tempo-oriented into games where you don't go the distance, you don't go through your entire deck, because the card themselves discards it, and it replaces itself with a Ponder, but that's still a card out of your deck. So I think, if I'm thinking big picture here, Justian really wants to find an opportunity to discard these Codexes to a hero power like Redback to be able to give +3, to kind of convert them into 3 damage output.
So 1 card blocking goes to reactions, only looking for 2 currently. Does indeed. Redback it up. Terra Sunder going to get pitched. Oasis Respite. Going to point at the Kiss of Death, prevent 4 damage from that source.
So currently blocking 6 on the 6 of... There's 2 plus 4. Oh, wait, 9? Oh, because the red back, right? The red back pumps it to 3, so you need the second Oasis here.
All right.
Of course, G-Tim with 6 Oasis in the list,
Yep.
right? 3 red, 3 yellows. Always has plenty of Oasis to go.
All right, Bloodrot does get paid for, so we're going to stay at 40. Didn't get any life off Oasis because it was not lower.
Right. This
His
Bloodrot
opponent.
does not connect. G-Tim had an extra pitch available to pay for that.
If any deck is going to have spare blue lying around, feels like Fatigue Lyath
Seems more likely than
is
not.
in there. Also, of note, G-Tim did not have to Lyath in that last turn in order to block for a bit extra because the Oasises don't have defense value in the same way that other cards do. So the 2 block from that 1 blue was good enough. Nicely calculated there, actually, by the Lyath player to understand what was likely happening in attack reactions. covers it perfectly.
Yeah, G is sitting comfortable over here. He is just in a very chill mode of just, yeah, I know how to block. I'm going to block what you do. And it's you can decide a lot of that in reaction step. Whereas Justian has got his head in his hands. He's thinking tight. He is, you know, the burden of this game is definitely on the Marionette.
Yes.
The Arachne Marionette is the one that needs to solve this problem. And Lyath Goldmane is just saying, I don't think you can solve it.
Yep. Again, weapons big enough. If that's what it comes down to. Can't just pass it back because Titan's Fist is going to slam in turn after turn.
Yep. Once the game gets down to kind of that end game and you give some space, G is just going to start swinging hammer every turn. And every time that swings hammer and that you don't block it is going to take some of your life total away. And eventually you're going to need to start giving cards to it. And that point is when you lose the game.
Enlightened Strike. Modes are, I'm guessing, go again. The old switcheroo gets used though. And boo happens, so Lyath's cards now defend a little bit better. Flick knives. Graphene being flicked over here. Mark goes away. Takes a couple damage down to 37. First blood has been drawn.
I think there was one damage before they got healed up by Oasis, but at that point you might have just missed it. It's these players are going to be at pretty high life totals for a while here.
Or Weaver.
I do have to
Back we
say,
go.
I'll say, you know, you really have to be thinking big picture here against Lyath. We said Arachne Marionette needs to solve a problem. It's not about, hey, do my hands line up? Can I get a little lucky with my card draw sequence? Can I stack this this turn? You need to think big picture. And when you're thinking big picture about how much damage can your deck do, when you're sending Enlightened Strikes and you're not getting +2, or if you're playing Codex of Bloodrot and it doesn't do any damage, that is kind of like wasting some deck damage that you could have gotten. Now, of course, that's less tempo-oriented. You need to like kind of play inefficiently based on what you normally expect. But you're playing a different game here, and I think Justian really needs to think about it in that way.
I think so. And life kind of goes up and down a bit there. Damage done. Down to 34 at one point, but Sigil of Solace gaining some life. And there's a lot of life gain in this Lyath deck. Even more than you might expect with Heart of Findle near the end of the game.
Ravenous Rabble for 3 coming in here. Does not have a red on top, just a yellow Codex of Frailty.
Sweet ult art, though, as that is
Midas
Touch.
Midas Touch here, obviously it's mainly for the Gravy Bones matchup, but it does have some utility this matchup because it blocks for 3. Turns out, cards that block for 3 are good.
And as expected, all of the cards are coming in. Because when deck damage is the name of the game, well, you best bring all of your deck.
Yes. Definitely play as many as possible.
I wonder how cut from the same cloth feels here. Because I feel like this happens, you get your pump, and you're just like, why am I looking? I'm just confused.
Yes, you've got a Fiddler's Green, you've got a Midas Touch, you've got a Steadfast, and a Blue Concuss. This was not a hand I was expecting to see.
I see a Pilfer, by the way. So it is in fact max deck size for both these players. And again, Pilfer's not going to do anything in this matchup but be a pitch card, but it is a card in your deck. And perhaps that matters. Steadfast in for a 6 on this clave.
Interesting. Choosing to... So I think there's some value in having the blue pitch cards in the list because when it comes down to it, you need to pitch at the end game.
Yes.
Right? You need to pitch for your daggers. And if the name of the game is attack with your daggers as much as possible, yes. But at the same time, you don't need that many. I don't know if you want Amulets of Echoes or all the Pill for the Tombs. Just one is enough because this is not like Arachne Marionette, a different style of fatigue deck, which actively banishes cards off the top of your deck. Into that matchup, I think you want these dud cards because they kind of are fodder for the banishes. Here, Lyath is just saying, yeah, literally send every card at me. I can block them all.
Yep. And it's funny, you know, Super Slam is a set that didn't really make that big an impact in Classic Constructed. And there's kind of this general theme of it takes a year or so. And apparently, after all that time, the answer was Fatigue Pleiades and Fatigue Lyath.
Yeah, it's interesting, especially because this Lyath deck really doesn't have too many I'd say, newer cards in it. I think the helmet that he's using is relatively new. But in terms of the other cards in the deck, there's not too much new cards that he really was like, oh, now I finally got this. This was the missing piece. Leave him speechless. Maybe one of the other ones, but that's not like a mission critical for his style of deck. He could have definitely built this deck otherwise. And I think that's really interesting that it's partially waiting. Sometimes it's waiting for the right cards to come out to improve the deck, and sometimes it's waiting for the right metagame.
Yeah.
And I think G has definitely identified that this is the right metagame for this style of deck, as evidenced by how well he's done this weekend. And we'll see if somebody in the top 8, maybe Justian, is able to get through and solve the problem that this Fatigue Lyath deck has been presenting.
So I promise you, there was a relatively long combat chain just a moment ago, but cards were exchanged, and overall, a little bit of damage was done, but still 40 to 38. As Lyath is putting up the wall, and Marionette is struggling to find a way through Hunter's Clave. Now we're pod racing. Time to pitch. Timm plays extraordinarily fast, which I do think you have to do.
You do.
Playing this deck at a calling. Yes, these rounds are untimed now that we're in the top 8, but, you know, been doing it all weekend long. Already knows the matchups, knows the blocking patterns. Get in front of it. Ripple away in front of the pain in the backside. Little pitch, make a mite, get booed, and pump up my block value.
Definitely a very important skill of a Fatigue player to have is to be able to play quickly, because your games are going to go long in terms of turns, so you need to be using as least time as possible per turn to avoid draws.
Pursued to the edge of Oblivion is going to get Oasis out. That's getting in one more life for Lyath, up to 39 now, and that was perfectly covered.
Yeah.
That turn. Everything lined up exactly as Lyath wanted it, including the extra pitch left over after activating his hero ability.
Things just line up. So this reminds me a lot of, well, Crown of Seeds back in the
Ooh.
day. So Crown of Seeds
Now
was
that's a card.
that is banned in every format.
Oh,
in
yes.
Flesh and Blood. One of, I'd say, best cards ever, because it's banned so much. It was a card that allowed you to really efficiently use pitch on your opponent's turn. You were able to pitch to cycle out your arsenal, and then that had the damage prevention. You're able to use that pitch for either Arcane Barrier or Ram's Head or something else. And this is just really harkens back to that with the hero power acting as a way to like reward you for pitching constantly.
And again, that kind of means that if Lyath wants to block fairly with all the 3 blocks, they get halved. You have to commit a card every single turn to activating Lyath. But, okay, well, then you're just playing a 4-intellect hero.
Yeah.
Just playing a normal hero. But you get choices of what cards you want to keep around in your hand when you try and set up your turn. So I can kind of see the vision, right?
Yeah, and especially with a lot of these defense reactions, in air quotes, right? The Withstand, the Steadfast, the Oasis Respite, these cards are not affected by Lyath's hero power, right? So you kind of get around that. And in that sense, like whenever your opponent is trying to, say, build up a really big turn, one of the classic ways you overcome fatigue is set up a big turn. Lyath can sometimes have 5-card hands that actually block as well as a real 5-card hand, because you bypass your hero disadvantage by all of these effects like Oasis and Steadfast.
You can also just hit Lyath's Charm, I guess, and turn it off that way as well. I imagine that is more to set up the CNCs, which we did kind of almost see when we had Timm on coverage all the way back on day one. I think it was round 5, 4 or 5 we might have had this happen. And combat chains keep getting closed and cards keep getting thrown, but the life totals stay just about where they've begun as Old Weaver Spinneret rolls in the Chelicera. This one's coming in for 4. And Lyath has not been marked in a minute.
Yeah, this is, you don't like to anticipate too far in advance, but it does seem like things are going relatively according to plan for Timm here. Justian is throwing his cards out, he's making attacks, but the life totals aren't really budging. And that definitely favors the fatigue style deck. You think you have like this 39 life point buffer to work with, and the fact that Justian is only getting through 2 of it so far and has burned through however many cards he's played in the first 6 turns of this game means he's definitely behind the pace that he wants to be in order to get Timm down to 0 by the time he runs out of cards in his deck.
All right, so Rampart joins Withstand once again, and that is for 7. Activate the Rampart plus the +6 that the Withstand gives. Pretty powerful defense reaction of sorts, we can say.
Yeah.
Oh, you're attacking me, Justian says. Yes, turns out that is a thing he can do. Wow, that is the funniest reaction I think I've ever.
That has got to be a top coverage moment. Titan's Fist finally dealing some damage.
Oh.
And with the might, by the way, it's just a regular Titan's Fist. You got to jump through some hoops as Lyath to do it, but it still hits for 4.
Oh, you're attacking. What a play. Highlight moment right there. Swinging Titan's Fist.
Yeah, +1 with the cost, the correct pitch card in there, costing enough, and then of course +1 from the might. That's how you make up the value you lose from Lyath.
Indeed.
Doesn't even have his real weapon. Doesn't
Yeah.
need it apparently. I actually wonder at some point.
Is the
Well,
new weapon even? The new weapon's better than Titan's Fist, right?
I don't know. You know what? If Timm
So
happens
the
to
new-
win, that might be a good interview question.
That would be a very good interview question. What does he think about the new weapon? But so yeah, the Lion Claw Maul. It's the new weapon that will be. It is not released yet. It is coming out in Omens.
Mhm.
It is an expansion slot card.
Oh yes.
And it costs 2 to attack with, and you tap it to attack. So basically, it's a once per turn. And if it says greater than its base, it's +1. So if it does have the might, it'll get a bonus. And when this hits a hero, the crowd boos you, which creates another might, of course. So this can kind of be self-sustaining. Now it is less than Titan's Fist. Titan's
Yes.
Fist is 2, could be 3.
And then +1 from might if you have it.
Right. And Lion's Claw Maul is 1, could be 2.
Yes. And then +1 from might if you have it. So often 3.
Often 3. So it is still 1 point behind. Different in pitch cost, so you do have the ability to play that off of a yellow instead, which is relevant. You can pitch your yellow Oasis Respite for it.
Oh yes. Low key, that might actually be enough.
That might actually be enough. It might be.
All right. Steadfast. Not going to be blocking out this Hunter's Clave. That's a big old instant. It was Blessing of Serenity also coming out. So Steadfast prevents the next 6 damage, and Blessing of Serenity prevents the next 3, I think, if the base is low enough. Did you see that one?
Yeah.
So it pointed to the back. Oh, isn't it halved? No. Look, there's nothing in the bottom right of
there's
this
nothing
card.
here. Yes, it's 6 and 3.
Yeah, blessings prevent the next 3 damage that will be dealt by, I guess it's by physical.
Yes.
So it doesn't prevent arcane,
Physical source.
but pretty good 0 for 3.
Everything here is a physical source for Justian.
That's true. No arcane available for Arrahman Marionette yet. I don't know if I want to know what an arcane damage assassin looks like.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure at some point in the far future of Flesh and Blood, they may explore that design space. But currently, we're working on arcane illusionist first.
Yes.
We got to figure out what that means.
See how that one goes. Coming up in a couple weeks. Well, Premier Prague, don't miss it, as 2 damage leaks on over 36 apiece. The Titan's Fist leveling the playing field in one fell swoop. And I do joke, but like that is kind of indicative of how this goes, right? GTN Lee's going to keep on blocking. Justin's working very hard to try and get this damage done. And at some point, the Titan's Fist just swings in at a much more efficient rate. And that is kind of the story of the game once we get down to the end of it. Hammer is just bigger than Dagger.
Yeah, it sure is. But when it comes down to the end game here, both players are going to be swinging their weapons back and forth, and Hammer plus Shield beats Daggers. That's just how the math on them works.
Yep.
Does have a Stains of the Red back to push through a few points of damage, so G2 does temporarily drop down to 33 life, but is going to gain some life back with this Fiddler's Green once the combat chain closes.
Persuasive. Going to prompt the Stonewall Gauntlet to just get in there and block. Pretty good piece of equipment. I think in this kind of matchup, don't know. I guess this can work against attack reactions.
Yes.
Maybe not going to find out because Stonewall Gauntlet's going to go away.
It's hard to get too much value out of Stonewall Gauntlets in this matchup. Justian is pretty happy to just close chain after any time that would trigger. There's no particular reason for him to keep the chain open. Now, if you do close it and there's a Rampart of the Ram's Head, you're able to like reblock that.
Value.
So a little bit of value is potential there, but it's not like a ninja where they have to have a very long combat chain.
Yep.
And here we do see the sort of punish
Ooh,
from
yeah.
Justian.
The amulet, double amulet.
Justian has 2 amulets of Echo in his hand. Now, I don't mind having 1 or 2 of these type of effects in your deck just as a blue pitch, like a cracked bauble, really, like a blue bauble. but running this many definitely means that it can be problematic. These amulets plus the pilfers, not only do they make your Ravenous Rabble worse, they're also just going to clog up your hand when you need to get aggressive like this. They're just going to make it that much harder.
I'm so curious if the old switcheroo has done anything other than be on blocking duty for Team Lee this weekend. Rampart of the Ram's Head going to get in the way of Graphene Chelicera, and you can kind of see how the math lines up. Clave obviously has piercing, so a little trickier to block with equipment, but Chelicera does not. And even though it is the preferred weapon for Marionette, at least one of them wants to have both those daggers. Rampart of the Ram's Head is very good at covering that one, and then it's basically forcing your opponent to say, hey, you want to do some attack reaction stuff? Go ahead. I have plenty of instants to play with.
Surely Timm Lee has switcherooed a test of Iron Grip, right?
I would imagine so.
Surely.
That
is a funny one to switcheroo.
That
right?
is a good one, as Titan's Fist is coming in for the second time. This is, I think, infinity more times than the first time we saw Timm Lee, because I think technically the game was conceded before the Titan's Fist could swing on over.
Yeah, I believe he did. He was just said, I have a card and Titan's Fist, therefore I win. And
Which was
they
true.
agreed. And they agreed because it was Heart of Findal and Titan's Fist versus 0 cards. And here we've actually seen a few attacks. Now, before we did see him swing with Command and Conquers beforehand, because that's a card that is standard in Lyath decks these days. But it worked out pretty well, and it kind of force blocked. So as an opponent of a fatigue deck, the Arachne Marionette Justian here, you don't want to block. Just never block hammers. There's no reason to, because you're basically burning away your own deck damage but when you don't need to. But when it's Command and Conquer, you kind of need to.
Yeah.
And especially if you have an arsenal, and you actually need to, because it's representing like real impactful hindrance to your game plan.
Yeah, one way or another. It's probably going to get a card or two. As Overcrowded going to block alongside the Rampart. Remembrance going to activate Lyath this time around. And has to pitch again for the Rampart. Does pitch a Blessing of Serenity.
But this doesn't get
The Might obviously making Overcrowded bigger. Overcrowded also excellent against Codex of Frailty.
So that's blocking a total of 4, right? So Overcrowded is 1 base, plus 1 from the Might, plus 1 from Lyath, and then 1 more from the Shield. Covering the full 4 here.
Flick Knives. I'll take one. It's Graphene again, which I assume means Orb Weaver is coming back. But at this point, I guess given how... I guess this can pick up the point, and you would know in open deck list how many retrieve effects there are, but I wonder at what point Timm Lee is just like, I'm kind of just using these slippers to prevent the last mark, and then I don't really have to worry from that point. Although there are other cards that could get it done.
There are retrieve.
Reaper's Calls, etc. And yeah, there are retrieve effects like this one.
And
Up 6 and run.
I think really Timm Lee is the threat is greater than the activation.
Yeah.
And I think holding on to quelling slippers and just being like, if you ever take a line that requires a mark in order to not be disastrous,
I got you.
I can stop it. And so just having that means that Justian can't do those lines, and that might be what he needs to be able to push on these big turns. He can't take those risky plays while quelling slippers are on board.
All right, drag down. Going to make that attack smaller. And going to be blocking for 2 as well. Actually, no, it is 3 because of Lyath being popped already this turn. Hunter's Clave in for 1. 1 piercing. Actually retrieved the other Clave. Has abandoned the Chelicera.
So this closed the combat chain, so he's able to pay for it, so he gets plus 1 more. Closing the chain against Rampart of the Ram's Head, classic, classic punish there.
Fell for one of the classic blunders as Leaving Witnesses will get some damage done. Timm Lee down to 34, but that is one of those things where that's a tiny bit of knowledge that you may not have because it does not come up that often, but that is hugely significant.
It really is.
In how this game might play out. That is 1 extra life that he did not need to give him.
Yeah. Well, I think he
Might have
either
had to?
chain because of the up sticks and run. I don't recall if he... I think he needed the flick first and then retrieve into the empty slot, but it ended up not working out that well for him.
Fiddler's Green covering Claves. This is one of the things this card does exceptionally well. Keep on blocking. Midas Touch in front. And the Claves, again, I feel like Justian is like adjusting a little bit here in the middle of the game. Just being like, you know what? I figured it out. These Claves need to be swinging every single turn. And it turns out 1 piercing just slightly better than 1 without.
This is true. And he, finally kind of gets that game plan in his head here. around turn 10 and starting to really be as efficient as possible, sending these daggers as much as he can. Is that going to be enough? Timm is, being very efficient at his blocking. And because Justian is kind of pitching reds, being a little inefficient, doing this, like, that's what he needs to do for the deck damage proportion. But this just means Timm is able to be like, okay, you didn't pressure me enough. I have an extra card to pitch. I'll just start swinging hammer.
Yep.
And yeah, maybe I take a few, but if you don't block this hammer, like, that is actually a clock that's relevant, right? That this is a 10-turn clock before you must start blocking, and once that happens, it's all over.
All right, first sighting of How to Find Out will not be the last in this game. So let's go to the bottom of the deck, and we get the first roll for Arrahman.
As the
Funnel
web, yep.
Ooh.
Pressuring the arsenal. Timm does still throw the card in the arsenal. It is, I'd say it's more likely than not, it's a D-react or an instant that he's able to play out of there. I don't think he's going to go sit something like a Command & Conquer or Pummel down there when he knows there's a funnel web on the board.
Imagine, though. Yeah, again, a lot of good instants that act a lot like defense reactions. Because, again, Lyath and defense reactions line up about as well as Lyath and Command & Conquer. But still considering here, Codex in the hand. Some lines, perhaps. Busting open the arsenal, playing Codex. Maybe trying to have a big turn here.
Drag down is technically a defense reaction. It has 0 block, but it is a defense reaction.
I have been educated.
No. I was confused.
Okay. Yeah. So there are some new-ish cards in Lyath, of course. So drag down being from Compendium of Wraith. That is one that is definitely helps his deck along quite a bit. But still, I do think a lot of the success that Timm is finding with this deck this weekend in particular is due to metagame shifts. I think he really successfully identified how the metagame was going to shape up and really crafted a deck that exploits that in a way that a lot of players just really weren't prepared for.
Yeah, Steadfast keeps finding these tall daggers to get in front of. Reaper's Call. It's actually a funnel web, and there's a Sigil of Source. That is the classic switcheroo against any Arsenal Destruction. And then drag down. Going to move it back in 9? I think it's more than that. 5 plus 4 plus 3? Is that correct? 12? Did I do the math correctly? Back down to 9?
Yeah, because I got -3 from the drag down, yeah.
The drew a card from Savor Bloodshed. Steadfast only covered 6 of that 9, I believe.
Yep, so he netted the same life total because he sigiled to gain 3 and then lose 3.
Amulet, Codex of Frailty. Not the hand you draw up against Lyath, you have to think.
Yes.
Close the chain. Usually means one thing in particular. It will mean Codex of Frailty. You got it. Overcrowded's going to hit that Arsenal at, record pace.
Take it overcrowded.
Can I tell a funny story about Steadfast?
Absolutely.
So, a long time ago,
Uh-huh.
I am playing Fatigue Oldham in Calling, Indianapolis.
Okay.
I'm playing against Michael Hamilton.
That guy is
Really
pretty
good player.
Mm-hmm.
And
Is he also playing Fatigue Gold?
no, he's playing Icelander.
Okay.
He's playing,
That makes
Bullhead Icelander. This is
That
the time
makes
when he
sense.
is he's made Icelander a whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
And he plays red Aether Ice Vein against me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, okay, Steadfast. And then so we're also like near the top tables, a bunch of people are watching, right? And he just like picks it up, reads it, and then goes, huh, and then sets it back down. And one of his friends who's watching the game behind him just keels over laughing because here you are, like reigning world champion, reading a card and just being very confused. And and I managed to take that game.
Let's go. 6 prevention, pretty good against Arcane, maybe.
It really was. He did get the last laugh though, and I lost the finals of that calling to him. So in the rematch, he got me in the match that mattered.
That is a very... All of the things you just said are very Michael Hamilton coded, unsurprisingly, given that the story is about Michael Hamilton. Meat Man is going to meet a couple blocks there. Also, Hunter's Clave ran into the Gravekeeping. Nice job lining that one up for the live player. And I think, again, the more I watch this deck, the more I'm kind of like, again, I think I'm starting to get it. Like, you just get to pick from more options to block when your opponent comes in. Oh, CNC for 4 is online. We did it.
There it is.
And again, like, it seems silly, but like this actually is relevant. Like, at one way or another, a card is getting in front of this card, and because it's a 4, you actually get not the breakpoint that CNC gets, but like you do get to challenge for 2 cards in a lot of cases.
Yep. 2 cards or some armor or something, but there's not a lot of good blocking armor on Justian's side, so he's got to give a bit more real cards here.
What if we randomly change to a different age? I guess we're already Funnel Web. Maybe. Oh, Orb Weaver, sorry.
Orb Weaver, yeah.
Probably happy with that. So I don't think we're going to be putting Mask of Deceit in front of this anytime soon. Also, amusingly, the same increment of damage as Titan's Fist most of the time. So perhaps it has simply hit this many times.
Yeah.
Just 20 swings.
Yeah.
Right?
It depends. So if it's
10?
4 each time, then it's 10 swings.
There
But
you
it's
go.
not always 4 because you may not have the appropriate pitch card. Depends on what he definitely has some cards that are not 3-cost blues, right?
Yes.
I assume there's at least some.
Yep, has yellows, has reds, has a whole rainbow.
Can confirm. We are getting word that the Kassai has made top 4.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Jake
right.
moving on.
I was saying how I think Kassai is relatively well positioned in
Yeah.
this top 8. I think there's a lot of fatigue players in the top 8 and assassins as well, which Kassai has traditionally been pretty decent into.
All right, well, took 4 and lost the incision, the red one, in the arsenal. Orb Weaver, discard Possessive Prognosis. Load up on Chalissera, and it's free to swing this turn.
Oh
Next
my
attack with
God.
stealth, also
How
going to
could
get
I pass
+3.
this fucking wall?
I think that's what we're all thinking, Justian. I think that's what we're all wondering.
Legitimately stone cold, by the way. Just, yeah, I don't know. That's your problem, not mine. I built my deck, you built yours.
Yep. That sounds like a you problem, not a me problem.
Oh, crazy?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, this is why I personally love playing as fatigue decks. I think you put so much of the burden and onus on your opponent, and just, some people have historically been like, oh, I don't like playing against fatigue decks because, it feels like I'm playing a different game. I'm playing like a different game, right?
Yeah.
You need to think about the game differently. But kind of my counter to that is like, you get to do anything you want.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna sit here and tell you it's not good enough.
Yeah.
That sounds like a you problem.
Yeah.
there.
I think the other thing is that there is a lot of skill in piloting these decks correctly. You have to make more decisions on average than most other decks because you see your entire deck basically every game and your opponent's deck. So every single time you're presented with something, you must do an awful lot of thinking. Now going to take 5 as a big old graphene. Going to get pumped up. G-Team lead down to 31, but still ahead on life, amusingly enough. But if we're trying to get through the wall, big attacks is maybe one way to do it.
Yep.
Tunic. In we go. Titan's Fist swings on in. Tunic ticks up, by the way. Didn't need it to pitch. That's really just extra defense for Rampart of the Ram's Head. And the first Remembrance. CNC 1. CNC 2. CNC 3. I see a plan.
Yep.
No.
Blue can cuss. That's the plan.
That's not the third CNC, but 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Yes, sir. I'll put it on.
Yes, sir, is the
Yes,
answer.
sir.
One more
Not much more
remembrance
you can say to
in
that.
the deck. Titan's Fist also still coming on through. Did the fancy way, swung on in, and then played an instant somewhere in the one of the steps of combat.
How do you manage to play this for the entire tournament?
I don't
That's a
know.
great
Autopilot.
Auto-
It's just blocking.
Bad idea.
Legitimately, it says that he goes on autopilot to play this deck over the course of a long tournament, which, once you get some of the blocking heuristics down of just like, okay, block with cards, then activate hero power, and then just put them all out there, it's, you can definitely get through with a little bit less mental energy than you might expect.
Yeah, I'm very curious because we've seen this Lyath deck twice now. Once in the Swiss rounds once in this round, and it's Syndra and Marionette. And they are not the same deck, but they are doing, let's say, similar things.
Yeah, they definitely convert each card to about 3 to 4 points of damage per card, and they have daggers and flick knives. So honestly, the total amount of deck value that they have is certainly much lower than you see in Guardians or Brutes or even Warriors that are swinging bigger weapons on a turn-over-turn basis. So from that perspective, it's similar game plan in terms of how you fatigue this style of deck.
And I do think that we've seen just like incredibly crisp play from G Team Lee all tournament long. Like these blocks might look automatic, and I think that's because he's thought about them so often.
Yeah.
Like if you go back and look at all the blocking decisions that got made so far, just in the first third of this game that we've seen so far, you will see some exceptionally good decision making on what numbers match up against the other number, and that happens like, to his point, on autopilot.
Yeah, and you also need to anticipate like what could be coming next to the combat chain, what kind of reactions there could be, and you definitely get a feel for it. You're like, okay, this is how this hand lines up. This is like the first card I want to block with, then this, then that, and then if I have to, I'll block with this last card, right? You kind of like can assemble some priority orders and things like that that help you to automate this process.
All right, so flick happens after pick up the point. Gets blocked out after Lyath gets activated. This is kind of the exchange we've seen quite a bit now. So G Team Lee down to 30. Tarantula Toxin in hand alongside, I believe that is up, sticks, and run for our Marionette player. It is indeed. Close the chain.
Yes, sir.
Rampart not doing the thing just yet, but pick up, up, six, and run, excuse me. Gonna get the clave back, and now Chalystra gonna swing on in for 5. Perhaps. I believe took a energy counter off Tunic, so I think there's a resource to pay for this. Look, the blocks are already ready.
This is how you have to do it. I've played enough fatigue decks in my time that you have your hand ordered in the direction like, I'm going to just go down this line, this card, then this card, then this card, and whatever pitch or reactions like could maybe put a wrinkle, but. It looks like Justian is the one who's mainly using the time to think right now, but G Team Lee is also using this, this is his time to think about how are these blocks going to line up so that he's ready to snap it off as soon as he gets the chance.
Again, got to play quickly in the timed rounds, even though these ones are untimed. Kiss of Death is a selection. That one is also a dagger attack. So here is 6 block up against 7, make it 8 because the mark is there. Conferred, Rampart of the Ram's head. There's a resource hanging out. Tunic again. Go to 2. Block for 1. That's 7.
7.
Blocking for 7 here. Blocking for 7 here. So curious about if he's going to be able. We did see a blessing in his hand to be able to cover up 3 more if there's an attack reaction. Yep, gotta check the quelling slippers, of course.
Curiously, obviously has a plan for one of these resources because used the Tunic already. Didn't necessarily need to take the resource yet.
That was interesting, the way he did that. So if you are planning on quelling, you do need to use the Tunic resource before you get to the quell step. Right? You need to use it in reactions because once you get there, there's no real priority window. You just need to. It's like Arcane Barrier. You need to do it before the Arcane effect resolves.
So you take 5.
And 1.
Carry. Yeah. So you take 4 and then 1. Yes.
Yep.
So take 5.
Yeah, so 5 total is the damage taken there. 11 thanks to T-Tox.
Yeah, 4.
Yeah,
Take
4
5,
and
yeah.
All right, players do the math, and down to 25. Goes G Team Lee, no mark anymore. And again, some damage being done, but some pretty big cards being committed there on Marionette's side. To try and punch through. Tarantula Toxin, usually something that ends games for Marionette, but we are a ways away from the life totals getting that low.
We're almost near the halfway point in terms of life total. Justian is still trying to find some aggression here. Has obviously codexes, has some defense reactions still in his hand. These are not where you want to be. I think that's another T-Toxin in there. So probably going to look to get that down into Arsenal to find a real optimal time for it.
Rampart lines up, and again, knows all the blocks. Little dance back and forth as Damage is exchanged, unit counters go up, and in we go with Titan's Fist once again. Oh, reliable.
Yeah, this coming in for 4 here. I do think most of his blues are the 3 cost, except for Leave Him Speechless. That one costs 0, but most of them here are going to empower this Titan's Fist. And this is the downside, right? You're like, I want the deck damage of my dagger swings every turn, but then you're not actually being very efficient, and you leave Timm with a card or 2. And he's able to convert that into a little bit of offense, which, is going to eventually keep you honest here.
25, maybe about to play 24. Again, it's not Miller's Grindstone. There's no extra deck damage being threatened. It is just face-up damage. Miller's would be not so great. For Lyath,
It is legal to play in Lyath,
It
but I
is,
would
you
not
are
recommend
allowed.
it. I would also not recommend Command & Conquer, but I have been proved wrong on that. So I'm going to have to go back and reevaluate my thoughts on how Lyath should be built after this calling.
turns out playing 1 card to get at least 1 card from your opponent is an equation that this Lyath deck, I do have to stress, is happy to have. More blue block 3s up against Claves. And you know what? They're just 2s for now. That's good enough against the old Hunter's Clave. And again, respecting every single time these Claves come through, not being able to use the equipment. I'll take a mark. Relentless Pursuit. Ooh, going to go back on the bottom. That is some technology.
Make a mic.
Yeah, big value there.
Big value. Chain did close, I believe.
It does go on the bottom if you have already attacked them this turn. The oft-forgotten
you didn't know that?
a second line.
Oh,
over
you didn't know that one?
I vaguely remembered that it has a way to go on the bottom of the deck. I'm like, if it's played out of Arsenal, was on the bottom? No, that can't be it. And then, yeah.
I knew.
Rarely comes
And I
up.
have
but,
never done it in Fang. Never in my life have I put it on the bottom of my deck in Fang. But it is possible. And you need every card you can get, as the mark did stay, and so we will do a
red
roll.
back.
It is time for red back. Again, that go again seems decent when you're trying to make some big damage happen. Punching through the wall that is this Lyath deck is Titan's Fist back on over thanks to blue power play, which actually is like not the worst attack for Lyath.
Yeah, I
for
think
what it's worth.
that's a pretty standard Lyath card, I would say.
What I would call regular Lyath would probably play that one pretty happily.
That was definitely a card designed with his restriction.
Oh,
right? It
yes.
only has 1 base, does cost 3, but then gets a bunch of bonus, which is not kind of taxed by his hero power.
Just appreciate the polarity and demeanor of our 2 players, and it's kind of stayed the same. Well, I guess it's moved a little, but in like the same direction for both of them, right?
Yeah. Justian clearly getting a bit more frustrated as the game goes on, as he realizes how much of a wall that Timm is putting up, and Timm is just getting a bit more relaxed. He's like, yeah, this game is going according to plan for him, right? He is, well past, the early stages of the game. Most of the way done with first cycle. It depends on exactly the number of cards they presented, and he's still above 25 or above 20 life. More than half of his health still there. Seems pretty happy with that.
Yep. 15 is usually where you'd go through a regular size deck, and both these players definitely have more than 60, we can say.
Yeah, I often thought about that when playing like Fatigue Oldhim back in the day. You'd think you're not even trying to like run them out of cards. You're trying to survive their first cycle, because by time most decks get through their first cycle, they're just drawing into blues, the cards they pitched the first cycle. And it's much less likely that you leak points and you take damage on the second cycle, because all the power cards have already been spent, unless they're specifically pitch stacking.
Right.
But, in this case, the quality of your deck definitely decreases into second cycle, and that makes it even that much harder to push through damage.
Yeah, and if you're just kind of getting down to blues at the end of the day, again, you'd much rather have Titan's Fist than a couple of daggers. Even though both blues will convert all the weapons on the table on either side of this one. I have a hypothetical for you.
Yeah.
Would you still enjoy Fatigue if there was a hard deck limit? If you could only register 60 cards in any given matchup?
Yeah, I still think that would be an interest. I would still be interested in the strategy as a concept. I don't think that is, in my mind, that doesn't move the needle one way or the other. I think it's still the same fundamental problem of like my deck versus your deck. How much value can you extract from it? And yes, you do sometimes get an advantage when you get to play more cards than your opponent, but oftentimes it's not much of a difference. If they know you're on fatigue, they're also going to be submitting 67, 68, however many cards they can, and at that point it's kind of a wash.
Yeah, that's fair.
So as a fatigue player, like, it doesn't bother me. If you wanted to say it's a hard limit, it changes the idea, but it doesn't kill it by any means.
If anything, it makes me more interested
Yeah.
in doing it, and I already want to do it.
Yeah, I would not oppose that potential rules change if they would.
All right, well, Two-Faced is doing the thing again. We have to read this one because it is a new one from Penn also. Oh no!
Oh my goodness! So Two-Faced, when this blocks, your opponent gets to draw a card, and then they have to discard. You get to look at their hand and choose which one to discard. Now, this can definitely disrupt their turn, but it doesn't necessarily make them lose a card like from the hand like they would have had, like a Test of Iron Grip would. But it does provide disruption and does provide deck damage, as Timm is able to take out a cut from the same cloth from Justian here.
So now it's 449.
Oh, that's so sick. This is basically like Fabricate. This is the other thing that Lyath did that I don't think we saw the last time we saw this. So Lyath gives all the things +1.
Yes.
And that usually is just means your threes that are twos just become threes again.
Yeah.
But if you turn off your hero text with Lyath's Charm, there are now regular threes that get buffed to 4. And that is a ton of block value. Even with Tarantula Toxin getting involved here, Timm is going to blunt so much of this offense.
Yeah, Liar's Charm is basically an extra activation of Lyath this turn, right? You get to to rebuff all of your blocking cards.
You're playing this, right?
Yeah.
I'm going down to
I'm going to be honest. There is a lot of cards in this combat chain, and
Take 3.
I assume not much damage is going to be dealt.
I think 2 by the looks of things. I guess 3.
Three.
2 plus
Okay.
1 from the Kiss of Death.
So when it's all said and done here,
So I'll just count this.
Timm is going to drop from 25 all the way down to 22
8. So it's 4.
in exchange for a T-Tox, a Kiss of Death, the boots, a up 6 and run, and a Saber Bloodshed from Justian.
All accurate things you just said. I do appreciate the players using die, by the way.
Yes.
Trying to represent both sides of the equation.
Oh, okay. 3, 6, 10.
Oh, more math is being done.
Sorry, 8, 11.
Also, I'm trying to figure out
14, 15.
what we're going to do after with the Stalker Steps.
Victory.
Tunic on Graphene Chelicera, probably. Yeah.
Sure, get it done.
And then you can flick the Kiss of Death once you have the action point.
That's nice. That is
Oh,
actually,
you get to draw a card off of Saber Bloodshed. Okay, there you go.
it does
So
hit.
now the E-Strike is
It's
live.
live.
Hole in the wall.
Seems likely you want to send that E-Strike in for 7 here.
Big damage on the table. The most we maybe
It
have
is,
ever
I-
seen.
I mean, this could be a legitimate
Yeah,
amount
yeah,
of
no.
damage. Like, these are the kind of turns you need to piece together. Now, of course, this is going to do a bunch of damage, but is it enough? I mean, it's
I'll flick
6 total.
4
my KOD. Yeah.
true damage, basically.
Yep, so flicks in. Pursue is the card instead. Keeps the E-Strike for now.
Yeah.
Back to base Mario, down to 16, and all of a sudden, some equipment committed. And Timm taking real significant damage. And that's kind of what I meant when it's like, you have to, it's not just about like it is about getting full value, but it's also like you have to find spots to actually do real damage.
Yeah.
Like, so if you were like a tall arcane deck, for example, much easier to do the math, right? Because you're just trying to make the attack big enough. You know that the damage they can't arcane barrier, can't spell void, is going to do actual damage to it. If you do that enough times, you'll win, right?
Yeah.
Different when all of the cards effectively interact on both sides, and even though both players are effectively only playing one side of the combat for the most part.
Yep. Definitely interesting here. There's a deck. They did a checking the deck count here, and we hear that Justian is actually ahead on deck count. Now, some of those are basically cracked bobble blues.
Yep.
So not quite as impactful. Timm obviously has the shield and a better weapon, but maybe this game is a little closer than we thought. The big turn took a lot of cards out of Timm and a lot of life total off. So now he's got to be a bit more proactive in defending here. He's been spending full cards on Hunter's Clave quite a bit. Maybe he's going to have to let some of those through to kind of preserve the deck total.
All right. Does not marked. Does put the ramp set in front of the Graphene, which has been kind of the go-to In most of the turns, that weapon has come across the table, which makes a ton of sense. T-Tox, Inertia Trap, Leave No Witnesses, and 1 in the arsenal. I believe we know what that card is. I think both players know what that card is, actually. I think it's Enlightened Strike, but here's Hunter's Clave.
2.
We should know about
CNC in
that.
front.
7.
Here's 7. Steadfast.
Steadfast. Oh no.
2 cards instead.
Let me think.
Take 1.
You got it, sir.
Everything bigger. Down
Interesting.
to 14.
Tuning. Pass.
Got it.
Yeah, G-Team Lee opting to Arsenal that Steadfast rather than potentially swinging a hammer here and just casting the Steadfast. Maybe using Tunic plus the 2 floating. But still opting to play a little bit safer there. The hammer is not quite as relevant, and of course, Justian's pitch stack that he's going to be coming up on is going to be a lot of blues, a lot of defense reactions.
Yep.
And so G-Team is like, I just need to still keep weathering the storm just a little bit more, just avoid any kind of big blowout play here, any kind of, a multiple reaction turn. So
Yeah, you can see very consistent checking of the graveyards for both these players, but I think particularly on the Lyath side. And G-Team Lee's basically just been counting all the good cards, right?
Yeah.
How many Kiss of Deaths? How many Transfer Toxins? How many E-Strikes? That kind of thing. The things that I'm really scared of actually getting through the wall and dealing me significant damage. And has a good handle on the count as Justian going to do the same thing. What do I have left in my deck? Where am I? As far as cards that can punch through go.
We're definitely back near the pitch stack here. We've seen another one of the tomb, or what's the name of the blue pitch here?
Pilfer the Tomb.
Pilfer the Tomb, that's the one. So I think that means we're either back to the pitch stack, we're really close to it here on turn 19.
All right, well, this is a little update for you all. Unsurprisingly, this is the longest game of the quarterfinals. And our other two, all our other matches have finished. Jason Rolfe did win. Victor is through. Our number 1 seed stays in the tournament. And Nova Chan won on Arrahman Marionette.
All right.
1 of each to meet Kassai on the other side. The Aussie on Kassai. And that's going to be an absolute banger of a semi. We'll be watching Kassai versus Victor, Jason versus Jake. So many J's. There's actually at least 4. There's
Justian.
Wait a second. We're in Jakarta? Oh, no.
No.
Alrighty. In for 4, Titan's Fist. Power play. Might token. You've seen this song and dance before. Trying to claw back some of that life deficit. And let's have a quick peek at this hand. This is a beauty from Arrahman Marionette. Codex, Amulet, Overcrowded, to the point, and whatever's in that arsenal. Not the best attacking hand, we can say.
Yeah, not exactly what you're drawing up here into this match for this time.
Yes, sir.
Justian just needs to find a way to get these last 14 points of damage through. It sounds like not a lot. In a lot of matchups, you're like, oh, 14, they're kind of closer to kill range, but against this defensive deck, that is a mountain to get through.
Yeah, Rambot basically can accommodate for one of the weapons, so then the other one is maybe getting through. I actually am curious if Marionette is supposed to just have 2 claves here. I mean, it's much more awkward, right? Because you need 2 pitch cards to make it work or a tunic counter, but I almost feel like the piercing is just so valuable against this Rampart.
Definitely when it comes down to the very end game, that is the more ideal setup. When you're down to literally, I have 5 cards left in my deck at most, then yeah, that's where you want to get to. In the meantime, maybe this is fine, but yeah, I would love to see if he has another retrieve effect to be able to flick this off and then be able to get that clave back.
I'll count mine too.
Remembrance, by the way, was used again. Did miss the targets. Apologies.
14.
Counting the decks.
14?
Yeah.
14 for
it'll be
G-Team Lee.
15 once I put.
15 once the
14
pitch
plus
is
this
done.
one.
Yeah.
Okay, so
That
very
is
much.
very close.
It seems exactly identical. 14 cards really in the deck, plus the pitch, plus the arsenal for G-Team Lee, and the hand. Oh, no, hand plus arsenal. So Justian has plus 3 cards on G-Team. But, of course, a lot of these are some of those blue blanks, and some of them are defense reactions as well.
1.
Again, don't really want to get marked, so kind of have to block. At some point, Quelling Slippers can basically trade a pitch with this Hunter's Clave.
That does essentially represent a whole card there. Of course, Mask of Deceit also sort of represents a whole card.
So it is. Oh, I guess it's a card also. You could feel us, I realize, but
Yeah.
that's like blocking.
You know, I was thinking when you transform with a Arachne Marionette to one of the Agents of Chaos, you have the option to discard some cards to convert into damage. Unfortunately, I think those all need to be assassin cards that you discard. So you cannot discard Amulet of Echoes or the Pill for the Tomb
that
to
is
convert
true.
them into damage. I was thinking if you were able to, that makes a lot of sense to bring them in because you can eventually convert them to 3 points here. But yeah, I don't think that is an option that Justian has available to him.
You are correct. Must be assassin cards. It's usually Marionette is flush with, but as we get kind of to the dregs, if you will,
Yeah, not a lot. I mean,
a lot of generic blues left. All right. Overcrowded, doing some blocking. 17 to 14. We are getting to the end game.
and there's also Heart of Findall,
Yes.
which is
never forget.
sort of near infinite value, right? I mean, it's as many times as you want to pitch it is you can constantly regain life.
That was high life than you actually.
So if it gets down to the wire, you know you can pitch Heart of Findall to swing Titan's Fist, and that's going to be
Probably good
It's
enough.
going to be efficient to cancel out the damage from the daggers.
Now, you don't always get the life,
That's true.
but you often get the life.
But here is the Command and Conquer.
We're back, and this is
I-
real good, actually, in this spot.
Have we seen the pummel?
No, we haven't seen the pummel.
I haven't seen a pummel.
We know there's one.
Have you? Oh, is it in the arsenal?
Wait, there's a tunic counter.
There's a tunic. A Guardian attacks you with Command and Conquer with 1 resource floated and a tunic up, and a card in hand, a card in arsenal. That is the most telegraphed pummel of all time. Of course, it's Lyath, not any other Guardian, but it's still a Guardian.
5 on the roll. Transforming to a
Tarantula.
random agent. Tarantula time. Maybe you wanted trapdoor?
Yeah.
Maybe just
No,
using the block. I think just
Trapdoor is
using the
no
block.
good. It's
Yeah.
Trapdoor is a D-react, right?
Yeah.
No, no pummel. Okay,
Yeah,
maybe
it's-
not. I got hyped for a pummel.
I guess
for
Terra Thunder 2 can...
Terra Thunder on hammer works.
Yep.
Or on. Yeah, taking a destroyed a tarantula toxin is like that's 6 points of value.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
the real story here. I was hoping for the pummel and all, but
It could still happen.
No blocks.
yeah, I think Justin definitely had in his mind that this was going to be pummeled because it's open deckless. He knows there's a pummel
he knows
that
there's
exists.
exactly one.
Yeah, and he hasn't seen it apparently, so it must be coming around somewhere.
Yeah, no blocks. Waiting for damage.
Is that like the highest level pummel bluff?
That might be
Potentially?
one of the best pummel bluffs I've ever seen. He might also just not have had a really reasonable way of blocking it. I don't know.
Yeah, I am thinking some of the utility blues. I mean, Terra Thunder obviously springs to mind. Does feel like when we get
we did know
closer,
it's steadfast,
can
yeah.
kind of rip through some of these hands and do the deck damage, if you will, a little bit quicker.
Yeah, definitely. We did know that the Steadfast was in that arsenal. That was the turn when we talked about how he didn't cast it instead of choosing to arsenal it.
This is
that
why.
might be near the end of his big reactions here. But still, I really hope there was a pummel in his hand. Oh,
I don't see it right now, but it's got to be somewhere.
yeah, I hoped it was when he Command and Conquered. That is a towering Titan.
Yes, it
More
is.
that reaction.
Another card that could potentially power some stuff up. And GTM Lee with the read, by the way. You have a to the point left, and we know, and in some ways it feels like GTM Lee knows that is in Justian's hand.
Yeah,
That's-
I mean, it's pretty easy to track the number of cards left when there's only a handful.
13, 14, yeah.
You've seen the deck list. You have it pretty reasonably memorized, you'd have to think. I mean, your opponent's cards are much easier to remember when they're all Marionette cards you've seen 100 times. Much harder to remember what on earth Lyath's cards do, even if you do read the names of them. Make a might. Here we go. Back. The pitch goes back under. The Titan's Fist. It will swing on in. GTM Lee has a number of cards left in hand, which is not what we expect, but stuff is happening. And Concuss
Concuss for 3.
going on in.
On hit, discard a card. It still has its relevant on hit. If it has greater power than its base, they discard a card.
How much is it?
Oh, wait, no.
5.
It doesn't
Take 2.
work. Oh, it goes with Liar's Charm.
Yeah.
Only with Liar's Charm does
Yes. Because the might makes it bigger. And that's
Only
just another way to have them discard a card?
if you didn't have Liar's Charm, it actually doesn't work because the base is 4.
Yes.
Being one,
And
blue,
so you needed the Liar's Charm to turn that on.
There's only 2 of them, and every time it's happened, it's been quite impactful.
It sure has
for
been.
Timm Lee. Alrighty, here we go. Can't wait for a toughness or vigor token to get stolen, by the way. I have a feeling it might happen in this top 8.
It might.
Power play getting in front of Hunter's Clave. That power play has swung that Titan's Fist a number of times already as another power play is going to go under. Rampart goes through. The dance begins, and it's 13-15, but the Titan's Fist know the concussers keep on happening because there's 2 might.
Yeah, actually, because Lyath reduces the base of the Lyath's hero power reduces the base of the card.
Yes.
So this concusses base is actually 2. So it is higher than its base, even though it's still only 4.
That is cinema. And it's a 3/3, a blue 3 block that costs 3 for your Titan's Fist.
Now this
That's
is where
good deck building.
it sure is, but this is also where these defense reactions that we thought would be complete duds for Justian.
Do
He's
something.
getting value. He's trading them for a full card out of Timm Lee. Timm is playing concuss, losing a card out of his deck in exchange for this D-React, which otherwise is pretty lackluster.
I think maybe thought that not something that would be would really run into, right?
Yeah.
Concuss, when you're playing Concuss in this spot, you're like, this is definitely getting a card, right?
Yes, it's getting a real card, and instead it's getting a Fate Foreseen, which is would otherwise be really struggle to convert into anything real. And at that point, you'd much rather just be swinging Hammer.
Yes.
And then Hammer takes the Fate Foreseen anyway.
Also good. That's your weapon for that card. In exchange of fatigue decks, 1 to take all game long. Back to being marked as Hunter's Clave does ping in for 1 damage. 13-14. Casual 64 minutes. As there are 2,000 of you tuning in to watch Calling Jakarta. There is a spoiler on the way at some point in this top 8, but I know you're all here to watch the true legendary reveal of Fatigue Lyath.
That is what I'm here for. It has been really a clinic watching Timm Lee play this deck, at just having a great mastery of the deck and the metagame right now. And Justian is trying his hardest to punch through these last 14 points, but he's getting down to the dregs of his deck. He has just no gas left, no real power cards left, and trying to get through these last few points is going to be a real slog for him.
At this point, we should glue the Rampart and the Telisra together because they're always meeting each other in the middle of the board. See the Heart of Findall back. Won't gain life this time around. I believe you have to be lower life, if I recall correctly.
Yes, in order to gain life.
Of Heart.
You have to be
As you
lower.
mentioned, though, if you're getting chipped around, 2 cards.
All right, well, this is where things get interesting. Timm Lee's got to be able to overcome this deck disadvantage. So despite being the fatigue-focused deck here, he is a little lower on deck total than Justian, but he does have the better weapon, does have the shield, does have the Heart of Findall, which is able to provide some recurring value, but he's going to be kind of defenses down for a little bit because he can't really afford to send too many cards on blocking duty anymore.
Slippers also still available. Flick Knives also still available.
Yeah, definitely Quelling Slippers. That functionally represents at least a whole card, maybe at least 3 block, I would say, between the daggers, the Flick Knives, and maybe more than that. So that's kind of an extra card in the list. Of course, they both have Tunic. Flick Knives is 1 block, but not the most impactful. 1 block is not necessarily what's going to determine it here.
I'm just trying to think, is Rampart and Heart just good enough? I guess it depends what damage is left in Marionette's deck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Codex of Inertia, threatening the Arsenal.
This is, kind of burning through a card in your deck without really gaining the value there, right? You do kind of lose the deck damage from Inertia doesn't do anything on its own.
Rampart on as well, that little die representing that was ready to go again, and we have seen it's already in for 2 in quite a few cases. Heart, Terra Sunder, power play from the Arsenal.
Power play.
That is so good.
Wow, what a play here. I mean, obviously a real power play here coming in for 8 dominate. On hit, discard 2 cards. That will equalize some of the deck damage here and also just provide a big chunk of damage onto Justian's life total.
Because again, at some point, like a race of sorts does eventuate, right?
Yeah.
And you were just saying, my weapon is bigger than your weapon. I am going to win when we just get down to nothing but swinging our weapons back and forth at each other.
Yes.
Flesh and Blood is a game all about being at your strongest when you start, and sometimes it is just this at the end of it all.
It is just swing the weapon. And Justian has 2 defense reactions in hand, an Inertia Trap and Fate Foreseen, but can only block with one of them. And unless there's a D-React in the arsenal there, this might actually connect, and Justian's got to discard some cards. So this is where the extra fluff from the blue cracked baubles may be relevant. I think we did see the Pilfer the Tomb in hand, so that's kind of an easy discard.
Trying to think how many else we've seen these in pitch. I know there's a power play that blocked. I've seen one in pitch for quite a while. I mean, GTB's basically been floating these 2 blues for this play at this moment.
Yeah.
For this entire game. I mean, I think so I was going to say, you either can cover it or you don't block. But that's also kind of not true because 8 damage is a ridiculous amount of damage at this point in the game.
Is. And if you go down to 5 life, then suddenly you need to start really blocking the hammer every turn, or if GTM is able to set up another Terror Thunder if he has one more, that could actually just kill you.
Going through Marionette's graveyard right now.
2 more amulets, 1 more.
This is real interesting. I mean, I think...
So I'm gonna
GTM Lee pointing out, oh, you got a couple more blues in there? It's like, yep.
Yeah.
Pointing out the blues that are maybe not so good. But again, the deck lead
got effective 9.
is there for Marionette.
But when you need to discard cards to Terra Sunder, those are relevant discards.
Might only,
to
yeah,
cushion you.
They might only need blues. I mean, at this point, you may not need to block. If this connects, get some damage done, you might just be able to pitch How to Find all the way to the end of this game.
Yeah, I wonder if you just take it here, discard
I'll take
the
it.
2 defense reactions, and so you can still go dagger into...
Down to 5.
Yeah.
Okay,
discards
discards the
2.
blue. Yeah.
Inertia Trap not doing much here.
Yeah, so here you can pitch the red plus Tunic to swing Clave with Go Again into the 4 power attack.
Yep.
Seems the likely play.
Yep, there's the energy. Clave goes in.
1 go in.
Fate Foreseen. Charles Dunn has seen this before.
I certainly have. We've had 24 turns of this, so...
Oh, the slippers!
There's the slippers.
Here we go. Heart of Findall. Not going to gain the life.
That's another advantage of taking so much damage, is that it makes Heart of Findall that much harder to activate anymore.
As 4. Rampart. Rampart Quell?
Yep.
No, committing a card. Wants to cover it all. Gravekeeping.
Because it would
Activate.
benefit off the top of the deck. You don't want to have that happen.
Pitch
And
to
then-
Quell again. Here's a Might. Activate Lyath. That's enough to cover Leave No Witnesses.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 1 card basically blocks that all out. The equipment does the work. Shield is still there. Tunic is still there. And Titan's Fist is swinging on in for 4.
So it's going to demand... Well, it doesn't demand a real
Not
block
yet.
just yet. But the
But
hand
very
is,
soon.
What is that? 2 Amulets of Echo.
Oh, Amulet can't block also. I just
true.
remembered.
It's a cracked bobble
Yeah.
that pitches for blue, but still doesn't block.
Really good against that Acilio fella.
Sure is, but apparently everything is good against the Silio fellow, as he didn't convert that well this
Seems
weekend.
like it. I think I'm trying to think what else. Like this to the point has been in Marionette's hand for turns, like 5 turns I think at this point.
To the point, yeah, maybe it converts to 4 damage, but she only is at 13.
Yeah, exactly. That's not
Where
13.
are you getting the rest of the 13 damage from?
Prognosis take 1. Now the hammer demands a card every turn pretty
Yeah.
much.
It does. So you can dagger, but you're still able to pitch for shield. You can take 1 point here. Whatever.
Yeah, I don't think the mark is all that relevant.
It really isn't.
Pitch clear.
I mean, it gives +1 more on to the point, but okay, like that's fine.
4 and 5, not that different numbers wise. Rampart back again. Pitch the heart. Not gaining life just yet. But they're going to activate Lyath, of course. Let me think. To the point, ready and waiting.
Yes, that's a good deal. 4 more, drop G down to 8.
Play the +4.
But then I'm just not seeing where the other 8 comes from.
So I take
I'm not either. I'm not sure. Justian is. I don't remember what's left in the deck, but it has to feel like it's basically all blues. And we know G-Tem Lee knows. He's been eyeing the graveyards like a hawk.
Sorry, okay.
Okay,
Codex
there's
left
still
is
a
interesting.
Codex. Is there a Codex on Arsenal?
That would
Uh,
Oh, I should hide it.
if there was a Codex of Frailty here, that would be big, but it's not.
See if we can get a little peek.
And the codex.
And looking at that Arsenal, thinking this through. Hands on face.
Yeah, I'll pass.
Make
Fate
a
for
mine.
scene, I believe, in Arsenal.
Just passing here.
So Fate might not be bad here against the Hammer. As it is going to come
Okay.
back in for 4, as it always has. 4 more. You're at 4. What are you going to give me? You have a no block in your hand.
It's a Will from Bone, a Codex of Frailty,
Yep.
a Relentless Pursuit, which does block 3.
Mm-hmm. Plenty of block 3s here, but again, eventually you are going to run out of cards. Whittle, take 1.
Is the plan here to just get a Codex, like Codex that somehow strips the last card out of Timm and then is able to push for lethal here?
Maybe.
He is pitching the Codex, so Timm now knows where exactly it is in the pitch cycle and the stack. Here.
Very easy to keep track in this particular game state.
Sure is.
Only so many cards in the deck. And once again, looking back through what's left, basically what red cards do you have left?
There shouldn't really be any, except maybe a D-React. I think there's a to the point that we, or did he cast that last turn? Yeah, he cast the last to the point.
Concuss. Also not bad, potentially, to strip another card. But again, at this point, Hammer is basically getting a card anyway, so might as well swing the weapon as often as you can. Hold on to your blocking cards just in case you need them. Not a lot of tricks left for Lyath, not a lot of instants, but I don't think there's a lot of attack reactions left for Marionette. And we do it again. Concuss goes under. We roll Marionette. We flip into a hero that I don't think
Redback is
matters.
number
It's
4.
Redback again.
Still able to maybe convert a card into 3 damage.
I mean,
if
Codex is an
possible.
assassin card. That is true.
If you want to use the Codex on it, yeah, there's a Fate in hand. Codex, Relentless Pursuit.
4 again.
So that's going to meet the Fate for scene for sure, right?
Can you pummel a Hammer?
You sure can pummel a hammer, but I don't think there's a pummel because we know everything that
Yeah. Yeah, we've seen everything. I just didn't put a card in the deck. It's a 2-block. You don't want it.
Or blocked with it on some turn.
It
when
would
we
be.
missed.
It would be. There'll be so much aura to just not put your pummel in your deck as the only card now that it's open deck list.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's for another matchup. You know, your one true sideboard card.
I can't fathom that, but I suppose it's possible. Yeah.
Funny to think about. We can say Fate for Seeing covering up the Hammer. Justian holding on to those 3 life very tightly. Overcrowded again is going to be able to help cover whatever Codex tries to find, but I guess you do have to discard a different card, so kind of net neutral on cards.
True.
Most of the time. I guess when Timm doesn't have that many cards left, maybe then Codex
Yeah.
can snipe a card.
I mean, it's going to get a card out, and I think what Justian has to do is find some way that this is like gets back a big attack and is actually threatening lethal, or like you strip out one of the last blocking cards out of him. But because it's overcrowded in the graveyard, I just don't see how that's going to work. You can always block. It's not like I lose my last blocking card.
Yeah.
It seems extremely difficult for this to line
And
up.
no Death Touch, I don't think, either. Often a one-off in a lot of Marionette lists, but it's a bigger attack you could maybe have access to with your Tunic. But I mean, I think at this point, Marionette's just staring at these cards and being like, I don't think I can win, but I can't not try.
Yeah, you got to try it all.
I'm in the quarterfinals of a calling.
Yeah, you gotta work through it all. Think through thought processes. Think about every possibility.
How can I kill you?
You can cast Amulet of Echoes. That's a legal play.
That's it. That is. I guess it's about as... No, it's worse than being in your hand. You can pitch it.
It's a pretty bad
Codex.
play, but
Pitch again for Hunter's Clave. How do you feel on 1? Ooh.
2 cards, right?
What about the Tunic?
That was so 1 attack.
Tunic plus the shield could cover this up.
That's true. Both of them together,
Yeah.
working in harmony. Piercing only works once. It's not for each equipment. It's just for equipment.
Did.
Kind of a fun little thing. Because it doesn't matter. Yeah, I like it. Move on in.
But it does mean that now you don't have shield available to block the graphene.
That is true.
Closer on.
Net neutral then, perhaps?
Interesting choice to do it here.
One go again.
I wonder what worried about. I guess, no, to the point we know it's already been played.
I guess he's thinking, well, no, he knows that the codex is in the pitch, so he's not going to like break
Yeah.
the chain to play the codex this turn. Whereas like you might want to just get that out there if you assume a codex is coming because the chain's going to break. Seems like that's not the case. So we've got to figure out.
It's relentless pursuit, but the mark doesn't matter. I'm not going to play it. I guess it's
pretty irrelevant.
Of your deck. Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. It goes back on the bottom. It's going to be back in your hand soon anyway.
Oh, was Julian Lee thinking that he was in the red back mode?
Oh,
So he was like assuming he needed the one extra block just in case there was an attack reaction
I think you might be right.
to play around that.
But there's only one assassin card. It's just like Codex. And of
Yeah.
course, everyone knew where it was. It was chilling in the pitch.
Yep, and now there's no assassin cards left. Justian has got his arsenal. He's got a relentless pursuit, 2 amulet of echoes, and
Which both
a
don't
codex,
block.
Codex of frailty.
So, you
So
have
like
2 real block cards?
you have 2 cards that have a number in the bottom left corner, unless he's got something in his arsenal.
And you have to use them every single turn.
Yep.
Tunic will not save you if you just use its blade break.
He blocks with the relentless. If he blocks with the relentless, Justian will go down to 2. But then on the next turn, he only has 2 blocking equipment. So assuming the hammer comes in for 4 again, that's lethal even through the equipment. So he needs to then block with the codex. But if he plays the codex or doesn't use it otherwise, that's just gonna die.
All right, 2 to 5. In again with Chelicera this time around.
So that's coming with go again as the mark persisted
Yep.
from last turn, thanks to the relentless pursuit.
Back to regular Arachne.
Sorry.
Hero is marked, so Graphene is 2 go again. Rampart. Pitch.
Takes 1.
Take 1. Down to 4. Not marked any longer. Another one. Amulet moving in on the clave. Now wants to remark. Now we commit a card. Blue power play blocking this out. Feels costly here to use a full card against a weapon, but it may well be the right thing to cover.
Yeah. Oh, there was a codex in arsenal.
Oh.
Okay, so Justian can flick a dagger to put Timm down to 3,
Mm-hmm.
but because the
I discarded.
chain was broken, you're able to block with Rampart again.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got at least kind of 4 block as is. Could easily go up to 5 or more.
That's a rabble for 5.
Which one have you
Yep,
swapped
rabble
with?
for 5.
Very clever.
Okay, but you definitely can block for
I have the
5 here without losing any cards, and there's no real follow-up, right?
I think
Oh, yeah,
you might have
there's no
realized.
overcrowded, right?
Yep.
Overcrowded blocks.
There's the rampart.
So it's 1.
But the frailty does help against the Titan's Fist not making it lethal.
That is true.
But
I'll go 2.
Codex only blocks for 2, right?
yes,
2 card in hand.
but now you can block with Flick Knives and Tunic and not be dead.
Ah, of course. I forgot about the flick knives block.
So that comes in for 3.
Oh, GG. That's not enough. Timm Lee
I think
finds the way through an absolute slog of a game, but Fatigue Lyath is not done yet.
Wow. What an absolute marathon of a game there.
Woo.
Going through everything that Arachne Marionette had and saying, nope, not good enough. Turns out hammer and shield is better than 2 daggers.
So many decisions
Yeah.
had to get made in that game. But it feels like Timm Lee knew how to navigate it. And we're going to show you the updated bracket because if you can believe it, there'll be one less Marionette joining us in the semifinals. We came in 3 victors, 3 Marionettes, a Kassai and a Lyath, and the unique decks have triumphed in their quarters. 4 different heroes in top 4. Victor, Kassai, up, and then Marionette and Lyath. And Nova Cheah, I'm going to be looking at that last match, studying intensely.
You've got to imagine, yeah, he's like, well, this is the same matchup again. Timm Lee has done this before and is probably ready to do it again. But we're going to be watching Jason Rolfe play Jake McCormack.
Yes.
So many J names, but it'd be really cool to see how, Kassai and Victor pair up against each other.
Yep. Again, Jake, it's kind of wild to think that we saw Jake in round 1 of our feature match area. And it was a fun game. Back and forth, lots of laughs, lots of banter between the two, but did win that one against a very competent opponent. And turns out has mostly done a lot of winning.
He has done quite a bit of winning since then, yeah.
Kassai winning another calling? Unexpected? Well, I guess we'll see.
Yeah,
but if you do want to make yourself to a calling event, I highly recommend the early bird weekend, because if you get a go, you might as well get some value. And boy, do we know something about value after watching Fatigue Lyath. Early bird packages, you get a free side event voucher when you buy your package during early bird weekends.
Yeah, if you're going to be going to these events, might as well get a free bronze event voucher as well. You know you're going to go. You're going to just get that extra value, that extra event.
And there's your premium package. But of course, you can just go again if you're not playing in the calling. Still get that extra voucher if you do the early bird thing. And of course, pick up all your sweet Omens of the Third Age Rainbow and Cold foils. They are gorgeous. And let me tell you, if you plan to go to Bangkok, Hamburg, or Kansas City to play in any of the callings that are upcoming in the schedule, you should just pay right now. You should get in
right now, today.
Register literally today, May 9th and 10th. Call your mother and then go ahead and register for an early bird weekend to make sure you get your added value with your early bird package. All right, well, people, I have a great news. Not only do we have more Lyath maybe coming up, we have an absolutely incredible semifinal, but we also have the legendary reveal we have been teasing. After the break, we'll see you then. Hello and welcome back to coverage of Calling Jakarta. We have 4 players left in our top 4. Semifinals are underway or almost. Charles Dunn.
Really excited to see. Can Victor take down the tournament and get those important Living Legend points that he needs? Or will Fatigue Lyath be able to make a run and get a big chunk of points for Lyath, who has none? Or will Arrahman Marionette or Kassai take it down instead?
Which Guardian is better? The one that's been doing all the winning, or the other one that's been a lot of fun to watch on stream? Certainly a lot of fun contenders in there. Before we get there, we did promise you a legendary reveal from Omens of the Third Path. Well, here it is.
Okay, we have got Gauntlet of Sword and Sorcery, a new legendary Runeblade equipment. This has action. You pay 2 and tap this and your hero. The next attack action card you play this turn gets, when this attacks, it deals 1 arcane damage to any opposing target, and if damage is dealt this way, the attack gets +1, and of course that effect has go again.
And Arcane Barrier 1, which is funny because we were chatting, you know what, I wish there was more good Arcane Barrier equipment. Now we have a legendary one for Runeblades that does a lot of interesting things.
So obviously this compares directly against Grasp of the Arknight, which is the other legendary Runeblade equipment that's very commonly played, that has a total of 3 block, Battle Worn 2 on it. But Gauntlet, Sword and Sorcery, just Arcane Barrier here, but instead of generating rune chance and blocking, it allows you to pump up your attacks to deal arcane damage when they attack. Now, we've seen a number of the spoilers from Aurora that key off this, that say when this deals damage for the first time. And so this is basically an extra packet of arcane that those attacks can do to try to trigger those effects. And if that arcane damage hits, rather, it gets some bonus effects. So I definitely see this being an interesting option for the new Aurora decks coming forward, especially if they're really heavily leaning on some of those new attacks like that.
Yeah, you're like Tempestuous Kiss?
Yeah,
That to get a little bit better.
Yeah, if sometimes the counterplay to that I think might be, I'll have like a Tunic to block the 1 arcane, right? You have ability to stop 1 arcane. This will allow you to present 2 packets of arcane there with both of the equal on hits, so maybe demands a bit bigger investment to block that out.
Yeah, I think is it any attack or is it only Runeblade attacks? You can do some attack action cards, so you can get fancy with it. Yeah,
there's some interesting things that if we go way back in history, there's not legal in Classic Constructor, but Explosive Growth. That's an elemental card. So that card also says whenever it deals damage, everything on the combat chain gets +1. So that could be an interesting little LL combo, perhaps.
I was just ready for a Snatch, doing even more potentially, but that sounds fiendish.
Yeah, it could be.
Oh, the very good elemental card. What a surprise that Charles Dunn has that at the ready. Have a look at our bracket though, because again we only have 4 players left. 2 semifinals to be played. We will be following the top one there. Jason Rolfe, our #1 seed on Victor, up against Jake McCormack on Kassai of the Golden Sand. But don't worry, the bottom matchup is also quite spicy. Nova Chan on Arrahman Marionette versus our eyes do not deceive you, our 2nd seed, G-Team Lee on Lyath Goldman, Vile Savant, which, as we've said many times, it is Fatigue Live. But let's go to our game. This is going to be an incredible lineup between these 2 players. We've seen Jason on stream a number of times this weekend, looked incredible on this deck. Wanted to come to this calling because he believed Victor Goldman, who is dangerously close to LLing, was so strong he had to fly in.
Yeah, and it's definitely paid off for him. He has done extremely well throughout this entire weekend. We've had him on stream twice before, and I've been very impressed with his gameplay in both of those games. And of course, we had Jake on in round 1. Also very impressed with him, and he's, clearly kept to his winning ways ever since round 1 to find himself here up against Jason Rolfe in the semifinals.
Well, let's find out just how winning, shall we? Take a look at Jake's run so far. That is 5 wins in a row for losing to a Victor in round 6 and then another Victor loss in round 8.
Yeah, a little bit of a split record there, 2-2 against Victors. He obviously feels very comfortable against every other deck in the format, playing 2 Katsus in a row to start the tournament, but then a mixture of other mainly Victors and Marios, to Arrahman Marionettes, to be fair. But yeah, a little bit of split record there against the Victors.
Makes sense to see a lot of Victors and Arachnes. That has been the two top decks, and obviously the decks that we've seen in our top 8. But on the other side, the most represented deck in the field, piloted by the #1 seed, basically all the way down. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 wins in a row before losing a Victor mirror to a Victor that was in our top 8, did lose in quarters there, did Isaac Katsakis. And then Justin Q did win there, and then actually lost the last round to put the Marionette player that just lost to Lyath into our top 8.
Yeah, it's an interesting run here that we've seen from Jason Rolfe. Obviously very dominant early on. Has not run into any Warriors throughout this run here, so this will be his first time encountering any of the Warriors, so we'll see if he has a good game plan to handle the challenges that Kassai brings.
So it's fun. We saw Jake all the way back in round 1. We knew what he was playing, but didn't know exactly what it was. How about we take a peek on what the deck actually was? Here is Kassai of the Golden Sand. Haven't seen her around in a while, but turns out still pretty good.
Yeah, we can definitely note some important things here. We've got red Gravekeeping. That's a little bit of an unusual inclusion. Obviously not very relevant for this matchup. It's much more useful against Gravy Bones. Maybe he was expecting a bit more Gravy Bones representation other than just Justin Koo, who we saw near the top of the tables. Also has a high current currency. That's an interesting card to be able to take off energy counters from an opponent's tunic and maybe convert those into gold to raise an army if the game goes a little bit long.
Kind of a fun bit. And also 3 Blunton as one of the yellows. So clearly expecting, especially Marionette.
Yeah, we also see draw swords here. So some variants of Kassai play a lot of draw swords and some run very few. And see, Jake is opting to run lots of draw swords. This lends itself towards a more aggressive style. You're really wanting to be playing these pumps, drawing through the cards, and just like cycling through your deck and trying to punch as aggressively as possible.
Yep, you can see all of them there. No, actually just red and yellow, but still a lot of those to make that all happen. But let's have a look at what we can kind of say at this point, the best deck in the room, it feels like. Jason Rolfe certainly being the best as far as record goes.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Victor Goldmane is the deck to beat at the moment, and certainly at this tournament. We've got a kind of the usual suspects here. I don't see anything too terribly out of the ordinary. We definitely has got the usual clash cards. We've got 3 of Test of Strength, Trounce, Test of Iron Grip. Yeah, 3 Remembrance here. That is maybe a bit out of the ordinary, right?
Yep, it's a lot of that.
I don't think that's relevant in this matchup, but if Jason does advance past this round and gets on to perhaps face a Fatigue Lyath later on, I think he's going to be really happy with having some extra remembrances in his back pocket.
To seem pretty good, and you have this deck with Brazy Ancients being good as well. Not every deck has that in their blue base, but Jason has just been beating people up. Victor, big attacks with lots of disruption. We kind of saw this in Rotterdam, where Victor can just present some big numbers and big disruption, and his deck just very streamlined to do that basically as often as possible. Yeah,
it's pretty impressive the way he's been able to take this deck, which, Victor is kind of a known quantity in the meta. It obviously won the last calling. It's been around for a bit now. Players have a good sense of how this deck is built, and despite not having too terribly many unusual choices, Jason has piloted it expertly and has come to the top of the table so far.
Yep, certainly has let the play speak for itself, even if the deck is a known quantity. So let's get down to the feature bench area and play a game of Flesh and Blood here. Our semi-final that we'll be following, Kassai versus Victor. The first seed versus the 5th, as the equipment is looking exactly as we expect.
So both players are royal with the Crown of Dominion. They both value starting with that gold. Jake to convert it into a raise an army, a Centauri Sellsword later on, and Jason Rolfe obviously needs that to have visit the Goldmane estate, be as powered up as possible.
Makes sense, alongside that Aurum Aegis as Hot Streak rolling on in to kick things off. And that is
it's the high current, high current currency. That's not a particularly useful one here. There's no tunic on the other side, so no energy counters to speak of. So this really is just a blue 3-block pitch.
Test of Iron Grip. Enlightened Strike meets Blood on her hands, which is not a card with a might value.
So Jake does have to discard down. This is not necessarily that problematic for him, because it's obviously the first turn of the game. So he wasn't really planning on getting too much damage in anyway.
Yep, makes sense here. Glint going to be discarded, losing the Clash to Test of Iron Will, and in we go with Provoke.
Going out of card, right?
Pull one out of the hand.
So provoke requires basically forces a block, which it grants go again to the hot streak. That's a good tech there. When we first saw provoke, I think a lot of people thought about it in the context of reprise from Dorinthia for getting the Dawnblade triggers, but here it actually helps to work with the hot streak to basically ensure a go again or just a free discard.
I guess we'll talk about it when we see them, but I have a little word that the Gravekeepings that Jake has is actually for this matchup.
Interesting.
To bully the Goldmane Estates and banish them out of the yard. Because Remembrance in Goldmane Estate, that is an endgame that very few can contend with.
That is true. If Jason is assuming that, and Jake, both of them are going to play a very long game, and where the sort of end game state is cycling back these visit Goldmane Estate, that could be a pretty powerful way of countering that end game plan.
5 go again. Don't see this one all that often, but a little wider turn perhaps for the Guardian. Ooh, into red, boulder drop. 2 already taken. Jake down to 38. And blocking with 2 more, going to take 1 down to 37.
I haven't got time to do the diet, so I do apologize. Very fast blocker.
Right, blocking with the
flight is
jagged
gonna
edge here. We
fly.
probably, I assume that given that information, Jake has to be assuming that this game is going to go rather long. This is going to be a little bit of a, you care about the number of cards in your deck.
No cards.
It's going to be a little bit of a grind game.
All right, hot streaking again. If it's a block, this does not choke it off, and it is indeed test of strength. Disable on top. Shelter from the storm. Good card. Does not have might.
Definitely things, clashes going the way of Jason here early on, as the Victor deck is built to do. But we have seen Victors fail some of their clashes in the past, but no such unluckiness from Jason yet.
Don't fully remember. It may just be Nourishing Emptiness as
I think,
one of the only attacks.
I think it was the only attack because it was a 1-of. It wasn't even like 3 Nourishing, which you sometimes see on the assumption that multiple ones. Gravekeeping, right, which we mentioned, so those could come in. Those could potentially win or tie clashes here.
That'd be fun to see. Hot
Jake-
streak back on over there.
Jake's having a pretty slow start, I would say. We've seen a lot of blocking. We've seen a lot of pitching reds to swing a sword. So even if it gets go again, it doesn't really matter because it's a red. It doesn't have an extra resource to swing the entire saber behind it.
So do you want to take 2?
It is
Probably
sort of,
don't want to give a card.
that is sort of interesting why he's choosing to swing the hot streak instead of the saber when go again is pretty irrelevant, but the saber at least would have +1 if it's blocked. Not that Jason Rolfe has too many 2-block attacks, but he does have some. And so if for whatever reason, Jason wanted to say block with Arouse the Ancients, if that was on the cards for him, that was just strictly worse than swinging with the saber, right?
It's true.
I don't think that would necessarily come up, but it's just like these minor optimizations that I don't really see a reason why not that.
My guess is that Jake is right-handed and hot streak is on the right.
That
my
makes
guess.
a lot of sense.
Just the fastest one to put in there.
7.
Yeah. I just like it more. Makes sense.
One float.
Fun weapon. As
I had a
blue
7.
disable in for 7. On crush, Arsenal goes to the bottom of the deck. You get it back. Don't worry. You get it back later. You just don't get it now.
I don't know if the game goes to a second cycle or more fatigue-oriented, that is much less good than actually destroying it, like a Command & Conquer would.
Right, so covering a couple, but 35 now the life for Jake. Valiant Dynamo does get a counter, presumably temporarily, as Shelter covers most of the rest of it all, and Slice and Dice.
All right, Jake finally getting a hand that's playable here. Wanted to hold on to it and sort of try to convert this hand, starting with a Centauri Saber.
Pops Kassai as well. Hit and run, gonna give go again.
Gold one.
Does not currently have go again. We got to imagine there's a Blade Runner or something similar.
On anything. Yeah, the first time.
Oh, sorry, it's pitched. You're right.
Yeah, that not played. So currently does not have go again, but there's many ways for Jake to give this go again.
And this is right now for free. And plus 3 on the one after that. Okay.
3 and could be 1 more if it's blocked by an attack action card.
Yep.
So
Also, noted by Jason Rolfe, that is a gold Centauri Saber.
gold foil, Centauri Saber.
Very
That's a flex.
fancy. That is a flex. Test of strength. Visit the Goldmane Estates.
Draw swords. Oh, man.
Draw swords.
If Jake won a clash to get a free gold token, that could be huge.
That would be huge.
That would be a huge play in this game.
I'm so
Jason
excited.
bribing the officials, reclashing with a 0, which does win over
Good
draw
enough.
swords.
Still a might value. You are valid, you are noted, and you are getting gold as Glint the Quicksilver. Go again, Blade Flurry, big damage on this turn. Slice and Dice Red also pumping up both sides.
That does put it up to 5 going over the top here. So 1 damage is currently coming through to Jason, which would generate a gold for Jake. Got to keep the names straight here.
Mm-hmm. Different heroes, very similar names in some ways. And Jake, I believe, drew from Glint already.
He did? Yep.
Of
Seems
course, we
likely
do know what
for
the card is. Clash gets me every time.
Yes. It seems destined for the arsenal here.
Range, yeah.
And then he ticked up his die to say he has 6 resources. I think that's supposed to just be 1.
I think so.
Yes, as he converts to Vigor and then is able to, because he's drawn a card, this turn, he does not need to pay for the sword, so he's able to use both the glint or the grains and the Brave Forge bracers.
Very nicely done. Again, Kassai is one of those kind of puzzles that kind of put funny looking pieces together sometimes, and what comes out is, I don't know, 15 damage.
It's really good damage output. Like it doesn't have a lot of on hits, or like rather disruption, like on hits. But the raw value that Kassai is able to put together from these turns is really remarkable, because you basically profit on anytime you draw a card that you get these free swinging weapons, and we know how good free swinging weapons are from Fang, right? We talk about how he's one of the best decks in the game once he's active. Kassai kind of does that, and all you have to do is draw a card.
Yeah, and not as react heavy as maybe Fang or Dory, for example. It does have kind of a mix of front and back pumps, if you will. But certainly, the one thing that's true is that the numbers all add up to be very good. So Hot Streak getting it blocked out here, it looks like. 2 3s and Iron Fist Revelation should add up to 8. And the go again, unfortunately, even if granted, will not be relevant.
Yeah, it does seem kind of wasted there, and it's curious that Jason Rolfe is blocking quite so much on here. I don't think there's no relevant on hit, because the Kassai is already triggered, but he does want to use the Iron Fist here to reveal his Boulder Drop, and I guess it's just like, I wouldn't be able to convert these cards otherwise.
Remake the Surge. 8.
Ooh.
No floating.
So apparently, Jason was asking about Blood Follows Blade.
Oh, sorry,
Asked if that was the card on top that was Clash, because it was, I believe, yellow draw swords. And Jake used his right to not answer.
It's true. You revealed it. You resolved that effect. There's no reason to remind your opponent. This is played at a professional rules enforcement level on day 2 of calling, so there's a pretty high standard of play expected here, and not necessarily needed to reveal information like that.
All right, blue pitch. Provoke goes over. Up. The bluff, if it was there, is reveal draw swords time, which is good, because drawing a sword means you draw a card, and drawing cards means your swords cost
0.
0.
He did have a pitch card here, pitching a blue provoke here, but we've got a big old sword attack coming in here. I believe that's coming in for 9 on hit 2 copper.
And that is more than double its base, so unsheathed. Gonna give go again to the Centauri Saber.
It has double go again with Spoils of War as
so
well.
Much go again.
Yes. And we can peep at his hand. It looks like we've got Blade Flurry to be able to pump this up. And one of my favorite cards in Warriors, Take It on the Chin. It's a pretty innocuous card, but when this card came out in heavy hitters, it really unlocked this dual-wield warrior archetype. This card, it only blocks 2 damage naturally, but it gives you an agility token. And that is so, so powerful in these dual-wield warrior decks, because now you can convert a single card into swinging both of your weapons and resetting your Valiant Dynamo and you blocked for 2.
Yep.
And so this just really unlocks this deck in a way that I love, and I just think this is one of the most powerful cards in Kassai and other decks. That
It's a
use it.
sweet one. Sometimes it blocks arcane damage from Kano in the finals of a calling.
Sure does.
Shoutouts to Chris Ayali, the last person to win a calling on Kassai.
So it pumps it to 10, right? So, still thinking.
Iron Fist going back on in. Many blocks are happening.
Jason is currently blocking 10?
10. 10
Sounds
on 10.
yep.
That is not.
No.
Well, because it goes up to 10, so he needs to block the 10 because that's a Centauri Saber.
Yep.
But because
Blade
of the combat
flurry.
trick,
Quick
plays
dodge
quick
used.
dodge flexors to be able to cover this up. He really wants to fight over this bonus
Copper.
the bonus copper that comes from Spoils of War.
Any reactions?
Now, copper generation on its own, copper, not that impactful. You pay 4 to draw a card. Not really efficient, even though drawing a card is nice for Kassai, and it does come up occasionally. But it's much more important for blood on her hands. The Kassai specialization that really turns this copper into a force of destruction, really empowering your weapons and enabling a strong turn. So Jason knows that and does not want to let Jake get a pool of copper going right off the bat.
And you know what's really interesting? Jake only has 2 copies of that card in his deck.
Interesting. I mean,
And
that's,
we've already seen one because it blocked on
and
turn
he
1.
blocked one. So yeah, there's only one left for a big power turn later. Now, of course, in a matchup where you're expecting your opponent to block you a whole lot, that's not necessarily plan A. That's definitely better off into aggro decks that can't block you as efficiently, and you're more likely to generate a bunch of copper. And it's a shorter game, so you need those power turns to come online. In this longer game, it's still worthwhile if you can do it. Of course, it's still good, but it's not necessarily the must-do in order to win the game from Jake's side.
There was Spoils of War. 4 go again, and again, more copper being threatened. And Jason certainly respected it earlier on, just a turn ago. 2 more cards put in front of this 4. And a block for 6.
6, it gets pumped up to 5. It's still good enough.
Jake says,
With
you
the
got
draw
it.
gun.
Here comes Hot Streak. In for 2. But still that
Still
copper
spoils
generation
on here.
available, thanks to Spoils.
Free.
And you got to imagine Jake's going to play a reaction here. He's now got kind of 2 cards to work with.
And Lightning Strike the block. Only able to take it on the chin. That one is not an attack reaction. You can use it. Not all that good here.
Looks like it's a jagged edge. That is a reaction that he can use. Oh, he chooses not
Okay.
to. Interesting.
Uses the take. Just kind of says, I'll prevent nothing. Get this out of my hand. Get me a fresh hand of cards. An Arsenal. Jagged Edge.
Very curious there. I think he had the opportunity to generate some copper by just playing the jagged edge, but opting to keep that
Yeah.
secure in his arsenal for later.
Sharpen Senses Dynamo covering the Grindstone. And one of the nice things about Dynamo is it's very good at helping your other block cards cover breakpoints that many decks would otherwise just have to grimace at.
Yeah.
Giving more than just basically a card once it all eventuates. Sharpen Senses and Kassai getting activated.
So it looks to me that Jake, more than valuing the copper, like copper is nice to get if it's kind of free to get, but it seems like Jake really cares about getting
Wait till it's wide.
gold instead.
Yep.
He prioritized keeping the attack reaction in Arsenal so that on a future turn when he activates Kassai, he's much more likely to connect with that.
Want to maybe raise an army, if you will?
Yes, that is the ultimate goal of this gold, is to raise an army. Now we see raise the army on top of the deck, and Jason obviously tying the clash here. That is a stroke of some bad luck there for Jason, right? You got to be winning these clashes consistently as Victor in order to get the advantage, and losing that clash there could be disastrous, really, for him.
Jason saying, I got to read this card. Puts it Sharpened Sentence, which does get Gogan after it has more than double its base thanks
It
to
does.
Jagged Edge. So the goal gets made, and in goes the Saber.
Saber comes in for 3.
Kassai still active.
Does not have go again, but not particularly relevant whether it would or not. And then Jake has got 1 card left, but no resources to play with.
Take free.
He's already kind of cashed in the Kassai.
Yep.
Kind of, he's achieved his goal this turn. His goal was reset Dynamo and create a gold.
Yep. All the things have done. So 3 damage down to 34. So Jason Rolfe plays the 32 of Jake McCormack.
Yeah, this is Jake has been has really lined up. He's got 3 gold already, and 3 gold for 3 raise an army is kind of the sweet spot. Like, yeah, you can do more for sure, but 3 is like a really healthy number.
Yep.
1 or 2, yeah, you can kind of work around this, but 3, the math kind of starts to tip in. That's a real army that you got to deal with.
Yeah, we talked about it when Gravy was in the game against Jason when Justin Koo played. Allies versus Guardians. Man, Guardians got real annoyed by those little guys.
Sure did. and it seems like, you know, Jason's game plan of just attack face is not going to work out as well, because all of these these Centauri sellswords all have go again baseline. You do need to start your chain with a weapon, right? But they are able to go again. You know, it's not just a 1 attack per turn like we saw with Gravy Bones, that Jason was able to just outrace by just going face.
How could Kassai ever swing a weapon? Perhaps we'll find out. Take it on the chin. He's going to block one up. That is not a defense reaction. Don't be fooled. Valiant Dynamo going to get in the way. Arsenal is going to go, so Fate for Seeing, which could not be used on that chain link thanks to Command & Conquer's very classic at this point rules text. But the agility token getting made there does feel pretty good.
This is going to be huge. This is going to be you can see Jake is really excited about this turn. He's got go again on his weapon. He's going to be able to raise an army of 3 Centauri sellswords. I believe he still has a blue in his hand. He's going to be able to pitch all 3 blues to attack with 3 Centauri sellswords in a row.
It's time to trounce. Blood follows blade. Meets a different card. Go again.
Oh, a test of strength. Just when Jason Rolfe really needs these clashes to come up in his favor to be able to keep pace with this, his deck is just slightly betraying him. He's going to have to cash in a gold here if he wants to retry that second part of the trounce.
It does have a spare gold, quote unquote. You do want to get to that 3 threshold for Visit the Gold Main Estate. So between Aura Mages and the gold he started with, making 1 already this game, does kind of feel like it's all right. Although did just spy a Golden Sun in hand. And that one also asks for your gold.
Sure does. You got to imagine Jason's trying to set up a game plan where he wants to get Jake a little bit lower and then send a few big attacks, maybe with stacked up with the Gold Main Estate to close it out.
Go again. This time, surely it's an attack.
It's a pummel! Jason missed the trounce after burning the gold. That is disastrous for him.
We've seen what happens when victors on camera miss critical clashes. That one feels like a dagger.
It sure does. Oh, wait. So Jake did not have a second blue. He didn't have a blue in the first place. It was a red Blade Runner, actually. So it looks like he's going to save the Raise an Army for a future turn. You really want to have a blue to be able to swing with all of those.
Yep.
So he's just going to save that.
To swing on in.
So he's going to save that for later, and you know, obviously trying to protect that arsenal. Jason just threw out the Command & Conquer last turn, so it's a little less likely that he has another one, since already 1 has been used.
I do believe that Jason is our player with extra Arsenal disruption, though.
He sure is. He's got to be a little bit frustrated here, though, that he did miss on that trounce. And, oh, he's got another trounce in hand that he's going to miss on the first clash anyway, because the pummel's still on top. So if he blocks with that second trounce, he just knows he's already going to lose it.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, you know, not win.
Jason's like, what does Rinami do again? I mean, didn't play Kassai in Swiss. Kassai hasn't been around that much recently, at least. So might have been a while since Jason has played this matchup.
Because it has a deck that it came out in heavy hitters, so it's been around for a while. Both heroes came out the same set, so they've been around. But you know, Victor's definitely catapulted a little further ahead of the meta, a little more popular. It's been a deck that a lot more people have picked up. Kassai's been a bit more of a niche hero, I would say, but still very powerful, and we can see the power on display here.
Dynamo take 3. Oh no, it's another pummel.
It's the same one.
Oh.
It's the same. We knew about this, yes.
Never mind.
But luckily, when it ties, nothing happens.
Nothing
Live
adverse
Miller's.
happens to Miller's Grindstone. Draw swords. Drawing a card, and now the swords are free. And like I said, just got to find a way to swing a sword to get the raised army in.
couldn't quite see his hand, but I think the card even underneath the pummel, if he had clashed again,
no.
I think was a Riches of Trouble Diamond.
No.
I think he literally had 3 misses in a row on top of his deck, Jason.
There is
Rolfe did.
Riches in
Yeah,
hand.
I think the next card, I think that was the card underneath the pummel.
So a 2 block and a no block. Interesting spots
Well,
to have those.
It was Visit the Gold Main Estate, then Pummel, then Riches. So even if he burned through his gold, he'd still lose all the clashes.
Well, good thing that didn't happen then, I suppose. As Hot Streak comes in after Kassai activation and Draw Swords makes the attack free. And of course, the next warrior attack gets bigger as well. This one's a red Draw Swords. And everyone knows Raise an Army is in Arsenal. We all see the 3 gold next to that headpiece.
that was revealed from a clash earlier on, so Jason surely has kept track of that. And if Jake has got another blue, another pitch, you got to imagine this is going to be raise an army and then attack for 3 go again, into 3 go again, into 3 go again, into Centauri Saber at the end of it all.
Yep. Hot Streak for 5. No go again just yet. 5 pushed on by the table judge. Get that in there. Jake having a giggle. It is harder than it looks to put a die on the board when you're playing Flesh and Blood. You're so used to not doing it.
Yeah, it's
in a lot of
tough to remember
cases.
sometimes, yeah.
Appreciate the table judges keeping everyone honest. As Jake is thinking very hard about how do I win this matchup, because I certainly would like to be a calling champion. Doesn't have quick dodge flexes, has a fancier shoes perhaps from Valiant Dynamo, but would maybe take a gold foil one if he could take it all the way.
Consider that.
Jacket off, sitting up. It's time to raise an army.
It is definitely time to raise an army here. And even though the life total situation looks like it is favoring Jason, Rolfe, Jason is up 34 to 26. I definitely feel that Jake is in a more advantageous spot in this current moment because of the impending raise an army, which Jason, like, it's going to turn the whole match to be about that. It's going to be about how can Jason clear out all of these cell swords, but he doesn't have another blue, so still holding off for now. This is maybe the saving grace for Jason Rolfe. He's able to tread water for a little bit longer.
Yep, Draw Swords red pitch to play the Blade Runner that gave go again to the Hot Streak because Jason did not bite, used a piece of armor and something that is not an attack action to not give go again to the Hot Streak. Takes a bit of damage, down to 29 though.
It's another gold. Four gold now for Jake McCormack.
That's right, because activation keeps on moving in. I mean, it's kind of the threat is causing Jason to want to, do a little blocking because you don't want to give gold. You certainly don't want the army to get even bigger. But at this point, it's already pretty significant as Rich is going to make a gold.
Yeah, and you got to think once that army is raised, what do you do on Jason's side? Jake's still not finding blues. Like the blues are the most efficient. You could still raise an army off the yellows, maybe, but you need to be able to get the go again. So you got the unsheathed. Okay, so this turn can work to raise an army for Jake if he wanted to. We'll see if he wants to instead just opt to block.
All right, well, Rouse the Ancients reveals a couple cards. Macho Grande and Light Strike adds up to big number. So 7 go again. Not bad for a 3-cost attack. That's blue.
That's pretty efficient. You're going to, 2 cards 7 with go again. And then you're going to be able to follow that up with another card that costs your action point here.
Tanks it down to 26. Macho pitches, make a token.
Should be down to 19. Yeah, he didn't actually. Command and Conquer.
Ooh.
Okay, yeah, that's a way to potentially disrupt this raise an army. You got to commit some blocks to this for sure.
I think probably not too miffed to have to put 2 cards in front of this because the blue isn't there to raise it up. And there's 1. There's 2. There's 3. There's
He's going to give
4.
up the Grains of Blood spell. Now, that's a card that you like having around because it gives you a lot of flexibility in how you utilize your resources. If you just have an extra resource, so you can float that to a future turn. But Jake's really valuing keeping the extra card in hand right now because he knows he is falling behind. Like, he does have this big pile of gold, but you do need to cash it in at some point. He's actually just burning a gold to redraw a card.
Did not draw a blue. I believe drew a yellow. Another red even.
Red. Yeah.
Alrighty.
It does mean that all of his swords now are free. This is still a big turn, right? Because you drew a card, it functionally gave you 2 resources back. Now, there's no blue to raise an army. Like, that's the real power play here is because any blue turns into 9 damage.
Yep. Oh, we're going anyway.
He just wants to get it out there because he knows Jason has the Arsenal Disruption, and he's like, oh, yeah, he does have Command and Conquerors. I don't want to be vulnerable to that going forward. So he makes 3 Centauri Cell Swords. Seems like he only has 2 tokens for it, so 1 in the face down is an extra token here. 9 go again on hit copper.
Some extra things to be collected thanks to the skirmish. Soul Swords made, though.
Jason likely now needs to go in damage control mode and just really wants to clear out these Centauri Cell Swords. Without a lot of go again, he might just be limited to swinging 1 hammer per turn at a Centauri Cell Sword. Because you really can't afford to let all those 1-for-3s live around. 1-for-3 go agains for too long. That'll chip down your life total way too fast.
Yeah, I like the Jake's community here. It also was also kind of rotting a bit, I feel like.
Yeah.
Because it was a card that wasn't really contributing to the rest of the game plan. Kept enough cards to have a good turn. Turned into a pretty significant one here with Kassai. And has the Cell Swords for a later turn. While presenting 9.
I mean, you think this is basically a 3-card hand, right? You the raise the army, if you ignore that part, just in terms of the sword attacks, 3-card hand, it's attacking for 9 with go again, and then also get to attack with hot streak for 5 after this. On hit, make a gold and a copper, and reset dynamo.
Yep.
That's an insane
That
3-card
is an insane turn.
Let alone the 4th card being raise an army, too.
Little extra for next time. There's a gold, there's a copper. Here's hot streak.
This is why, you know, I mentioned at the start of the top 8, and even earlier yesterday, talking about how I think Kassai is pretty well positioned in this meta. I think it's a very powerful deck. I think into a meta that is all about these kind of mid-rangey, blocky, you know, not overly bursty kind of decks. I think Kassai is really well positioned, especially if people are leaning towards the fatigue style decks as they think the fatigue is the answer. Kassai eats that right up.
Right, well, Line Strike is a way for go again to happen, and there's 2 Cell Swords cleared, and Line Strike got 1. Hammer got the second, so only 1 left, but still a thorn in the side for sure. Copper getting cracked. Makes a gold thanks to Riches of Tropeldani.
Yeah, if you got to do that, sometimes that's the most efficient play, and 1 copper is not good enough for blood in your hands. You really need at least 3 or 4 to make it feel like it's worth playing.
Does, of course, give you 2 resources kind of back because it makes your sword swings free, as you noted earlier, because that is still drawing a card, even if you had to do it the hard way.
Yes, indeed. And now the life total's been pretty well equalized. 19 plays 20, but of course there is attacks on the combat chain that Jason must respect or else risk falling behind in this game.
And again, it feels so annoying to block. Doesn't feel good to take the damage, but doesn't feel good to block. Give it go again and have Cell Sword stroll on in. And that is just the stuff face up on the table right now.
Yeah, you know that Cell Sword's going to come in for 3 go again, and then Centauri Saber, let alone any other reactions or pumps that Jake might have to add on the damage.
Another pummel. Might be committed to block. That one does not count as an attack action, so that would not anger the hot streak. Having a look through the yard as Jason considers blocks.
Considering blocks, he's got a pummel in hand, but pummel is just not a great card given the circumstances. He's under pressure, so he can't really afford to keep too many cards. He doesn't have a tunic counter to kind of make that a little more manageable. He's running the tectonic plating instead in this matchup. So it's a tricky card to get a lot of value from. It is a non-attack action, so you can use it to block swords for at least some value, or at least better than an attack action, which would pump up the Centauri Saber or give go again to Hot Streak. But if your selling point is you can block with a red pummel, that's not a very good selling point.
Yeah, the other thing is, if a block does happen from hand, which again feels like something you want to be doing, Glint the Quicksilver's reprise will be enabled.
Yeah, we have seen that earlier on in this game. You got to imagine there's a few more floating around. I do see a Blood Follows Blade. That's when it rains, it pours, you know. Get raise an army and just add on a few more. Why not?
Would make not blocking feel really bad.
Sure
So
would.
kind of in the fork you're always in some ways against warriors, where feels bad to block, feels bad to not block. Sometimes you don't know which one's which. Unfortunately, this time it's just both.
Yeah, because there's Bloodfellow's Blade and a Glint Quicksilver both in Jake's hand, so either decision is wrong from Jason. Blocking or not blocking, both of them equally bad here.
Target sword action gets go again, and when this hits, create a Centauri Sellsword. What an incredible specialization
Just
for
an amazing
Kassai.
card. This took Kassai from like an acceptable deck to like I think a top tier meta deck. It hasn't quite caught on quite as much in popularity as I think it really deserves, but maybe after this weekend, even though Chris Aioli won a calling with it relatively recently, it still didn't catch on. It still wasn't even in our top 5 represented decks here.
And now the pain really begins. That glint just became a blue to pitch for these cell swords. Jason took 6 instantly. And now there's still another sword swing to be had, and Arsenal going down. Jason's keeping cards because trying to fight back. Whether it's against the cell swords or Jake's face, we'll find out soon. But this completely tips the game as far as damage race is going. And Golden Sun can only go one place. I don't know if you know this. You technically can hit an ally, but it is not allowed. Golden Sun
You are
always
true.
goes face.
It definitely goes to the face.
Dice movement.
And yeah,
Killer over here.
this still seems like a really a good position for Jake to be in, right? Obviously, if you were going face and ignoring these Centauri cell swords, you got to imagine that Jake feels pretty happy with that because you can take some damage, and as long as it doesn't kill you, you're going to be attacking back for 3 go again.
Overpower. We've seen this come a few times. Not quite dominate. This is can only block with one. Is it an action card?
One action card, yes. So as many defense reactions as you want, as many equipment, as long as they're not evos, as many block cards, but as many reactions. So attack reactions like Blade Runner, throw it in front of Overpower. Golden Sun and Overpower is actually pretty darn bad against Kassai.
Yeah. A lot of things that Kassai just doesn't have. Pummel.
There is the pummel.
Sync. That's faithful scene. Wrong reaction. That's 10 block, and there's 14.
Wow.
Covers it up. Denies the pummel. Jake McCormack feeling in the driver's seat right now.
It is not often that you have a 14 overpower attack that you're able to cover up. But Jake does it there, has all of the defense reactions and attack reactions to block, which bypasses that overpower.
Use the gold as well. Has only Aura Magus left. As a gold for a follow-up Golden Sun. Here comes Spinal Crush.
1 float, right? 0 float.
This one's pretty good. Turning off go again feels pretty good against a deck that wants to give all the things go again.
It sure does.
Yeah.
But of course, you know, with no additional pump coming out of this, no might tokens, no pummel to be had on this attack, you just need to block for 6, which is not that difficult when most cards in Jake's deck block 3. You can just pick the 2 worst cards in your hand and then still probably have a really good turn with your 2 remaining plus your arsenal. That's still enough to attack with both swords and both cell swords, which is a ton of value.
I mean, we saw what a 3-card hand could do earlier on.
Oh, yeah.
Just cracking a single gold, so certainly is all there.
So I knew you weren't presenting fatigue.
I love that the players are just still bantering, by the way. I think they're talking about games that have happened already.
Yeah.
Maybe games that happened, you know, a week ago.
It completely messed me up. You're far way
Looks
faster than I
like
expected.
Jason is
You're way
bemoaning
faster than I
how
expected.
he maybe has misplayed this matchup and from a macro perspective.
you're good.
He thinks he maybe made some mistakes earlier on, and he's a little less familiar with the Kassai matchup than he would have liked to be. And so he's talking about how
of
maybe he
course.
made some questionable decisions earlier on in terms of blocking or pitching.
Well, always good to retro your games.
Yeah.
Not necessarily in the middle of one of them, but
Well-
I respect the gamer sense from
Yes.
Jason Rolfe to want to try and solve the problem, even though the problem is currently in front of him.
It is currently happening, and when better to workshop a solution than when in the moment.
I mean, you could ask your opponent. That
Yeah.
would be quite nice. They'll definitely know.
Yeah.
They might not tell you, but they'll certainly know the answer. Is Kassai going to get activated here? The promise of more gold. Ready to go. Unsheathed is going to be played out. Jake very face up with the stuff that's definitely happening. Trot along is a nice little blue. Draw a card that is Outland Skirmish.
Yeah, you got to imagine.
Alongside a Bloodfellow's Blade.
I feel like that's probably better used as just a pitch to swing both of the cell swords, and then you can use your 1 remaining pitch on like Brayforge Bracers or something.
Cards in hand?
Seems good.
This seems to be presenting pretty close to lethal here. We're going to have 5 into 3 into 3 into
Where's Kassai?
maybe another 5 at the end of that.
And turns out more than twice the base of 2 is 4 or more. 5 is more than 4.
Sure is.
So not only is the deck bigger, it already has Go Again built in. And as you know, there's at least one sellsword coming in after this because there's one resource floating. And with 2 cards in hand, I mean, you know the other one's coming in at a minimum if it's just a red. But it could be so much more than that. This is the buy-in that Kassai can really put people in. Block for 6, that does is necessary to cover. Oh no, it's 2 block cards.
2 block cards.
It's a
blocking for
trounce and a
7.
test of Iron Will.
Now Jason is considering what order do you want to clash in.
Iron Will first. You've got to be kidding me.
He's got another one, another visit the Gold Main Estate. This is not where they want to be for Jason. This is what we saw earlier with Shirui when the clashes just don't quite line up. Victor
Oh,
is a liability.
Aura May just goes away. Ripple is an attack.
I didn't see it.
Oh, it was.
So it does discard
Not a trounce?
the Outland Skirmish. Is going to lose a clash because, of course, it's still Shelter on top.
Show the ripple away. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
There's the Ripple. And we go again. More clashes to be
Another
had. Time
Ripple
for
away.
Trounce. That was Test of Iron Will.
Another raise of the army.
That one
So
also doesn't
Jason-
have a might value. And there's another Ripple away.
Jason does successfully win the trounce. It did cost him his shield. It doesn't mean he's able to create the vigor, the might, the gold, draw a card, make Jake discard a card. So Jake's turn is a little bit weaker, but you still got to imagine this is looking pretty good from Jake. He's fine. He had that extra Outland Skirmish to discard. Still has the pitch available to swing both Centauri Sellswords.
And drew off gold. So swords are free at the end of all of this. Blocks for 3. And pitch. More go in. Would you like to block 3? You're at 9. That's a very convenient number for 3 go again.
Good one.
And
It's only
one
2.
more.
That only blocks for 2.
Not enough. You need to block with something else to be better.
One hits.
And there's that too. One hit gold.
One gold.
Kassai was activated.
Kassai is still active from earlier. Yep.
Look, the 7 on the fucking thing. I was like, oh, okay.
He did block 7 on the first weapon swing. And this is coming in for another 2 and threats and on hit gold.
All right, down to 6, 2 gold. Jake doing my job for me. Thanks, mate. And everything goes back to where it should be. Sellswords up top, swords besides Kassai, and 6th life for Jason Rolfe. An incredible run so far to get to this point, but Kassai is proving to be quite the thorn in the side. As another sellsword gets cleared, there's still one left, though. And that hand's looking not so bad. I saw at least a Blade Flurry, which usually means fun times are abounding for Kassai.
And as long as he has a way to give go again, which most of the blue base and some others, I do see a trot along in there, I believe. So he has the ability to get go again on the weapon attack.
Yep, he's a Raisin Army as well, which we did see from an earlier clash. So those
Yep.
2 gold could become, well, 2 more sellswords, perhaps.
Sure could.
I'm like, wait, hang on.
Yeah, I think this, it's trot along, Blade Flurry, the high current currency. That seems to be the pitch card, so we're just going to play trot along to give go again, swing a sword, or is he going to draw off gold? Okay, that's fine, yeah. Draws a Spoils of War. And
I feel
then
very silly.
this is still good enough to swing both swords and both sell swords.
Yep. Again, every time you draw a card, you have to think. It looks, sometimes it's like, it's not like Gravy where you're always fishing for blues just constantly.
Yeah.
Because I was just like, I just have to draw 1. My swords are then free and my turns get a lot more straightforward as far as what I can do. Because you kind of go from doing most of the things to just doing everything most of the time.
Oh, yeah. Coming in for 2 go again. Tough to block from Jason when has to
Ooh.
block with a
Visit the
Goldman
Goldman Estates.
When Jason's Goldman Estates this game have lined up to be 2 failed clashes and a block or potential block, that's not how you draw it up.
Blade Flurry take 2. Next sword's going to be even bigger, but there are soul swords before that, which are swords but aren't real swords, if that makes sense to anyone out there. Still tuning on in. Sellsword in for 3 go again. You must block. Thank you very much. Raise an army. 1 more. Do we even need an extra sellsword? Jason's
Might not
already
be
blocking
needed,
with most of the cards in hand. That's 2 visits in hand, by the way. And the army will be pitched. Hot Streak coming in. We pay for Hot Streak?
You don't need to.
Just forget?
Whatever. I think he pitched to Brave Forge Bracers, but I don't think he was allowed to because he didn't hit
With
with
the
the first
weapon
weapon.
attack, yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Drawing up. Sellsword goes away, and Jake's going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. But you know what? When your opponent's at 4, and you're playing a
And-
dual-wielding warrior, that doesn't seem so tricky.
That's not as difficult as you might think.
There's also where Hot Streak gets real good, by the way.
Extremely good. It requires you to be blocking with it and gives it go again when you do so, and that can unbrick some of your hands if you otherwise didn't have a way to give it go again.
Provoking. Ooh, Remembrance.
Just discard it.
Put it in the bin.
Remembrance.
Trying to whittle down the defensive card. I think Jake maybe sees that there could be a lethal.
Ah, yes, he did hit with the Blade Flurry last turn. He pumped it over. He did. Jason did block the weapon attack, but the Blade Flurry pumped it over.
Certainly did. So still at 2 now for Jason Rolfe, but that life is dwindling, it feels like.
I'm not gonna lie, you could have just snuck by it and stayed at 4. I didn't look at my life pad in my face one top.
Jake is playing a little bit fast and loose here, and not entirely sure where Jason's life total was at there. But Jason down to 2, and Jake's life total hasn't budged in quite a while.
Draw a card for gold? Nope. Swing in by pitching the red. Slice and or dice. All right, this one first. No, yeah, I think Hot Streak first makes more sense when your opponent's at 2. This one's coming in for 3. No go again yet, and the second weapon's going to be even bigger. That's how slice and dice works.
Does need to get go again somehow, either from its own effect or from a reaction.
Or, yeah, from its own effect. That is the one. That's the one I'm expecting to see. But again, there are plenty of things that won't trigger the go again that Jason can use. They often betray him, as we've seen.
Yep.
Shout outs to Trounce.
Can I see the bands, please?
But
Yeah, sure.
still do work. Going to go ahead and look through the bin.
Just got to figure out what possible combat tricks there could be to play around. Although, to be fair, I think there's very little in the range that Jason can afford to play around at this point.
Yeah.
You have to kind of figure out.
Ooh, test of strength.
Yeah, test of strength avoids triggering it.
Oh no, it's riches.
When it rains, it pours.
Yeah.
Flashy card in your deck. This is hilarious. To be
Alright.
fair, this is second cycle at this point, and that's not forget.
Jason has
That is
definitely
still quite funny.
been on the weaker end
I'm
of the
just- I'm
clashes
just
this
thinking
game.
if I'm gonna-
Red Blade Runner on top for Jake.
Yeah, we'll get rid of it. I'll pay
It's a
with
good
gold.
card. Yep, gold goes away. I would like to rig the clash. Officials? Yep, Rouse the Ancients is good enough.
He's revealed Rouse twice this game as well.
It's not the biggest attack,
Still
but
wins.
it does have might value. Bloodfuller's Blade. Good enough for the go again. Don't even need the Cell Sword on the back end because every sword swing is lethal.
It's coming in for 5.
That's a lot more than the current life total. Going to demand 2 cards at minimum because 3 is not enough to cover 5. That would actually be Zaxxes. There are 4 blocks in Jason's deck. There are plenty of cards that can be put in the way. Also have to
5, right?
do the count properly and make sure it's 6 if you do have an action card there, because Centauri Saber is going to get a bit bigger. And there's also a card in Jake's arsenal, so everything feels a little bit scary.
Oh, it sure is. I do see a Trounce out of Jason, so that's one possible avenue for him to regain a little bit of value
What
here.
could possibly go wrong? Macho
Macho,
Grande, that's a good
hey,
one.
That's what you're supposed to clash with.
Hey,
Golden Sun, hey!
Golden Sun.
Where is this luck earlier, Jason?
Everything's coming up, Victor.
Might.
Unfortunately, it didn't until all the other clashes somehow.
No,
It
very
may
cool.
be too little too late with this this
It
streak of clashes
never
here.
feels bad to win a trounce. This may be one of the lower end dopamine hits as far as trounce goes.
Sorry, 11.
Golden Sun goes in. Valiant Dynamo says, I would like to get in front of this, take my value, and I'll take the rest. I don't think
Take
I
9.
need my life.
Yeah, well, now you get a 5-card hand to try to push through 2 points of damage against a Victor who has no equipment left.
Yep.
Make it go.
Draw some swords and make a gold. Over pitching here with the riches and the high current
Kill swords.
blue. And more swords being drawn. Swords are free. Big attack incoming.
Doesn't currently have go again. But you got to imagine that coming in for 7 makes it pretty likely that an attack action card needs to block here, which will then grant go again, showing the value of Hot Streak.
Ooh, just saw a glimpse of a glint in Jake McCormack's hand. That's a way to give go again. If it doesn't get granted and ripple away, it might look like a card that isn't an attack, is an attack, believe it or not. Even if it's almost never used as one, Take one, down to one. Not a lot of life against the warrior with 2 weapons. And now it's time to hit and or run.
This does
Brave
grant
forward braces. In we go.
the bonus +1 damage because it was an attack has already hit.
And not Kadachi's, but certainly feels a lot like the Kadachi. Like, oh my goodness, there's a Raisin Homie in that hand as well.
Yeah, we are going into turn 16 here, so we're definitely kind of getting into that second cycle. Both decks have drawn extra cards here, so that might be the Raisin army that he bottomed earlier or pitched away earlier.
Glint is so good there. Draws a blue as well. Gives go again, and it's time to raise it up. Weapon has certainly been swung with this turn. 2 more cell swords, and how much life do you have again, Jason?
1. So anything is lethal here, and that feels like you're going to get Centauri Sellsword locked, not just Kadachi locked.
Yep.
A full Sellsword locked.
All of the swords. You thought Kassai only could wield 2 blades. Little did you know, just buy a couple more, recruit them on your side, and swing your way into a calling finals by the looks of things.
Well, how many swords have you swung this turn?
1.
Which one?
That.
I just need to work out if it's
Yep.
worth it. I don't want
Again, Jason just confirming. Centauri Sellsword can only attack if you've attacked with a weapon this turn. It's not per, it is just a condition that you get to meet all of them. As soon as they see you fearlessly charge into battle, the rest of your mercenaries come with you.
That is very thematic, you know. It's, you have to.
It's almost like they knew what they were doing when they designed the heroes in this game.
So you have to pay the gold to hire them to your side, and then you have to charge into battle first, and then they'll follow you. I guess that's pretty accurate.
I like that the art has them like throwing money up in the air.
Yeah.
That's hype.
And again,
3.
They got a sword, they got money. That's a cell sword if I've ever seen one. As we're swinging in. Centauri Saber, that's it. GG. Jason Rolfe finally felled by Kassai of the Golden Sand. Jake McCormack is going to the finals.
Yes, congratulations, Jake McCormack, making it to the calling finals here. Tough end for Jason Rolfe's incredible run in this calling. Obviously, being first seed, going into the top 8, making it to the top 4, but ultimately falling to the army that Kassai has raised.
And again, we talk about allies being pretty good into Guardians. Well, Kassai kind of has a mix of everything that Guardians, I think, do not want to see. It's not the matchup is unwinnable, but Kassai does feel well positioned and is just, in general, a very powerful deck, as demonstrated by Jake. They have an updated bracket. I cannot wait to see who is in the finals. Let's have a peek, shall we? Ooh, Nova Chan figured it out against Timm Lee. Fatigue Lyath Goldmane does exit. It's a very respectable semi-final loss. And now it's going to be Kassai versus Arrahman Marionette.
Yeah, a shame to see Timm Lee fall down. I was really rooting for that. Obviously, I'm a big fan of the Fatigue Lyath, but Nova Chan, incredible player. Definitely probably took some notes from how the match between Justian and Timm Lee went and maybe adapted his game plan to be able to win that Fatigue match. But now it's a whole new challenge for Nova here, going up against Jake McCormack and his Kassai deck.
This is a rematch from the Swiss. They did play, and Jake did win. So now it's time for the rematch, and this one's going to feel a little more important.
Definitely, yes. Anything can change from Swiss to the finals, right? You either side could learn something from the others, maybe adapt their game plan a little bit. Now that you've had a practice match against them, now comes the real match, and we'll have to see who's able to take it down.
A little scrim in the Swiss round of the tournament, you know, a little practice. Well, you know what? That Kassai looked pretty good, and you did mention that some of the cards that she got in her expansion slots really made this deck quite a bit better. Well, there may be more to come, because Mastery Pack Warrior is on the way. I mean, if we're not going to plug it now, when will we ever plug it? Mastery Pack Warrior coming to you in stores August 7th, 2026. And boy, if you like Warrior, you are in for a good year.
Oh, for sure. You get these awesome full art Dawn Blade is in the set. This really reminds me of the Rosetta Marvel from Rosetta Thorn Marvel from the Rosetta set. Beautiful treatment here for the iconic Dawn Blade weapon.
There's Dorinthia Quicksilver Prodigy now at basic rarity. So Silver Age players, watch out. She could be coming.
That's true.
System games near you eventually. Hala, also a young hero you can play in that format. And this beautiful Zenith Blade may catch your eye if you're looking to play the game's newest warrior.
Yes. Really excited to see what kind of support Hala can get in this set to really help elevate her and bring her deck a bit more together.
Armory deck was just a sneak peek. There's more to come here And Olympia also getting his own armory deck later in the year, and also this beautiful Golden Grail. This is one of, I don't think I even want to play this hero necessarily, but this art makes me want to at least give it a go. That is gorgeous.
It is really great art, and I'm really excited about the ability too. You know, you're able to use gold kind of as resources to swing your weapon, and therefore that kind of frees up your ability to use more cards on offense rather than pitching so many of them.
And of course, there's more where that came from. Sharpening Sparks, stand tall, a couple blocks, couple attack reactions, things warriors do love to do, but they also love to get value with Valiant Dynamos. And now you can find another pair finally reprinted.
Yes, really excited about that. Obviously, we saw Valiant Dynamo put to great use in that last game, and I'm sure we're going to see it put to great use in this upcoming game as well in the finals.
I think every time we've seen Dynamo on stream, it has been an absolute banger. As a reminder, after the finals, there will be a giveaway. So don't go anywhere before we announce you could be the winner, and you do want to hear your name said on stream. But we are going to have a quick break. When we return, it is the finals of Calling Jakarta. Welcome back to the finals of Calling Jakarta. I'm Julian Carr, that is Charles Dunn, and we have only one match of Flesh and Blood left.
Just one. We've got Jade McCormack with Kassai up against Nova Chan with Arrahman Marionette.
Should be a fun one, and these are the decks we somewhat expected, I have to think, certainly on the Arrahman side. We'll have a look, though, at our updated bracket, because we played quite a few matches to get here. But after taking out Jason off our #1 seed, Jake is now through to the finals after Nova-chan eliminated Fatigue Lyath in their semifinal.
Definitely a shame to see Fatigue Lyath fall, but Nova-chan, an expert Arachne Marionette player.
Oh, yes.
He won the calling in Yokohama at the Pro Tour with Arachne Marionette as well. So, you know, he is extremely experienced on it. He's got the reps in, he's got the experience, and we'll see if he's able to overcome Jake McCormack here in the finals.
Yeah, Kassai kind of the upstart in some ways. Certainly a deck that is known, certainly a deck that is very powerful, but not a deck people expected to see a lot of this weekend, and we didn't see a lot of Kassai. In fact, we saw one Kassai in round 1, and now fittingly we have that same Kassai in the final round of this calling.
Yeah, I think Kassai often struggled against Acilio. It was a matchup that is not necessarily Kassai favored there. Acilio does pretty well there, but Acilio really didn't show up this weekend that well. There wasn't as many, and the ones that didn't do very well. And so Jake probably dodged most, if not all, of the Acilios, I believe, and was able to get to the finals here by beating up on every other deck in the meta.
We can have a little check on that, perhaps, when we have a look in on Jake's run in a moment. But let's go ahead and get to our feature match area, because we have one more match to show you all, and it's going to be a blast one way or the other. Two incredible players, but only one deserving champion. Jake McCormack on the left, Nova-chan on the right. Alrighty, let's have a look at the runs, because we've seen a lot of these two already. No Acilios in this run, so did definitely dodge that matchup, but has beaten just about everyone else to get here.
Yeah, he's faced a lot of victors and a lot of Arachne Marionettes. So, you know, he's 3-0 against Marionette so far in this tournament, so you got to think he's feeling pretty confident going into the finals here.
Over here on the other side, Nova-chan, round 7, did pick up a loss, and the only reason I mention it is because it was to Kassai. And of course, the only Kassai you could possibly lose to that late in the tournament is Jake McCormack.
Yes, so this is a rematch of the Swiss round 7, although he did beat another Kassai player in round 4. But of course, Jake McCormack probably one of the better Kassai players and definitely has the experience to back it up. And so it'll be an uphill battle for him, having lost that initial one.
Now let's have a peek at Jake's deck list once again. We've seen it already, but we'll have another squiz just to make sure that I did see things correctly. Yes, there's only 2 blood on her hands in this deck, and only 2 raise an army. It's a little bit more beef, perhaps, as far as making those swords sing.
Yeah, a little more beef there, and has the 6 draw swords, the reds and the yellows. Blunton is going to be a very impactful card in this matchup, as Nova is going to be using those daggers quite a bit, and if these Bluntons line up, it could be very devastating to what Arachne Marionette is trying to do.
Well, let's have a look over at the other side, of course, at Nova-chan's deck list, exactly how his Marionette deck is lining up. It is a lot of the standard stuff you expect to see. 1 Frailty Trap, 3 Justian. We did see that one.
Wow.
That is a lot more Justian than I was expecting.
He's coming into the full 3 of them, and, you know, having a total of, well, I guess 11 if you count under the trapdoor of attacks that can benefit from this. So that's a card that he seems to really value, and we'll be curious to see if that comes up in this matchup.
Does do a lot here. A little yellow up sticks and run, a couple take up the mantle, a few codexes, all the usual suspects there. So the question remains, which of our 2 players are going to win? We'll find out as we head on down to the feature match area for the final time this weekend. Calling Jakarta has been wonderful, at times been scary, at times extremely funny. But it all comes down to this, Kassai versus Arachne Marionettes. And the players are zooming, because I heard that Jake McCormack has a flight to catch, and he'd much rather go on that flight a calling champion.
He certainly would. Nova-chan starting off the action here on turn 0, but Jake is able to capitalize on turn 0 as well by playing Take It on the Chin to generate an agility to start off his first turn right.
Is the 5th seed, slightly higher than Nova-chan 6, so did get to choose, I have to assume, choose to go second. As Sword Swing in, Spoils of War threatened to make that copper. We didn't see it much in the last time up against Jason, but we know blood on her hands is pretty good, and Nova-chan knows it too, respecting it here by blocking with 2 cards, showing a Justian, and there's a Provoke. Show me one more, Stains of the Red back, gonna hit the trash.
It only puts action cards onto the combat chain, and there's actually not as many action cards in Nova-chan's deck. There's a lot of reactions, and those just get immediately discarded.
Because again, as we've spoken at length about, oh, we get blunted.
But Nova had no cards left. That was his only, he had 1 card left in hand anyway.
So fun when they get blunted, though. All right, Nova-chan passes it back on over. Again, those daggers are the things that Arachne wants to make bigger, and those are, they attack, they're not attacks. Slice and dice, in with the hot streak. Blade Runner, show me what you got. I got Gogan, I got a bit more damage. I got Inertia Trap.
Inertia Trap.
here for Nova-chan.
Possibly a little annoying for Jake if he wasn't planning on deploying this last card. Depends on what it was. He seemed ready to set it in Arsenal, but it could be a reaction or it could be any kind of follow-up here.
Ooh, many blocks. Inertia Trap going to trigger. Put that one away. Went to put it in Arsenal instead, has to put it on the bottom of the deck.
Nova's playing very defensively here off the start. Still 40 to 40 a few turns into the game.
Something Marionette can do, does block better than you might expect a fairly aggressive assassin to do so. Again, it's general power and its flexibility, really one of the reasons it is a mainstay of the metagame right now. Let's draw swords. Gonna go
This
ahead and...
unsheathed.
Oh, sorry, unsheathed. You're right.
Yep, unsheathed. Similar. You're taking your
Does look
swords out
similar.
of somewhere. Coming in for 5, go again. Now, I think this is one of the advantages that Kassai has over Arachne Marionette is that she is very comfortable playing on a variety of hand sizes.
Yep.
You're able to convert 1-card hands sometimes with agility tokens or gold tokens. You're able to convert 2-card hands pretty efficiently, and you scale all the way up to 4 and 5 cards. So even though Arachne's like, oh, I can disrupt you, I can take a card or 2, force you to block with 2 or 3 cards, oftentimes Kassai's fine with that.
Yeah.
And can still make a good turn anyway, despite the disruption. It's not as disruptive to her as it is to other decks in the format.
Yeah. Also, equipment, just a quick check. It is all the stuff we expect, but Kabuto of Appeal Authority here for Jake. We did see this already against Arachne when Fang was in the feature match area. Can certainly put a stop to some setups when the weapons can't swing. Check with the mantle on blocks. And Bloodfellow's Blade is going to make a sellsword and give go again, which I guess it already had thanks to Unsheath. But the sellsword's going to be a big one here. Now can swing in as well, because of course the weapon has already been attacked with this turn, but Hot Streak's going to follow in first.
That's another huge part of this matchup is that these 2 health on the Centauri sellswords is actually really annoying for Arachne Marionette to deal with. He's got weapons that attack for 1, but he has actually a lot of struggle to deal packets of 2 damage. He can overcommit and play a reaction on the deck, but then you're really committing 2 cards to clear up a sellsword, and that feels pretty bad as well.
Certainly does. Down to 33 is Nova-chan's. Life totals do get updated. And Kassai already off to the races. I mean, it's not an early raising army, but that Bloodfellow's Blade just makes things so much easier for Kassai. And again, Arachne not always the best at blocking, despite having a number of defense reactions, which are good in this type of matchup. Clave going in, up sticks and run. In for 5. And a take 5 gets said extremely quickly.
5 straight at Jake. Does bump it up
Make
to
it
8 and applies Mark to Jake. So Nova needs something that triggers off Mark. He's got it.
In we go with Codex of Inertia. That's only a card for Nova. Gets a ponder, gives away an Inertia. Obviously, that's the other part of the Codex. So what do we hit? Always fun with Codex of Inertia because it's, you know, kind of a fun one.
It's random. It's random. It
Ooh,
is a Kiss of Death. That is probably one of the better options here. Allows him to clear out the Centauri sellsword relatively well. Obviously, it's one of his most powerful cards, and sending it at an ally is not ideal, but in this case, I think he's pretty happy with that.
Nova-chan finds Funnel Web, I believe.
Yeah, pretty low value here because you know Jake has an inertia token, so it's unlikely he ends up with an arsenal.
Draw swords, so swords are free. Trot along there, paid for that. And card drawn was Riches of Tropeldani. Not a bad one if you can find a way to pitch it. It's maybe slightly trickier when your swords are free, but I'm sure Jake is going to find a way to make a gold here. As Mask of Deceit going to go ahead and transform into Trapdoor. Nova-chan playing defense.
Yeah, this is the beauty of the armor for Jake here is that he's got a lot of pitch outlets. He can use grains, he can use Blade Forge bracers, assuming it hits. It just provides a lot of flexibility in making sure you never waste resources. A lot of other decks is like, oh, I have an extra resource. I guess it's kind of wasted. That's rarely the case with Kassai.
Yep, so Trapdoor finds a trap off Mask of Deceit, already blocking 2. Could, in reactions, play the trap, but Blade Runner gonna make things get the go again, and Riches was pitched, so gold is made. Frailty Trap, though, gonna try and make this a little bit worse.
Yeah, because it now has go again, it creates the Frailty token, so Jake now has a Frailty and an Inertia, and this is going to reduce the size of both weapon swings.
Blade Runner still there, pumping up the next attack. Gives go again on the first half, and more might on the second half.
Oh my goodness.
Blood follows Blade. We are raising an army the hard way.
Yeah.
Manually.
He has raised two armies here. That's what, all 3 Blood Follows Blades already? And all three have connected, and he still has an action point because he has go again, so he's able to attack with just one of these. Doesn't have enough for both.
He'll survive.
I
I think he'll be all right.
I think he's pretty happy given the circumstances.
I
here.
think so. 29 life for Nova-chan. Is it going to be 26?
It's so reasonable.
That's
from
Jake. The
I
dice.
don't care. It
The only thing to really elude Jake McCormack this weekend.
Man, I'm just chilling.
Nova's definitely feeling a little bit of pressure here. He's a little flustered about these Raisin Army. He doesn't have a great way of dealing with them, so he just has to take the damage, probably commit a full real card into just one of them, and hope to clear out the next one on a future turn.
Yeah, could get you know, I guess pitch enough to dag one and then a real card to the other. That doesn't feel great either. So instead, cut from the same cloth, gonna have a peek, and this one often gets a mark and indeed did hit it.
Yep, there's a attack reaction, the Glint the Quicksilver in there.
Save for bloodshed, you're marked. My attack is very big. But no Chelicera with that Orb Weaver. Oh no, it's already there. What am I even thinking? Good to go, slot was there. Valiant Dynamo instantly gets in the way. 12 go again. Bad stuff happens when you get hit.
Sure does. But Jake is marked. So this has on hit draw a card. So this is a big swing here from Nova-chan.
Even more go again, thanks to staying to the redback, which is free thanks to the mark. Preventing 2, blocking 3 total. Gonna take 12 in the exchange. Making agility.
I think, wow, hitting for 15, go again, on hit, draw a card. That Nova's got to feeling great about this.
Yep.
I don't know if he's feeling all that great whenever all these. Oh, no. Okay, I stand corrected. He did have 2 attacks there. The pain in the backside into Leave No Witnesses to clear out these pesky Raisin Army or Centauri Sellswords from the Blood Follows Blade.
Yep, Jake down to 20 after that assault. Nova-chan at 26. Kassai getting activated. Agility already at the ready, and Slice and Dice is going to prep up some sword swings. Here's Centauri Saber coming in for 1 extra. But the next sword, that gets a little bit bigger. An Inertia Trap going to be found thanks to Under the Trapdoor.
Jake has been under Inertia for like 3 turns in a row now, between Codex of Inertia, Inertia Trap, and what was the other one from? Maybe there was another.
Codex of Inertia.
Codex of yes.
All right, in for 5 with Hot Streak. Does get go again, but 6 block is enough to cover up any potential damage and deny Kassai a gold generation this time. Only 1 gold here for Jake McCormack because he passes on back. Players are blazing through the final.
They are playing very quickly, but I think also playing very well. I haven't noticed any particular mistakes despite the speed. These players both know their decks, know the matchup very well, and feel comfortable playing at a quicker pace than we've seen in the past.
You know, we get 1 fatigue Lyath game, and we forget that sometimes Flesh and Blood can be a quick one. Turn 5. Both players are already down to close to half their starting life total for Jake. That is actually true.
I think the life totals in the fatigue Lyath match were at about this 20 to 26 range. I think 50 minutes in, give or take.
Took a little bit, as Blade Runner is going to give go again to the Hot Streak. Damage happens, down to 24 is Nova-chan, makes a gold thanks to Kassai, which was activated to start this turn. And of course, Blade Runner, not quite Slice and Dice, but good enough. Going to give +3 to the next swing, so Centauri Saber in for 4, I believe.
That'll be 5, 2 plus the 3
Can't do
from
math.
It's a red Blade Runner, yes, I do believe.
Yep.
So that's coming in for the full 5 there.
Down to 19. Up
Nova.
sticks and run. I can pump my weapons too. Here's 5. Go again.
Nova with the yellow upsticks and run in the pitch. We did notice he had 1 yellow upsticks.
Exactly
He really.
Oh, get blunted, buddy.
Oh boy, covers up for 5 exactly, and Nova looks very frustrated by that. He really wanted to keep this hand.
Yeah, Blunton's an absolute banger against this deck in particular. I think this is one of the reasons you're interested in registering this card and perhaps playing Warrior if you expect a lot of Arachne Marionette.
Absolutely. It seems to be a lot of cards in Jake's deck line up pretty well into what Nova's trying to do. Definitely still vulnerable to some of the frailties. The frailty trap is proven very effective against Kassai, but Kassai has Blunton, which is very powerful as well.
Yeah, to the point. Foiled, if you will, by Shelter from the Storm. Covering up the pump. And that's a pitch of blood on her hands for a gold, I believe. Pose of War comes in. Kassai gets activated. And drawing a card to swing for free, I imagine. In comes Hot Streak.
Had a Vigor token from last turn. So that's a bit of the foresight that you need when you play Kassai. Jake had the option of either pitching a resource into Grains of Bloodspill or Braveforge Bracers last turn, opting to take the Vigor, knowing it just provides a little bit more consistency for a future turn. He wasn't sure if he's going to need it. It turns out he really did need it this turn, but he could have instead opted to deal 1 more damage last turn, but had the kind of the patience and the discipline to say, nope, I want to make sure my next turn is just a little bit more likely to be strong.
Yep, especially if you know you're going to block, because you have at least 1 literal block card. Does make sense to streamline your hand just a bit more. I guess you didn't know at the time, but as you mentioned, did streamline things quite nicely.
That's something that either comes from experience. You just play the deck a lot and just kind of get a feel for how often does that come up, how often do you need that extra resource versus how often do you need 1 extra damage. And that could depend on the matchup. That could depend on the cards you've already seen, kind of like how many of your reds and yellows have you gone through, and so on. There's a lot of different factors, and so it's definitely a judgment call. But those kind of judgment calls are what differentiate the really top Kassai players from just more average players who maybe haven't mastered the deck as fully as Jake has.
It's Nova-chan, I think, wanting to see how much of a particular card is left, or maybe just considering the blocks on the table. Again, both these decks capable of presenting some pretty sweet things on the combat chain. That Nova knows can't just take all the damage and try and race, because Kassai, my goodness, the value is there turn after turn. So thinking about blocks, putting card face down on the table and slowing things down just a bit. Always good. Even if you're competent, experienced, and good at playing quickly, sometimes you just need to take a little mental step back.
Yeah, these are untimed rounds. You do still need to play at a reasonable pace, but I think they've been playing at a faster than reasonable pace thus far.
Not even 15 minutes have elapsed. We're already up to turn 7. It's kind of the first moment where it feels like a player is taking just a little bit more time to think through the game state. Blocks here with a Death Touch and a Codex. Blade Runner.
This is this two blocks out of Nova, so the Blade Runner does put it over, which allows spoils to generate some copper. Gets Jake on the board with some copper, so if he does find a blood on her hands later, another one later, it'll have at least some text.
Got a gold as well, thanks to Kassai's activation. And Nova's decided, I already kind of committed to blocking, I'm just going to keep on doing it. So down to 17, but preserves a bit more life. Tunic ticks up, and turn is passed back.
There's another Spoils War coming from Jake McCormack here.
Outland Skirmish, unsheathed.
Yeah, might not actually cast it.
Fateful Scene in with the gold foil saber.
8 with Go Again. On hit, make 1 copper. Getting up to 3 copper is about the point when it's like, yeah, it's pretty reasonable to cast blood in your hands. So you would ideally want a bit more than that, but it would still be a pretty decent card at that point.
Den of the Spider, going to get a mark and prevent some of the damage, but still down to 12 is Nova-chan. Hot streak going on in for 2.
Jake just wants to push the aggression here. Doesn't want to Arsenal a card. Arsenal against Assassin is often kind of a vulnerability. They've got lots of ways to disrupt that between Command and Conquer and Leave No Witnesses. Jake just choosing to spend that Spoils of War for 2 damage instead of opting to risk that in Arsenal.
All right, so attack reaction is found, already marked though, as Jake points out. So Nova says, nice hand. I'll swing in with my Chelicera now. 5, go again. Oh, 6 go again, of course. No blocks, instantly snapped off. Incision going to make it 9.
Oh. This is a
to
lot
11.
of damage. I mean, Jake is down to 11, and he's still sitting on all of his armor, and you got to think maybe he should start thinking about just putting some armor in front, even if it's not irrelevant on hit, just to get that first charge of temper runs, because you never know when Nova could bust out a big turn with a bunch of reactions to put him right down in lethal range. You don't want to drop too much lower.
Yeah, you definitely want to make sure you use your armor in a matchup like this. Don't want to leave temper on the table, as it were.
Yeah, so this might be a spot where you're just looking at, I might just block with my chest and arms just to cover this up and get the kind of the first charge of temper gone.
Right. Good enough, we'll say. Takes 1. Putting braces and Dynamo in front.
Sure. Yeah, 10 is still reasonably healthy. You wouldn't want to go, I wouldn't say down further into single digits. That's where you kind of get like, oh, I might just get blown up out of nowhere if there's enough reactions on Nova's side, especially T-Tox, Torrential Toxin.
I'm going to have to tank.
Oh, yeah. Jake saying, I think for the first time I've heard this game, I'm going to have to tank.
We're going to get that.
All right, so he's played Draw Sword, and he's Now he's got to consider how to use these 3 copper with blood in her hand. So there's a number of different options here. You have free swinging weapons because you have drawn a card. You have the ability to give a one-handed weapon +1, go again, or you can swing twice with weapon, and he can choose 3 of these options and can choose any individual option twice. So he's got to work through the math of what is the most optimal way of dealing damage here. Especially, it depends on what he also has in his hand. I think we saw there was a Glint the Quicksilver, I think, in his hand. So he has a way of giving go again. So maybe the go again is less valuable.
I believe Trot Along as well, which is another go again source.
He doesn't need any pitch because he has drawn a card. Attack twice.
Yep, seems good.
Go again. And then this is just attack twice on the others. Okay.
Right, so only 3 choices. Going to divide them between, I assume, the left and right weapons. So the top card is going to be, for Hot Streak, and it even puts it over.
Yes.
For the second coverage. Won't use the dice all the time. It does this.
Oh, he's going to pop a gold here to draw. I feel like you could have done that before you made your decision.
Hit and run was the card. Now the pitch.
Pop the second gold.
Once more.
Yeah, could have definitely done this before making the decision to see what else he would have had. He does have a Blade Flurry. Now, so what I'm thinking he would do is use the first go again on the Centauri Saber, then attack twice with the other sword.
Yep.
The Hot Streak.
has go again.
Go again costs 0.
Extra go again.
And then finish on the Centauri Saber. And in the old hand, before he popped the gold, he could have just arsenaled the extra go again effect for next turn. Say arsenal a Trot Along for later. Instead, he opted to redraw through some of this, and now he's got a Blade Flurry, which is hopefully pushing the lethal damage that he's hoping to do.
Tunic is out of there.
Has some resources to pump into Brave Forge or the Grains of Bloodspill.
Flurry take 2, and I haven't done the math just yet, but this may be enough damage to at least threaten.
It is.
Lethal.
Yeah, it's definitely enough to threaten lethal. I don't think it's enough to force lethal on Nova Chan
It's
here.
a lot of 2s we're about to see.
Yep.
So the next weapon attack is going to get +2 as well. The first one, the target weapon attack already did. The Hot Streak has swung once. There's 1 left. So which weapon next?
I definitely think also
Uses Brave Forge as well. So even bigger the next swing will be.
I think Jake should have put these effects on opposite swords. Should have had the go again and swing twice on the Saber. I guess it doesn't matter that much because both are swinging twice, but you had the potential of gaining a free go again on the Hot Streak, which he's now given up because it already has the go again.
That's obviously not possible on the other one because Centauri Saber doesn't do that. It does gets a bit bigger instead when it gets defended. No blocks. Glint the Quicksilver. I would like to give go again, but doesn't draw a card. Reprise played around beautifully, but down to 4 is Nova Chan. And as we mentioned, these swords all swing in for 2, and 2 2s, that is indeed 4.
Oh, that's 5. I Brave Forged. Judge.
Yeah, yes.
Ooh.
I'll take 5.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, Nova Chan, very sportsmanlike. It was 5. Brave Forge did happen. Nova Chan says it's not much different. I'll take 1 more.
Yeah, I mean, when it's packets of 2, 1 extra doesn't matter. And I think it was correct that he did do that. He could have forged in a future one regardless.
Hot Streak time. Blocking. Go again happens. And here's another one. The last one. Taking 2.
Yeah, going down to 1.
Down to 1.
This is where if Jake had a Steel Blade Shunt, that could be a really powerful card. That is not on his list. We did look at his list earlier, but
just Bluntons for the weapons. But imagine.
Just imagine. Okay, here's a persuasive prognosis, though. And, you know, we know that Nova has 3 Just a Nicks, and this is an ideal target for Just a Nick.
That is a combination, I believe. From back when those cards were both printed in the same set. And as many blocks will happen.
Jake's like, just put all the armor in front.
Oh, and Kabuto as well.
Indeed.
To prevent the weapon swings. Love this little block here. Persuasive also, by the way, blocks, sometimes gains life, which I don't think Jake wants Nova to do, although it may not matter all that much.
If it does hit, there's a potential to rip a card out of Jake's hand and then gain a life behind that.
Definitely don't want to have that one happen.
But only when it banishes an action card. I guess Jake's hand is actually full of action cards. Sometimes it's full of reactions, which do not count.
All right, the mark happens because the flick did go over. Jake McCormack down to 9, but Nova Chan staring down the lady that swings all of the swords at 1 little life. If memory serves, there is no sigils in Novachan's deck. So very little life to be regained. There's a couple of these Mist Veil sweet assassin stealth attacks that can gain increments of life, but going to be tough to find. A lot to do in that spot.
Jake with he's blocking 7 between all of the equipment, which is exactly enough for the +1 from the mark from the Arrahman Marionette hero power, plus a Justian Nick would put that to exactly 7, so he covers it up perfectly. Of course, you know the game is almost over, so might as well throw all of your equipment, and with the Kabuto, you know there's pretty limited follow-up options from Nova.
Took 1, actually.
Really?
Didn't quite cover Justian Nick, apparently.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, no, it's only 6.
Braces
Right, because
has
Bracers
one
already had the
missing.
-1, yes.
The draw swords. Goes to 3.
Okay,
Banish a
never mind.
card.
Yep. Miscounted. Missed the -1.
Gains
counter.
another one. It's up to 4 now. Wow, that's quite the life swing.
Yeah, it sure is.
Draw swords from hand.
That's very
Oh, yeah, I
impactful,
see
right?
what
Because the Justian Nick adds an extra banish, which Prognosis sees and is able to grab life gain off of that. And it just happened to be so many action cards on the top of Jake's deck. Now, he still has a 3-card hand to play with, has a gold, has a vigor. So he's certainly not, you know, feeling that scared, but he's maybe a little more scared than he was before.
Yeah, the swords do still swing for 2, and Kassai will still swing 2 swords just about every turn she's allowed. Outland Skirmish, Sharpen Senses, attacks are getting bigger. Again, it's all face up on the table, but it's more a matter of, you know what my number is. Can you beat it?
9 go again here. Or 8, is that a yellow draw swords? No, it's 9. Okay. So
Yep, he's red draw. Jake getting the dice out. Wants the final picture to look pretty, perhaps, because final turns of the game are coming in hot, I think we can
Yes.
say.
9 could be 10 here if Nova blocks with an attack action card. And then followed up with a hot streak behind for 3.
That is a Arrahman Marionette number as far as how large
yeah.
daggers can get. Because I can do it too. Nova Chan's a little bit behind. Gonna have to commit more cards to block. There's 3 on the table.
Well, that is a yellow draw sword, so
Yep.
it is actually only 8. Now it becomes 9 after that it's buffed up, but
Takes
does hit, which
1.
means Braveforge Bracers is online for 1 more point threatened if he wants.
Copper made as well, thanks to Outland Skirmish. Not sure that one's going to be all that relevant at this point. Sharpened Sense is still here and active. And then
Coming
in
in
for
for
4
4.
with Hot Streak. Gonna block. Take 2,
Take
because cut from the
2,
same cloth.
ah.
Doesn't block for 3.
Card's great on offense, but you don't want to be blocking with it. It only blocks 2. Now Jake gets to keep a full 4-card hand with Nova on 1 life. You got to imagine he
Has a-
finds a way to punch through
Has
here.
a gold as well, so is going to cash it in. Yellow Slice and Dice. Going to draw a new card.
Another
Sharpened
Sharpened
Senses.
Senses.
Here we
That's
go.
gonna unlock
Slice
turn-
and Dice. It's all on the table except for 1 card. Slicing and dicing his way through. Jake McCormack popping Kassai. Because why not?
Yeah, in case Nova has a life gain here, which I don't. He does have 1 Sigil of Solace in his
Ooh.
list, so you know, just making sure if in case it hits but doesn't kill.
Big fan. All right. Oop, not yet. Flick Knives, you are not long for this world because it is very tough for Novachan to find a attack reaction window of his own.
There is no fight.
This is coming in for 5, I believe. Go again.
Jake's again gonna move the dice on in. Flick Knives is good for 1 block. Needs 4 more. At least. Oh,
At
actually,
least.
gotta be careful too because it's Satari Saber. That one's
Yeah.
gonna get a little bit bigger if you block with actions, and there are quite a few to block with. Under the trapdoor, that one is not an action. Get a Frailty Trap.
Frailty Trap does give an extra bonus here because the Frailty will reduce it to -1.
Pretty good. Basically a 0 for 4 defense reaction.
Sure. 0 for 5, really, because it also minuses the next attack, too.
Very nice. And that means Jake says, yep, you got it. Pass it on back. Shelter, Fate for Seeing, a couple
And
defense reactions here on
And
the other
importantly,
side.
because it dropped below double its effect, it lost Go Again from the Sharpened Senses.
That
which
is
actually
spicy.
just kills, like, there was so much backloaded damage on the Slice and Dice. The
Yeah.
Dice part,
Yes.
he only got to Slice. He
You're
didn't
right.
get to Dice.
That is a big value loss. That Under the Trapdoor may be one of the higher value ones we have seen.
Oh,
Thanks to a very thoughtful Frailty Trap. And now, up 6 and run, Savor, Bloodshed, Graphene, Chalisra rotating on in for a 9, which is more than Jake McCormack's life total.
Sure is. You got to imagine he's going to put the equipment here. and at least 1, maybe 2 cards out of standard block. He does have some defense reaction, so he can see what's going on before committing his full blocks.
Always feels good against the class that plays Tarantula Toxin.
Sure does.
All right, Fate Foreseen. What do you got, Nova-chan?
Take 3.
Call it 6 block right now. Take 3 down to 5. Yep, that's acceptable. No go again, because of course there was no mark. The Telisera is just that. Big damage, but not enough to end the game. Jake McCormack still threatening with every single sword swing. Shelter being pitched. In for draw swords. Draw a card. Swords are free. Glint the Quicksilver feels real good in this spot.
Oh, that's an insanely good card in this spot, right? You're going to be able to almost certainly get the full advantage out of this because Nova is going to have to block this.
Little hot streak, too. Also going to have to block this. The go again could be problematic. Puts 2 cards in front. Do you want to draw the card now or later? Blade Flurry.
Blade
says,
Flurry,
you know
no
I'll
reaction.
Just do it all, and that's it. Jake McCormack is your calling Jakarta champion. Kassai up the Golden Sands from the feature bench in round 1 all the way to the final one.
We picked a good one for our round 1 feature, didn't we?
Did.
We saw him win the first round of the weekend, and we saw him win the last round of the weekend. Congratulations to Jake McCormack, winner of Calling Jakarta.
And will make his flight.
Yes, what an impressive showing. Very quick game there, as both sides were playing very quick, but also very well.
Yes.
And they weren't making too many mistakes despite the speed. You could really see the experience on both players in that matchup as they were kind of blitzing through that.
Well, let's have a look at the final bracket because, we might as well see how we got here because it's been a fun ride all weekend long. We started with a bunch of Victors and a bunch of Arrahman Marionettes and one Lyath disrupting the bottom half of the bracket. But at the end of it all, it is Jake McCormack taking out Victor, Marionette. Metagame, be damned. Kassai, still very good.
Seems like Kassai is really thriving in this metagame here at Calling Jakarta, where Acilio, the main predator of Kassai in the past, wasn't really showing up that well. So I was, really impressive run by Jake here. Congratulations on really taking down some real heavy hitter players throughout this top 8.
And Jake McCormack, I'd love to have a chat with him as a fellow Aussie, but unfortunately, Jake, that flight he had to catch, he did in fact have to catch. Jake has left the building with his trophy, with his gold foil quick dodge flexes, and flown back home. And I've done that flight before. You might think it's kind of close in addition to Australia.
Yeah. No?
Pretty long flight. Depending on where in Australia Jake is located. But congratulations to Jake, and we do have a giveaway to pull. We did mention this, by the way, right? You're still chatting in chat. Young Marvel Hero Cold Foil from Compendium of Race.
Exciting.
Who's going to get it? The winner, I'm being... Ty33OZ, you are the winner of a Young Foil Marvel. Contact us in chat and get your Marvel. Also, tell us which one are you grabbing. Are you getting Oldhim for Charles here?
Gotta be Oldhim.
And of course, if you want to think about the Young Marvels, I don't know. Vote when the vote happens. It's happening up soon. But there's only one more classic constructed calling left in Sao Paulo. But this one, it's been a blast. Charles, thanks so much for joining me.
Yes, it's been a wonderful time. We watched some amazing games of Flesh and Blood. Had an absolute blast this weekend.
All right, well, Fatigue Lyath will be one of the many things I'll keep in my memory for quite a while. But for now, thank you so much to everyone who's joined watching us, our production staff, Charles, and everyone else here who makes this happen. Keep playing more Flesh and Blood, and we'll see you later.